Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back back, count that big bang.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's day 4 for the VCT NA playoffs, and we walked in here with 8 teams, but now we have the best remaining. It's NA's finest, Sentinels, Envy, and 100 Thieves, and they're going to be the ones repping us in Berlin, but they're still battling it out for a really nice prize pool and also bragging rights to be the best in NA. We're going to break it all down right here on the analyst desk, and my name is Veli, but I'm going to have some help along the way. My man's Vansilian Bach. We've had a crazy journey so far. Start with you, Bach. I mean, what the results? We wouldn't have guessed it.
And there were teams that we thought might make it a little bit further than they actually did. Yeah. Looking specifically at a team like TSM, there was a lot of hype driving into this event. Unfortunately, they didn't do as well as some expected. But then we also had some surprises. Rise being the most surprising one, the way that they were able to fight their way through the lower bracket, ultimately hitting a dead end eventually. And XZ as well, I mean, they were so close to surprising us all in qualifying for Berlin.
In the end, the biggest story for me is that the team that we wanted to make it after all this time finally did. So Envy, finally, the third team representing North America. I know we're giving them a lot of hype, and we're like, okay, there's still 100 Thieves and there's still Sentinels, but at least, like, for Sentinels, it was a given. Pretty much, right? It was, like we said before, who fights for the second place, who fights for the third place. 100 Thieves, a lot of people predicted this team as well, so I'm happy to see 100 Thieves, but Envy's definitely the highlight.
Yes, and for some reason, if you guys want to recap or just catch in on what's been happening all day yesterday, listen, we had 2 banger matchups where we had XZ and Envy battle it out to get in this last spot, and I said we just go ahead and take a look at it.
The thing for him is that the spike's not down yet, so there's still time.
One enemy remaining.
Hey, dashing around! Yay, good for one! Yay, look
getting it. We see one. That could be 2 shoulders. He might have been able to identify. He does! Dapper for 2! Dapper!
Block off defender spawn on site. You've also got Hiko, who's going to be working in from garage to clear out backside. So far, so good. But Dapper, Austin and Ethan are both able to get a pick a piece. But Sick! Oh, Sick already good for 2! The player right behind him, and he doesn't know. Oh my gosh, he knew! Oh my gosh! Victor! Roster's already good for 3. The showstopper second one as well. 34 health. Dancing around the corner, he gets 3. And Diablo, baby, you gotta fear him. Looking for 4. This is why you fear this man. Spawn, this seems like it's gonna require Herculean effort just to equalize things. Ye gets 1. Ye gets a second. What more fitting of a way to do it?
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far. From day 1 all the way until now, day 4, we've had amazing matchups. And as you see in the top side of the bracket, Sentinels and 100 Thieves looked so good until they both met up and Sentinels walked away with a 2-0. But now that leaves 2 teams remaining in the loser side of the bracket. And Mark, I feel like both of these teams are going to be battling all out to go against Sentinels to show who's really the king in this region.
I mean, obviously, 100 Thieves, we talked about it yesterday. They've got a lot to prove. To a certain extent, I almost feel like Envy has already proven to themselves what they needed to prove, that they could make it over that hurdle. We saw it in the interview yesterday with Crashies. It was just a relief, so much relief. Like there was a weight that was lifted off his shoulders that they finally were able to push past it. And they recognized it, too. He said, like, you know, we've had this barrier in front of us for so long, and it was only up here. That was what was stopping them. For whatever reason, this mental barrier was getting in the way. They broke through it, and it was just like elation.
Yeah.
On the 100 Thieves on the other side, I don't think they're satisfied with where they're at. I think they need to prove themselves much further. That could be a potential factor. Obviously, both teams are going to bring their A game.
I feel there's a bit of this, too, for Envy, but a bit of this. And I think they found that solution with Marv and Ye coming into the roster, too.
Yes, and speaking about rosters, let's go ahead and break down all the action right now for the first matchup of the day, and I can't wait. 100 Thieves versus Envy and Bach. Starting with you first, I'm going to need your help to break this down. Envy, one of the teams that you said was full of potential, made some team changes, worked their way through the bracket, and it wasn't an easy journey, and now they're here in the top 3.
It wasn't easy at all, and it was so disappointing to see this roster have to make changes to finally break past that next level. Because we were really hopeful for the longest time. This is that team we're waiting for. How many events did we come into where other pros and other analysts were saying Envy is the team to watch out for? This will finally be their time to shine. Alex was always going to pick them to win. I foolishly followed him into that fire many times in the past, but this roster looks better than any roster they've had yet, and obviously they qualified for Berlin. Ye, Victor, Marv, FNS, and Crashies. Ye and Marv, the most recent additions. Ye definitely brings a ton of firepower with him.
Yes, and the biggest co-sign and shout-out that we got yesterday was Crashies giving it out to Van Silly, and Crashies popped off. You believed in this team, and Crashies on the other end definitely did his thing as that Sova yesterday, especially on the Sin.
Yeah, he killed it. He did a good job. So many clutch rounds that he had to go into qualifying matches on Ascent. And, you know, we saw that tweet yesterday, too. He had fun with it. We all had fun with it. But we also saw a tweet yesterday from Ye that said, you know what? I wasn't feeling too hot. El Diablo not feeling hot, that's kind of rare. And to see that all the other players stepped up to the plate to help Envy qualify, then you know they could actually move as a unit as well.
Hopefully he wasn't feeling too hot, you know.
Well, I'm El Diablo for sure right now.
Well, hopefully his gunplay is going to be hot because they're going to need it. The team they're going to be going against, we know them. First Strike champions and now finding their way back in the mix. One of the 3 that's going to Masters Berlin. It's going to be 100 Thieves and Van Silly. Looking at this roster, we were wondering when we were going to ever see him again here, but with a consistent lineup, they found their mojo, the juice is there, and they're looking better than ever.
And again, what I love the most about 100 Thieves is that they kept the same composition for the longest time and couldn't qualify. And the time where it matters the most, they came in with something unorthodox. Triple initiator into the lineup and still able to qualify, which is great. But we saw their matches versus Sentinels yesterday where that lineup didn't work out too well versus Sentinels. And I think, as we mentioned it in the green room before going on air, is there going to be some agent composition that should be changed right now for 100 Thieves? I think so. In a sense that the triple initiator with that Omen and I think there's a Jet, for Asuna. It's a good test to see how it works, but I think getting into Berlin, there's going to be an extra layer now that they know how this playstyle is going to pan out.
And talking about agent composition lineups, we actually have a head-to-head that's going to be really interesting. It's going to be not just the top fraggers. It would have been easy to do Ye and Asuna. Let's give it to the guys that give the dirty work out there on the field for their teammates to win the games. Bach, what comes to mind when you think of Nitro and a player like Marv?
Well, what makes Nitro so interesting to me is Nitro is a fantastic secondary option for 100 Thieves, someone who actually really excels in that role. He's also the in-game leader for the team. Kind of, at one point in time, he was splitting that responsibility with Steel, and it's possible they're still doing that. But Marv, what I love is Marv plays Astra still plays a controller role, but Marv's lurk is actually really fun. So if we were watching in that Haven match yesterday, Marv successfully lurked onto C as Astra multiple times, just kind of walking right onto the site. No one expected Marv to be there, and he was using pressure applied elsewhere by his team to get into those spots. That's typically where you would expect someone like a Cypher or a Killjoy to be because they have that lurk potential. Yeah. But he does it so well as Astra. So two different players, same responsibility with their control and their abilities, but they play the game completely different from one another.
There's sometimes we're going to have roles from or responsibilities from both of these players to be like, hey, you're going to support us for the execution. And sometimes, let's say for 100 Thieves, you'll see Steel's going to be lurking around in the middle side, let's say on Haven. But there is that responsibility that could also happen from Nitro as well. There are times, especially on Haven, when we're fighting on a certain side of the map, but then Nitro's lurking up towards Long C. He opens it up, everybody rotates back. So they have that same responsibility in that case as well, and they fit it quite well. But where I kind of give the edge over to Marv, though, versus Nitro, is the clutch capabilities of Marv. Nitro has it, but I feel personally, without looking at numbers, without looking at stats, just by pure gut feeling and watching these guys play, I give that edge for Marv for sure.
Right, but you've been following Nitro a long time, and we were talking about it in the back room as well. Marv is a phenomenal player, and I even put it out there on Twitter. I said, you know, even though we saw it, I believe it was on Split, I would love to see Nitro on some more Astra. I think he could be more dynamic in that role. Let's go ahead and talk about the maps to see where these teams will battle it out on. Van Silly, you think of maps. We know 100 Thieves. We know Envy. What are you expecting, and what are your thoughts on what's coming up?
So right now, it's a best of 5 no matter what, right? Going into the lower finals, into the grand finals. So there's going to be a map that's going to be taken away. And since 100 Thieves does have the higher seed going into this, I am not surprised that they're taking away Bind. I think they picked Breeze on that second map, which is going to be very fun to watch too. But you're seeing right now a Haven and Ascent being picked by Envy, their strongest map so far, at least where they're comfortable in playing. I feel that the map pool is deeper though for Envy overall.
I agree.
But I also like the fact that the 100 Thieves are not going to be afraid to play them on those maps either, because Haven, for example, is one of those maps where you can never discount 100 Thieves. They're always close games. They're always comeback games as well. So it's going to be a fun series.
This is something we had talked about yesterday. 100 Thieves having kind of two dead maps. They don't like to play binds, but Split is not a map they typically put much work in. We saw them play it. It was a little clunky. It was definitely missing some pieces. They had some good setups, but the mid-round was lacking. That's the last map in this series, which is typically a good map for Envy, especially if you look historically at this roster. I know that it's changed. There's two players who are subbing in now, replacing Caboose and Mummy. But at the same point in time, Envy has had a really good tenure on Split. So I do worry that if we get to that fifth map, it will be Envy's to take. That's if we get there. I kind of am with you, and I lean a little bit towards Envy just because I feel like their map pool is stronger.
Yeah, it's definitely going to get stronger. They have a whole new play style. I mean, Ye has a green light. He could challenge 50-50s whenever he wants. This is a brand new team, and they're consistently getting better. But down the line, let's talk about this matchup and why you guys think who is going to win. Van Silly, Envy versus 100 Thieves. What do you have coming out on top right now? Are you rocking with the new team that's rocking it right now in Envy, or you think 100 Thieves with the veteran play, they're going to have it on lock?
I'm probably going to have to stick to Envy, man. I got a nice shout out from Crashies yesterday. I'm going to have to stick with Crashies and the boys of Envy. The boys in blues, staying cold, staying icy, and hopefully cools me down too.
Me too. Bach, how are you feeling, man? Say it. What's on your mind? Who do you have coming out on top in this matchup?
I'm torn because I too want to go for Envy and root for them. But in my head, I'm thinking 100 Thieves is not going to be satisfied with anything other than a first place finish here. So I kind of feel like 100 Thieves is really going to push that to an extra level. But again, like it's just like that little piece inside my heart that's like, Envy!
What's most important is both of these teams want to win probably to fight Sentinels. That's probably
true.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just going to say it. I'm going Envy with Van Silly.
All right, it's going to be all about bragging rights, but you hear it on the desk, too, for Envy. No love right now for 100 Thieves. Let's see if they can prove us wrong right now. We're going to toss this over to a fantastic duo. Sean and DDK, take it away.
Thank you, Veli. Yeah, this is going to be something, all right. I feel like every team is going to be tryharding. This is going to be an incredible matchup. I think everybody needs to win for various reasons here, Sean, and I feel that no punches are going to get pulled. This is going to get really fiery.
Yeah. I agree. I have been a huge critic of the seeding matches late in the tournaments, without a doubt. But this one really does matter, guys. I'm telling you, it's a 16-team tournament in Berlin. and 4 teams are going to qualify from EU, 3 from NA. You don't want to get a bad matchup in that first round. You don't want to have to exhaust all your tactics and your good comps right at the beginning of this tournament. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So these matches here matter. And I think these teams are going to give it their all today.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like they were saying on the desk, like, you know, both of these teams need to face Sentinels and do well against Sentinels for their own reasons. 100 Thieves to prove that they can do that after just getting slapped by Sentinels previously. They have something to prove there. Envy's on a really hot run. They've been waiting for their chance to do this, and they need to prove that they're a contender. And Sentinels at the same time know that both of these teams are going to be coming for them, and they want to carry that confidence and that, like, that indomitable reputation. They want to carry that forward, because that's a really important, like, psychological edge that they can have, not just in this region but every region. If no teams in NA can touch Sentinels, that sends a message to the rest of the world as well. So lots of stakes here for this matchup. And Envy, they've come a really far way, and 100 Thieves, you know, as well, Sean. So I mean, where do you want to start the conversation? I feel like we could go so many different directions with this one.
Yeah, we could go so many directions with this. I mean, it just shows the depth of the NA scene, and I love seeing these big names surpass through the tournament, right? My biggest fear entering these playoffs was that we'd have a lot of fluke upsets, and, you know, Sentinels might not make it through, Envy might not make it through after picking up Ye. But no, the cream of the crop all rose in NA, and we have 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Envy all going to Berlin. This is like the dream scenario for NA. We have the tactical team in 100 Thieves. We have the loose team in Envy with all the skill. And then we have our powerhouse team in Sentinels. We get the perfect trio of teams sent to Berlin. And I couldn't be happier as a fan. Like, I love this. How about you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is perfect. This is what we really wanted to see, and it's such a deep talent pool in North America. Valorant has risen so much in this region. It's really taken wings, and it's great to see that we get a greater, as you say, like, representation this time around. And these teams are incredible, and there's a lot to say about both of these. As we said, we could go in lots of different directions, but now it is time for the Agent Select. We'll be looking to go into Haven for the first map of this best of 5 series here in the loser bracket final. And Sean, we're going to get that KO from Steel, just like we saw yesterday against Sentinels, but maybe it'll be a bit better this time.
Yeah, I love that Steel is on the KO, right? People gave 100 Thieves so much, you know, they gave them so much crap for their rigid style when it comes to their comps, right? They were so certain they had the right comps, and the community was so against those comps, especially their Icebox comps, if I remember correctly. And Steel just scrapped everything he was doing as a player and went to KO. We haven't seen this new 100 Thieves style on Icebox. He might bust it out on Icebox, honestly. I love what I see, though, from them, because I think a lot of the problems 100 Thieves had in the past were that Steel found himself not really with the team on the Cypher Killjoy role. He was lurking too much. And when he's KO, he's part of the team. Their attack sides look fantastic, with the exception of being yesterday against Sentinels. I mean, they got kind of blown out yesterday, but I like the flavor, the new style that they brought to this event, and I think it's what got them to Berlin.
Yeah, and the same thing, you know, with Envy. Like, not many teams really had any information on them. They had, of course, you know, lineup changes, getting Ye into the roster as well, and also, you know, Mike's has been working with them as a coach, and that's like a new thing that they've had, a new dynamic that they've had to help to give them a lot of answers. So there's a lot of differences coming into this for both teams, and I think Envy, there is definitely an argument that, like, you know, Ye coming in and being such a powerhouse on the Jet, being so disruptive, and the synergy throughout the rest of the team playing with him, that's been spot on so far. But we have seen this before with Envy. You know, they haven't really tested this fully just yet. So it's going to be really interesting to see if there'll be any breaking points for Envy with the current dynamic that they have, and if it will be 100 Thieves that could find that breaking point. I think that remains to be seen.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have nothing but respect for a team like Envy, right? They're near the top of the scene. They're right there with Sentinels, like the number 2, number 3 team maybe in NA. And they're constantly making changes to get better. They're not comfortable with these 4th place finishes. They bring in Marved, and he's nailing it on this Asher roll. He's playing such a different style. But Dan, I don't want to disrupt this. We got the KO knife coming right into mid. The pistol round is live.
Yeah, Steel, they're going to go straight for him there. And Gary, she's going to try to dodge into the smoke, but that's not going to work out. Ethan's able to slow things down here, using the flash and just falling back and away. And at the same time, we've got this aggression in mid, so it's absolute madness right now as Envy try to stabilize the situation. They have that man advantage now, just moving back towards that A site, trying to abuse this A site. And there's not a lot there to really deal with this. It's just Hiko's on the site. It's a great shock dart. A lot of damage with that one. And with the help of Ethan, they're able to finish it off. The weakened players will fall. And suddenly, just like that, Ethan and Hiko making this round come alive, giving a chance here now to 100 Thieves in this pistol. As the spike does get planted, and Ethan tries to push forward and just, they want to capitalize immediately here. They don't want to allow post-plant positions to come into play, and it's Hiko now with 6 HP up in the window. They know exactly where he is. Not a great look for Hiko, but it was a good effort, a good recovery attempt. But after all is said and done, Sean, it's an Envy pistol.
Yeah, it was. And that's Envy doing what they do best on their attack side. A lot of misdirection, baiting their opponents into weird pushes, and capitalizing on mistakes. They do a fast garage play at the start, catch Steel off guard, but they're immediately on the A push at that point, right? They take out the aggressive 100 Thieves players that were playing the A lobby. I thought Hiko might have brought 100 Thieves back in the round with the shock darts, but not enough. And Envy take the pistol. We're going to have a battle here at C, Dan. Holy cow, look at this.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We'll have to see what the setup is here. We've got the flash going straight forward. There's the dash as well. Lovely stuff. Asuna able to pick off one. Steel following it up nicely. So damage has been done here by 100 Thieves, but Envy still have that spike control, able to stabilize, able to use the nano swarm there from Finesse to slow things down, and they have recovered control of this C-long position. So again, they know what's up. They know that the rest of the map is probably quite open here. Yeah, you're getting some information. And we get a reset here. So it's a guessing game for the remainder of 100 Thieves as to what Envy are doing.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult for 100 Thieves to pull through in this round at this point. You see, EA lurks into B, takes out Hiko. They know Steel is now at C. Oh, this is almost unwinnable for Steel, but a really good eco nonetheless for 100 Thieves, making Envy reinvest some of that money. We're going to go into the first down, Dan, and Envy is going to be on the bonus. I am always so terrified of these bonus rounds because teams can run away with the game so quickly.
Yeah, what do you want to see, or what should we be seeing from 100 Thieves? Do they want to play a passive retake-based approach, or what is some of the better answers against the bonus?
Yeah. Well, I think this is where the KO pick and the triple initiator really comes into play, right? Steel is going to get a lot of info at the start of this round with that 0 point. And they should be able to stop this fast play from Envy. Envy doesn't want a slow, drawn-out round with those 3 Spectres. They want to do something explosive. And it's going to be at the A site right into Nitro and Hiko. Here it comes.
Okay, and it looks like 100 Thieves will know that this is coming. So their job now on the A site is to try to delay this as much as possible, buy time for the rotation. And it looks like Envy are going to go straight in there. They've got Ye in position. Nitro is also there. The flash goes through, though, to prevent him from getting any damage done. So ultimately, this attack has worked out really well here for Envy. And 100 Thieves, you know, they were flashing as well. They were trying to make sure that they had the information if it was going to be, you know, a bait and switch and there was going to be a rotation. But Envy keeping it simple here on this bonus, and it's really good.
Oh, maybe too soon, Dan.
Maybe I spoke too soon indeed. Oh, no, no bullets there for oh my god, it's just absolute madness here as they try to push this one forward. It's Finesse, though, able to make the defense work out. Steel now coming in pretty late to this one, but in the 1 versus 1, time against him now. So that spike ticks away. There's the bait and just the push past the angle. Steel has no idea that Crashes is in a more forward position, and that's a wrap for this one. Envy will hold on to it. It was a good attempt, though. 100 Thieves made it look doable, but it's a 3-0 start here for Envy.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant play by Crashes right there to use that timing as Steel loops around the sight box, gets out into the site, and can see the spike, so he knows for a fact that after Steel taps, he's not sticking it. Oh my goodness. I said the 0 point needed to have some effect at the start of the round. Steel unfortunately went C, and when he rotated back, he threw it short just a little bit too early. Got nothing out of it, and the site was just lost. The Spectres just ran them over.
It's the eco round now for 100 Thieves. We'll see it Marshall and Steel, Sheriffs and so on. They're going for a really heavy push with the Blade Storm on Asuna around this A position, around the A lobby. There's a paranoia, so looks like Victor's going to be able to dodge that one. Maybe not actually, though. Asuna won't be denied. Normal Ethan. And that's a gun there now for Asuna. He's still got the blades out as well. Does get taken down by Finesse. Well played here by Envy, holding the perimeter quite effectively. Really controlling the movement here of 100 Thieves, who are still nipping at their heels. But as I say that, some of these sheriffs are quite dangerous. And suddenly, Envy do have a lot of issues. They have to get the spike to safety. You can see Finesse's angle. He has to cross line of sight.
One enemy remaining.
Against the 2 players here from 100 Thieves. They have to fight. Nitro with another headshot. One more is all he needs to find it, and it's Finesse instead, who's a little bit quicker to the trigger. And that's Envy 4-0 up.
And FNS has had a fantastic playoffs all around. He has had some banger series. He's sitting on top of the scoreboard 10-1, the in-game leader for Envy on the Sentinel role. He's doing it all, honestly. He's very involved in bait setups and setting up his teammates. He's closing out the clutches. Great round by him right there to settle things down from the 5-man A push from 100 Thieves. Again, Steel in garage here with Ethan, and they're going to have to stop a garage split. I think it's coming towards them.
It's looking like that, and you know, Asuna's picked up an operator, but he's not in the action. He's on A short right now, so yeah, all the focus is on this garage play coming from Envy. Oh, we actually get the lockdown coming through as well, so that's to clear out the garage, but we get the knife coming out from Steel, trying to go aggressive into this one, and we'll be able to actually deal with the lockdown. Great counterplay coming through, but even stronger from Ye. Pulls out the daggers off of the kill on Steel, is going to try to run this straight through garage, causing all kinds of problems. The rotation's already in here from 100 Thieves, so they're ready for this one. With that said, though, we've got that sneaky play with the spike through A-Link already.
Link. Hiko could meet up with him if he pushes through spawn. Looks like they're going to settle for the B plant. And the round's going to slow down a little bit, finally.
How spread Envy are, though? They have 2 mega lurks going on at the moment. This is very scary stuff here. But Envy are poised to do a good amount of damage here. This is the first one of those flanks, and perfect timing indeed. Takes down Ethan. Victor, nice timing on his end as well. This is looking great, and Asuna suddenly with very little support to work with as he tries to make it happen. But Nitro, brute force there, off of the Phantom. 2 quick kills now, just leaves him in the 1 versus 2, but Envy, that was just a beautiful round.
This is absolutely wild. This is so fun to watch because Envy has brought a very, very fast pace to this game. And it's, in my opinion, it looks like something that could counter this triple initiator style from 100 Thieves. They're always trying to slow down the round, look for more info, use the 0 point, use the Trailblazer, use the drone, use the recons, use the guiding lights. They're using everything to get info and stack sites, but Envy is just moving so fast around the map that it's so difficult for 100 Thieves right now. They don't even get a chance to use abilities.
Get the suppression there on Ye. Doesn't seem to care though, pushes further forward. And aggression on C-Long at the same time. Great setup from 100 Thieves. That's going to be a very strong opening advantage. 5 versus 2. Very strong indeed. It's going to be difficult to recover from here, but you know, in Ye's words, he's an extremely disruptive player. So we'll see what he's able to find with the help of Finesse as well.
The double cubby setup. That was an absolutely gorgeous open to the round by 100 Thieves. Well, they see aggression with the blind ult from Hiko at A. Both sides open up. Oh,
oh nice shot from Ye.
My God.
Got to be careful about this one.
One enemy remaining.
Can't get the flawless, but if they can keep 4 alive, that would be great. Yeah, he wants to hold on to that operator. It's a lot of value in his hands. And I also love the response here, Sean. I've got to say from Envy, or rather, sorry, from 100 Thieves to go so aggressive. See, yeah, he's actually going to discard the operator. Doesn't want to give it away. But the reason I love it is because Ye is such a problem. He's the sense of urgency when Ye's pushing and getting those openings. We see that there's an enormous response that you have to have as the defenders. And Envy have been punishing the holes that Ye is able to create with its pressure. And so if you just take the initiative like we saw 100 Thieves do, you can just remove any of that from being a problem at any point.
10 seconds left.
That's exactly right. And that's one of the most impressive things as A falls. So 100 Thieves get their first round on the board, but that's one of the most impressive things about this Envy team's run is this style of Jet is not something that was on their team before. Mame played a very passive style. He used the dash to reposition a lot. Ye is using the dash to aggress very often. He's getting in people's faces. He's opening up rounds. I think I have his first blood stats. His first blood stats in the playoff stand, 57 and 32. Compare that to Asuna, who has the #1 stats in playoffs, 25 and 28. Like, his
huge.
success rate in opening duels is unreal.
We get
And this
more
is
of
a
focus.
fast C-pop. Okay, we've seen this before from Envy. Crash is going to blind ult the site with an arrow.
Envy straight on that C site. And Underthieves actually gambled towards the A side of the map, so they're playing retake here. But Ye, he's found a forward position. They're not ready for Ye. That's 2 openings there. He'll take it all the way through to spawn. He'll get punished, but the damage is huge. And the post-spawn positioning as a result of all the space that they just gained is amazing. This will be very hard to deal with. Now we get the Seekers sent out there as well for additional information here for Envy. They're being really active here. They're not sitting on their positions. The spray's coming through for Finesse. It makes it worse here for 100 Thieves. They're in a very desperate position, and there's nowhere left to go.
Oh my gosh. What do you do against a C-pop like that, Dan? Just a recon launch from attacker spawn like that. It lands. Crashy's immediately ulting. And we haven't even gotten to Crashy's. The wealth of talent in this server is just insane. I mean, if you got to see the game yesterday with Crashies on the Sova, it was crazy. Crashies versus BCJ was such a treat.
We might get some mid aggression here, Sean, actually, from Garage and mid from 100 Thieves. And these rounds are being won with the opening round advantages so far. Both teams investing heavily.
And Hiko's going to have to give up this site. There's no way this Sova can hold this alone. 0 point, though, taking away the abilities from 2 NB players. Victor and Ye. I would call Victor a duelist on that Sky.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter what Victor's playing, he is a duelist. We're going to get the push coming in from the flank now from 100 Thieves. There's again that mid push, so lots of bodies to throw at these positions on A lobby and shorts.
Ooh, the KO ult,
nice
Dan.
angle.
How does Envy hold this with no abilities? It's not looking like they do.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's going to come down to the raw gun potential out of Ye, gunfight potential, and he's very good, but he's stuck in the corner, and it's just a matter of time. So under these, they're coming back into this one, Sean, but again, it feels like we're not really getting into like mid-rounds here. It's just kind of like the early round push, one way or the other, kind of decides who's going to take it.
Yeah, and I'm shocked. When I saw Hiko alone at that site, I thought it was getting run over. The 0 point from Steel was worth its weight in gold. I mean, that was... That knife might have just been diamond crusted, you know, as it hit the wall. Because it was just... It really helped the site be held, and then his ult comes in. The retake is just so clean. They needed a round like that for their economy. And Austin has the Blade Storm, so I'm curious to see how he's going to try to open up the round with that.
This might actually be a slower round from both teams.
Ooh, this is a C fake, Dan. This is a fake.
We'll see how the reaction is from 100 Thieves if they're fired or not. That's a great start from Nitro, and he might try to get more information here. Victor punishing the information player on the other side of the map. They'll spot the spike. They know what's going on. Nihiko has to hold, but Ye is just so maneuverable on that jet. You can't just catch him at all. There's nothing you can do about it. The Blade Storm really paying off. It's not over just yet. Asuna and Ethan on this retake. There's the dash through before the plant be finished. What? Oh my, what just happened? It doesn't matter. The Frenzy comes in to save it, but I'm submit bug report. I don't know.
Where'd they all go? It looked like one of my Blade Storms.
We can see that again. That looked really weird.
Your fault.
Nitro literally came in from his ult, was ready to flash.
I just want to see what Ye's face looked like at that point of view, in that moment. That's interesting. Well, 7-2 in favor of Envy now, having a very solid half. Another big C-pop coming through, and a blind ult to clear space for the mid-aggression. And unfortunately, Underthieves just guessed wrong this time, Sean.
Yeah, you have to wonder if that's some kind of read, right? Last time Hiko had the ult, he blind ulted through A. He's done it a lot in the past. And it caught Envy the first time. This time they, adjust. Everyone C, away from the ult, let Hiko waste it. And now we have a 5v5 retake. No ults on 100 Thieves. How do they get in?
Well, that's a good strike. He goes down to Asla. Victor goes aggressive. The flash is good. And it's 4 players down for 100 Thieves. In a blink of an eye, they've been wiped out. It's just Nitro here. This is a very difficult scenario. Trying to find that first fight. A couple bunnies coming in from Finesse. But it will be marked to take out Nitro. Another round in the bag for Envy. And this pace from Envy has been extremely difficult for 100 Thieves so far.
It's unreal. The pace is unreal from Envy, and they have the perfect agents to do it, right? The Astra that can just put stars down everywhere, play explosive, this new Sky, able to just insta-pop flashes and swing with them. Envy just has such a terrifying style because they could play the slow style like 100 Thieves, but they can also do this and just completely disrespect you.
Yeah, and it's well, we'll go into some of the responses that 100 Thieves need to have against this. We have this anti-eco now for Envy. They're going for that B site. The counter utility and the knife there slowing things down a little bit, and that's going to be a counterplay coming through from 100 Thieves. They can't quite find the fights they're looking for. Envy, quite methodical here, able to help each other out and prevent anything untoward from happening so far. Yay, he will get taken down with a shock dart, and hey, Steel's found a quick headshot off the Sheriff, and now we get a quick sprint to this A site to complete a spike plant in a 3 versus 3. There might be recoverable weapons in mid here for 100 Thieves to pick up.
FNS has this lockdown. I think he's going to use it. And I don't know how 100 Thieves gets in the site regardless. Oh, man. They're going to go up against a lot. The turret being first contact, this over there. Victor's on the flank. He's way out of this play, Dan. This is a 2-on-3.
It is a 2-on-3, but how does this defense look here? Friendly, Crashy's ready. The recon. And Cass is waiting behind the smoke. That's beautiful. What a setup there. That one ping, but the turn from Steel. It's causing problems here. Marble goes out. Victor in the flank, and he's going to get the double with the spray on the Phantom. Good stuff there from Envy, keeping it under control. 9-2 now.
Such a heads-up play, right, from FNS and Crashies. I mean, Crashies can waste that recon on the wall. You know, he could shoot it a link to make sure no one's there. He's so patient with it. They wait for the sounds of the retake to be happening. They wait for their enemies to be in the site. They get in the Omen Dart cover, and it's just free. It's free at that point. The second that arrow pings one time, they're just getting a kill. It's just so well done. So well done.
And it's tough here too because we have the ultimate advantage for Envy. The lockdown was saved. Crashies has the Hunter's Fury available as well, and it's another heavy presence towards this A site. Asuna, though, with the Operator in position, looking to try to find a punish. Oh, unable to catch the cross there from Victor. And Asuna is still maintaining control of Long for now.
Oh, yeah, he's going to hold this.
Oh, wow. Just the battle of reactions. They set it up so Ye had advantage. Asuna played straight into the setup. And now they're down 2 players.
And, the lockdown is out of the equation. That does help significantly.
Steel a little bit slow on that one. Absolutely not. And in goes Envy. They know that 100 Thieves are pretty weak, and there's that flash, the pop flash, just straight through the Cosmic Divide. Victor makes Sky look so good right now. Hunter's Fury to try to finish off the round, trying to find Nitro. Nitro's going to get pummeled by that. And another round going towards Envy. 10-2. What a strong first half coming out of Envy. Sean, this was savage this half.
Yeah, that was hard to watch at some points. I mean, at no point did Envy look like they were losing that half, guys. They look phenomenal today. Every day since Ye has joined this team, they've looked better and better. I don't know how 100 Thieves bounces back this map.
Well, it is just the first half of a best-of-5 series, so we'll have to see if 100 Thieves can wake up as we go into the second half after this break. Welcome back, Valorant fans. We have Envy and 100 Thieves. This is the second half of the first map of a best of 5 series here. Both of these teams fighting hard to try to battle against Sentinels for North American supremacy here on the lead up to Berlin Masters. And Envy are certainly making a case for themselves here, Sean, in this first half.
Yeah, they are. But Crashy is going to have to make a case for himself here because he's going to have a lot coming at him. Skyflash probably coming over the wall. Recon there. Oh, but it's all a fake. They just threw a lot of utility. Austin's going to set up, get some short A control with Hiko's drone. But if you look, the spike is actually heading towards Garage right now.
Yeah, and Crashies, though, he's actually on an information gathering mission. Finds Hiko, and Asuna is going to get weakened as well. Asuna will pick off 2 kills there. However, 100 Thieves do have that control on that C site. And it's like the spike plant will come through.
Field does have that 0 point for the retake. I'm curious when he's going to use it.
Out of charges. Placing sentry.
Big setup there around the cubby.
No. The turret on the spike. That's kind of dirty.
Well, it looks like it will be destroyed fairly quickly. Asuna lurking around Garage. Oh, able to capitalize off of that flash and is doing a great job lurking around these positions on the extremities. Marved is left alone here. Marved able to get a quick double, but there's 2 more to find, and he has to bait them out of position. There's the Sky Flash. The peek's coming through. Oh, Marved makes it happen almost. Almost.
Oh.
He made the best possible case for that, but it wasn't quite enough.
Jesus. You can take the player out of phase, but you can't take the phase out of Marv right there. That's some phase aim. Jesus. That was crazy.
I don't think that could have been more optimized from Marv. Like, he missed like 1 bullet there and it wasn't a headshot. Every other bullet was like a headshot. I mean, well, either way, under these, they did the first thing they need to do, but there's many other things they must do. Sean, they've got to capitalize here, make a clean round of this. And we have a lot of investment here from Envy. The Sheriff and the Marshal could be dangerous.
Yeah. It's not a full buy by any means. They will buy next round, but yeah, they could easily steal this round with this buy. They're real close to steal.
Great patience from 100 Thieves, though. They do actually catch the push.
Spike down.
I guess one with the Marshal. A little bit of damage. And that's a wrap there. 100 Thieves able to pick up the anti-eco pretty effectively. Again, I'm always afraid when I see a Sheriff in these games with players like this good. I've just seen it too many times, Sean. But it will be 100 Thieves holding on to it. Now they have that bonus.
Oof. What do they do here? Austin is 2 orbs away from that Blaze Storm. It'd be so money if he could get that with an orb, but that's not the case. I think we're going to see the same early round setup. Steel flashing over the window for Austin to peek B, but he's going to have 3 people waiting for him here. No, okay, they repositioned. Oof. Lucky for Asuna.
They're going really aggressive against the bonus here. I really like this from Envy. They're going to hear all the stepping towards A. It definitely feels like an A play here, but you can see that it's actually a fake. They're going to run back here. Envy might walk straight into this one, and they're ready for it. Marv, they're up in the window. Able to take down Steel, and 100 Thieves are having a lot of problems here rotating out. They can't rotate out because Envy are on top of them. They walk straight back into Envy's push, and they had no idea about that.
Wow. Wow, Dan. I feel like that's a Mike's HD special right there. How do you I feel like that's a hard anti. Victor going up there knowing that, you know, the initiators from 100 Thieves typically use one of their information gathering tools. So their drone, you know, their Trailblazer, or their 0 point. They'll use one of those things to clear out an area of the map. And it puts you very vulnerable if you're Sky or Sova and you're doing those things. And you can see Envy's ready to pounce on that, even though 100 Thieves is on an inferior buy. Like, that's such a wild play for a team to make, but Envy makes it look so easy.
Yeah, I really like that for so many reasons, especially, again, as you say, like, if it's the case that this is like a hard anti-strat whereby, you know, there's also a lot of tells for the fact that 100 Thieves on these kinds of rounds are mostly, you know, going towards a default that's A or C centric, and they're not creating a lot of space around that mid position, and it's open. That creates a world of problems, especially for 100 Thieves, as we saw there, because 100 Thieves, they try to fake off of that initial control. Maybe, and I think 100 Thieves were thinking that Envy would be scared because they're on the bonus, so they don't want to take those close fights. But Envy have proven that they're not scared really at all so far in this series of taking fights.
No, okay, so they're not going to do the B push this round. You can see the Killjoy setup on B. They'll likely just have Victor chill back there, not play super aggressive on B. They have a double C, double A setup. Then Alarm Bot on short A. Ooh.
You see that Envy are playing retake on this A site right now. They're also not convinced that this is going to be a push on the A site. They're not really repositioning their defense too much at the moment. And that seems like it's a good call here because we can see that 100 Thieves are, representing quite a lot of pressure towards A, but they are now spreading out into mid. We get the info play there, the Trailblazer through Garage from Envy. They're trying to work out what's going on.
Gosh, Marv's control right now in this Asher is perfect. The way he's just popping Nebulas everywhere right when 100 Thieves is about to enter that area.
Again, look at the pressure from 100 Thieves here. They once again look like they're about to push into B. They're challenging with utility, but then they fall out. And during that, I think they're hoping that space was created towards A, which it has been. And A is up for grabs now. 40 seconds to go. There's the initial entry utility here from 100 Thieves. I'll get the site again. We can see that there's nothing going on there. Quick knife thrown up to clear out the window.
Oh, I honestly think Crashes was going to double shock that planter. Luckily for 100 Thieves, the suppress hits him. Nitro on the lurk, that's massive. I wonder if Marv is going to use his ult. There it is.
Big look. Push actually coming in from Envy now. The Cosmic Divide there to try to go for the retake. Yay! Off the back of that, able to get a second. Crashies unlocked now as well. Trades from 100 Thieves, trying to hold on to this one. It's up to Marv in a 1 versus 2. Playing around the Cosmic Divide is Hiko. Marv, this is such a difficult position. Players from 2 angles. Has no idea where the second player is. And Hiko will take him down. 100 Thieves. They played a really slow round there, Sean. But they really made it work with all of these pressure plays.
Exactly. I think that's Nitro on the Omen lurk roll. He's so good at this, right? We see it a lot out of the controllers right now in NA. The Asher's on the lurk. They have the global smokes. Omens can pretty much smoke anything on the map, especially a map like Haven. So Nitro's capable of getting in these lurk rolls, and he is just so good at finding timings.
Let's see 100 Thieves opening up with pressure around mid this time, kind of giving up any control towards A lobby early on. See how Steel is just looking for any pushes from Envy, but Envy playing a passive opening again on the defense.
Yeah, I think 100 Thieves is a little scared of this Blade Storm on Ye right now. He's known to just really play hyper aggressive when he has this out. So you can see they're playing deep towards attacker spawn right now. They're finally moving into A lobby. The drone pushes Victor back into the site, and 100 Thieves is capitalizing on this.
Right here.
Response there too. Envy get that info in mid to try to see, okay, are they going to try and commit bodies towards A here? But they killed the drone in mid, so 100 Thieves have already told us that they can
Nitro has the
rotate
spike
back.
then. Nitro has the spike, so this is probably going to end up being a B play based on how everyone's grouping around that area of the map.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, running with the Seekers there, trying to find a kill towards the A side of the map. And as you say, the B play is going to be coming in now from 100 Thieves, or at least they're trying to, but they will get denied by another smoke. So they can't quite get in. They have 30 seconds left on the clock now. They've got to start making moves towards a spike plant.
Oh, damn, they're going to the Killjoy. This is not good. The Killjoy and the Astra setup on C.
Not ideal, but going in with a flash. We'll see if they can make the entries happen here. Finesse is going to be able to take down one. It's looking really good right now here for Envy on the defense. It was a desperation call going into that C site. There wasn't much left to do here, and for 100 Thieves, it has not worked out.
Well,
Last player standing.
We really haven't gotten this enough.
Ooh. No, we haven't.
Match point.
All right.
We need to be blessed with more KO ults, because I have a feeling we could see some really cool trolling going on.
Yes.
Particularly from people like Dapper, Marv. You know, they're very good at this stuff. They think about it in their spare time. Yeah.
Alarm bot out.
That's what they think about when they're like falling asleep at night. It's like
Yeah.
new trolls they can do for Valorant. But it's 12-5. It's map point here for Envy. It's the first map if you're just joining us. And Envy, they've looked in crazy good form so far. Oh, we got the C set up again.
Killed their omen.
Pop flash for herself. Victor just making it happen. Playing a game all by himself, basically.
He's really using the Sky as a duelist, and he's had so much success doing it.
That's great to see. And there's not a lot of options here because Envy have shut down A, they've shut down C long, and Garage. There's only mid to work with. There's nowhere else to go right now. And they can't get into mid either. It's been smoked off. They have no space to work with 100 Thieves. They're completely stuck right now.
And even if they took a side, FNS has the lockdown. How do they possibly win this round? Hiko has the ult, which could counter it. This is a big fight, though.
Taken out.
Angle from Crash. He's quick frag. Oh, and he might just finish it off. No, Hiko will give this one a go. It's going to have to be a 1 versus 5 ace clutch for Hiko. They know precisely where he is, and Finesse will finish it off nicely. Great stop there from Envy, 13-5. It never looked like it was in question. We had some small kind of live showing in the first half from 100 Thieves, but ultimately Envy just seemed many steps ahead.
Yeah, they seemed miles ahead of 100 Thieves on this map. I mean, this looks a lot like what we saw Sentinels do to 100 Thieves yesterday. It's kind of making me a little bit scared for this 100 Thieves comp. Has it been solved by the top teams in NA already? There's a lot to worry about if you're a 100 Thieves fan after watching this map. But it's a long series, Dan, so who knows? They could bounce back.
Yep, it is a long series. That's Haven out of the way with, which I think 100 Thieves will perhaps be happiest to have that out of the way with first. But talk more on that. We'll have the analysts talk on it right after the break.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Well, it's Marshall and it's TENZ.
This is where Raiders are bred. 1-4. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the VCT in a playoffs where we just saw 100 Thieves kind of struggle as Envy started off with the hot hands to win out on Haven, and they're currently up 1-0. But before we break things down right here on the analyst desk, we got to give a special shout out and show some love to Zowie, because for as long as I remember, Zowie has been helping making things possible for Nurse Street gamers. Now, whether you're in the business of just ordering a monitor or you want to upgrade it all, you're going to want to take a look at them. And for the remainder of VCT, Zowie are now allowing players the opportunity to loan out their monitors and have a chance to see and experience the same settings as the pros. Now, use the code VCT10, you got that right, VCT10, at your checkout for $10 off of your rental and have the opportunity to test out these settings in the comfort of your own home. Now, let's talk about that beatdown for a moment. And there's one agent that was in the lineup that was just special out of everyone else. I think that it's about time we discuss him. Bach, what's your thoughts on KO? Good night. No, seriously, Bach. So, seeing 100 Thieves on KO for a moment, I mean, hey, we criticized him about not expanding their agent lineup, and Vasili's kind of disappointed.
I think Vasili's just disappointed.
You know
what are your total thoughts so far?
Okay, if everybody's mad at me about eating pizza backwards, I think this tops it right now.
Bach, any words, man?
You know, I love the fact that we're seeing KO utilized by Steel. Obviously, it doesn't work out so well for 100 Thieves, but I love the fact that we're seeing it brought into the fold. And it's not the first time we saw Steel bring it in as well. We saw it yesterday when they played Split, and I'm sure we'll see it throughout the entirety of this best of 5. The thing is, Envy just had the upper hand.
Yeah.
All map long.
I mean, Mike's high definition just called me out on Twitter before. It's like, Vance, it's not too late to get off the KO train. I do agree. Like, the execution was pretty nice, 400 Thieves to try to get into these sites, but I did see, for example, Steel going with the ult into the site exactly on this round. FNS just stayed on logs, and he's still able to just post into a corner, get a couple of kills, and it doesn't even matter if it deactivated all of Astro's utility. So again, I think having that KO, you needed a little bit more extra layers going into that strategy, but it was nicely well countered by Envy. When I want to look at 100 Thieves on the defense, how do you play that with no Sentinels with a KO? Keep pushing aggressively, keep trying to get some fights, and the Hunter's Fury is what actually helped them too. Like, Hiko did a Hunter's Fury on the A side blindedly, as Sean was mentioning. Then they had their same type of like push down C with the Sky, the KO, and the Jet. It worked out for a bit, but after that, if you want to play more passively, 400 Thieves inside the site, Envy just took advantage of that because there's no Sentinels to stop him. And in Veli, I think this is where you bring a great point. I think the extra layer now for 100 Thieves is if they actually had an Astra in there to actually slow down some of these pushes, it might be a little bit better.
Yes, and the Astra would have definitely helped because Envy just kept pushing cross enemy lines whenever they went to C. How many times did we see Ye or anyone else push right into their spawn and rack up a few kills? It was crazy. Now, Bach, looking at the maps right now, and as a reminder, this is a best of 5. We're going to distance, baby. What are your thoughts on the next map, which is going to be Breeze?
Very difficult map for Envy. It's not a map they play a lot of. It's not to say either team is well-versed on Breeze, but if I look at the recent history, Envy has not played it a lot. They played against TSM. It didn't go well. And then it was like pretty long before they, or a while before they played against Sentinels. It also did not go well for them there. Obviously, that's Sentinels, so do with that what you will. But I look at this second map, and I do think that this one should lean more in favor of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I think if we look at the defense that we had for 100 Thieves, we actually had Nitro on that secondary office you mentioned before. So he did a pretty good job anchoring that A side, doing the shrouded step away. But again, if Envy's not ready for that, or they're not as polished as they are on Haven, we might be able to see like this 1-1 in the series.
I'm sorry about that. I've been laughing this whole time. Bach has been acting up today. In case you guys haven't noticed, Bach cut all of his hair off. He cut off the beautiful mustache. He doesn't look like Breach anymore or Conor McGregor. And he's also throwing knives across the stage. So that's one thing happening. But, ladies and gentlemen.
And he drinks decaf coffee. I don't even get it anymore.
Hold on, you eat pizza backwards. Let's not even go there.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, we're going to Breeze to find out if Envy can continue this onslaught. Let's send this over to DDK and Sean. Do you guys think 100 Thieves has what it takes to win Breeze?
I don't know, Sean. What do you think?
Dude, I can't get over the fact that Bach is drinking decaffeinated coffee. Like, what?
I was trying to move past it. I feel like the guy suffered enough. I mean, if he's drinking decaf coffee, I feel like there's, something going on there.
I feel like we just gotta bury him for a second. That's unreal. who's drinking coffee without caffeine in it? Okay. All right, let's get past it. Let's get past it. But Breeze will be insane. I think this is going to be a different story for 100 Thieves, right? First of all, we won't have the KO pick coming in from Steel. KO just is not a viable age on Breeze. It's too big of a map. I think Steel likes playing Cypher on the map. Envy, we've seen them play it one time so far with, I believe, with this line. They played TSM. They have the standard, ranked comp that you see in the upper tiers with the Jet, the Double Initiator, Insova, Sky, Viper, and Killjoy. 100 Thieves does really interesting things on this map, though. This is why I think this is a cool pocket pick for 100 Thieves. They have Nitro opping on Omen, and he uses that TP to reposition a lot, and it works out well on Breeze because the distances between the pyramids work out well. All of the op angles on Breeze seem like they could be done by Omen as well. I mean, you don't have that repositionability like Jet has. But Nitro had tons of success earlier in the event on it. So I want to see that. I want to see the opping Nitro.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to make up for against just Ye on Jet. I feel like Ye on Jet is going to be really scary. Just in general, he'll have so much space to play with on this map. And if there's like not a Jet to respond to that. And I sometimes feel like the best counter to a Jet is another Jet. We'll see, though. Like, do you expect Ye to cause problems here, especially with the form we're seeing Envy going into this match with?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, what you're going to see a lot of here out of Envy is the Viper walls and a lot of plays through them, right? We saw it last map, but with Omen smokes and Astra smokes. Now you're going to see Victor doing it with Viper walls. You're going to see Crashies arrowing behind the wall, droning over the wall, maybe Ye updrafting over the Viper walls. There's a lot of tools in Envy's kit to deal with the Viper wall, and that's where things get scary if you're a 100 Thieves fan.
All right, well, we're about to get into it here. The pistol, this is map 2, and Envy already a map up, just defeating 100 Thieves on Haven. So see if 100 Thieves can answer back here.
It's a double hall setup for Envy.
Making his way through. Yay, taking his time on the shots there. And the dash comes through and able to evade a refrag as Crashies picks up the trade. Well, another kill, in fact. So Envy with a great start. Crashies just running straight through.
Crashies?
Wow. He's on one.
Actually wild. Victor doesn't have the regrowth. So Ye at 15 HP. This is still a very winnable round for 100 Thieves.
And Marved there in the back as well.
Oh, look at this play. They take out the Cypher, Dan, and now they're on a double flank. How is 100 Thieves going to end up stopping this once they move towards A?
Yeah, 100 Thieves are kind of contained right now. We can see that the best play probably is just to go straight into A against a very low Ye. As the Sheriff, though. Yeah, he's good on this first shot. Ethan, though, he spots it. Beautiful. Using that distance
now the flank is in, Dan.
And
Spike down
timing from Victor. Trade again.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Got it all over the place here.
One enemy
And
remaining.
Marv gets the element of surprise onto Hiko as well. Nitro in a lot of trouble going straight into the dark cover. Oh, big kill there. Able to deal with finesse. But just 38 points of health. Marv is in a good stead, at least on the health department, to win this one. But Nitro playing a great angle here to really maximize the Ghost classic advantage that he has at the moment. Oh, down to 12. Starting to get very scary now. It's all about the mind games. Just trying to delay, moving through the smoke. Makes noise down there. Marv, he's going to just come straight to him. And has just enough time to lock this one in. And that was so close. Sean, there are players all over the place. They're so hard to predict what's going on for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I thought 100 Thieves played the mid-round brilliantly, right? They waited for the flank. The flank never happened. And they took their time entering the site, made sure Ye didn't get that frag. I can't believe they didn't just collapse this round. So it was a miracle that 100 Thieves was even in the round. Marv closes it out again. His classic is just on point today. And again, Envy off to a good start.
Now it's about converting against the eco. Actually, it's a force buy. 100 Thieves going for a force buy here. The Guardian on Ethan. Couple marshals. This is scary. Good info there.
I don't know if you caught that, Dan, but Austin tried to break that with the classic. He's not trying to give up the game here. So Envy still thinking 100 Thieves might be on. Oh, there it is. Now Envy is aware.
And I mean, that drone tells us a lot. The Trailblazer got the info around B, and then going through mid with that drone kind of allows Envy to track the movement here, and you can see their positioning is respecting that. Reflecting that. Steal. There we go. It's all good. Nothing is wrong there. However, not be able to capitalize from the pyramids. As the 3v3, this force buy is doing damage here, and the spike's going to go down. This will give an advantage here for 100 Thieves, and Nitro still holding onto that paranoia. Yeah, he's going forward, trying to get the no-scopes there with that Marshall. Ethan is very low here with this Guardian. There goes the flash for Victor. He needs to get something going here. 2 players to worry about. There's one. Can he follow it up? Gets the damage onto Hiko, but the trade's through. It's all down to Hiko now. There's a snake bite trying to delay here. Has the poison orb set up as well. So weak as he's going to jump around the corner. Hiko takes him down, and with that frag, Hiko might be able to close this one down now. It's so difficult for Finesse. By time. Finesse! Able to take him down, and he's got just enough time, I think, to get this one defused. Finesse is good. Hiko was so close with that one.
There was a moment there where FNS had his HP low enough where Hiko could have one-sheriffed him in the chest. It just didn't happen, and FNS holds true with yet another clutch. This was a big turning point round because I don't think 100 Thieves is just going to keep investing here, Dan. I think they have to concede the third now. They're going to be in a really rough spot in this game, just on how this is starting.
Definitely. It is quite scary as well, though, just like how much you can do with a force buy like that, even though the map is so much distance to it. Yeah, out there with the Vandal. He's looking for some action here. Of course, has that dash to fall back onto if he gets into some trouble, but pretty confident, still working position around mid, finding out the information. Oh my.
What?
That's enough. Alive there with the pistol. Hey, Yay, though, it doesn't matter. Yay makes the best players just look just so ordinary. Said he will go down to Hiko.
No, Dan, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for 100 Thieves. The Viper on the site, 2-on-2.
There's a Trailblazer available. But it looks like they're not going to go for that play. Finesse is just going to walk straight in. Now Victor's in so much trouble here.
Oh dear, Dan.
This is scary. Here's a perfect angle, but Nitro with a great flick is going to save it. I feel like if Nitro misses that first bullet, Sean, I feel like it's a different outcome.
Oh my goodness. I think we all stopped breathing for a second there.
Yeah.
Yeah. We all saw the possibility of Victor going into that ult and taking them both out. Whew. 100 Thieves desperately needed a round like that. Austin with the 2 frags to open up the A site was so pivotal. Wow, and then the heads up play by Hiko to pop the Viper's ult right away on the site. Look where it puts Envy's economy.
Yeah, they've got so much money. Really aggressive opening there from Ethan, straight away.
And he has the Seekers too now.
Yeah, so it's looking pretty scary right now. Finesse would have to do so much. He's got the Frenzy though, so against armored opponents, it's not a lot of multi-kill potential out of that one. And, well, that's out of the window. So 100 Thieves looking pretty damn good here. So for Envy, you'd probably want them to try to find a way to secure some guns.
I know
that might be a way to do it.
Where you are.
I'm out of stuff.
Oh, we actually get the neural theft coming through here from Steel.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you have it, you might as well use it because there could be a half where you'd never get a chance, right? So it's one of the weird ults in the game where you need a body in front of you, and sometimes you just can't get it in a pro game. It's very difficult. Cyphers aren't opening up rounds ever.
That is true.
I know it.
Yeah, that's quite true. Especially not the way Steel's going to be playing a Cypher, so... Okay, so 100 Thieves, it's looking like they're finding more comfort on this map so far. Envy not really able to run over them just yet, but it is early days, and we'll get another buy coming through for Envy now. And...
Ooh, Dan, how does Nitro use an Omen ult on Breeze? Oh my god, it's going to be so wild. But we have a double halls play again from Asuna and Nitro, and there's that Omen off that I was referring to before the game started.
Viper's pick coming out straight away from Marv to lock down the cave position. Thieves.
But Ethan has Seekers, Dan, and he has a Trailblazer. March through!
Go straight forward. He's just by himself there. Big info. Knows that Sky is close. Ethan around the corner is maybe going to get connected with. Able to defensively use the flash, but yay. He's got a free kill here on the steal. Knows this is a lurk. He can probably hold on to this for a long time.
And this is why they brought Ye in to make aggressive, game-changing plays just like this. This is insane.
He knows they're rotating for steal. Oh, yay! With a great up drop, follows it up. Nitro had no idea. And now this round has fallen to pieces. Asuna and Ethan remaining. And mid-rotation as well. One player was left lurking towards A, and that's something that Envy will understand. And it's Ethan that's unaccounted for at this point. He's just stuck here in the middle of nowhere. Spike control there with Ye. Great trade coming through there from Envy to finish off the job. Brilliant stuff from Ye. When he sees the Cypher there, he knows that they're going to rotate. That there is a rotation to join steal.
Oh man, that's so awesome to see. Both of the new pickups for Envy actually had massive impact playing aggressive this round. On opposite sides, Stan. Marv pushing through his own Viper ult at A, finding Eco, and then Ye over there at B. That's what an awesome round for Envy. FNS doing the Killjoy setup in B. Oh man, I think they're going at him, Dan.
So exciting to see. Ye picking up that operator as well. Looking for that first opening pick. Steel. I don't know that Steel's going to give it up very easily there by himself. Knows these angles are dangerous. Crashies, though. He is looking quite aggressive. Steel with a good flick, though. Big frag, big opening. Yeah, he tagged there. Victor with that flash, that pop flash play, the double coming through off of the back of the flash. Eco now responding. There is just so much aggression coming in here from Envy. The defense from 100 Thieves is looking decent here, but it's now Marved alone against two players. And that's not going to work out. Great round from Steel.
Wow, Steel and Nitro just combating the aggression from 100 Thieves. The Sky play out of Victor. Oh, we need to reclassify her as a duelist. I mean, this is wild watching Victor use these flashes. He uses them so effectively. Gets the first two, then sends a fake flash and has Hiko just completely just ankles broken, pants around. It was awful, you know? It was awful to see Hiko go down like that. What do you... Oh, wow.
It is so cool to see him just like use Sky just like in his own, just pop flashing for himself everywhere. It's just amazing.
Look at this Viper wall. It's to get a mid lurk in. I don't know if I've seen something like this before. It also blocks off B elbow. This is something you can do if you have a double controller setup. Not many teams have been having a double controller setup on Breeze.
Ethan
was really hard lurking. He might go into Nest, Dan.
Yeah. Keep that Nest play. Marv, though, nice defense there as we start to get more pressure coming in onto this A site. Going for it now, Marv. Oh, has to defend, and he's actually holding on. Gets an extra kill out of it. Great stuff there. Yay. Able to defend as well. The bridge, and it's looking better and better now for Envy. Although the spike is now ticking away. There's no one except Steel to defend it. Ethan is very far away right now, and the cross is covered here by Victor. Victor can just lock this one down. Ooh, maybe bit off more than he can chew, and that keeps Steel alive for longer. Steel just had to delay. Buy time for Ethan to get there. Steel's doing a fantastic job so far. It's up to Finesse, alone now. Tries to find the peaks, and they're not going to give it to him. Force the issue against Steel. There's the frag. Needs to be perfect on the next one.
The guiding light's there.
Out the Sheriff, and just as you said, the guiding light locks it away. Finesse is going to go down, and 100 Thieves 4-3 up now.
How about that heads-up play from Ethan, Dan? Did you think he was going to jiggle peek Victor like that? Give him the sky diff flash? Oh my god, what a gorgeous play. That's so great.
It's so, yeah, it is so awesome because it's so hard for Victor to feel like he can give up that. Like, it's hard to admit that you've been outplayed there and you just have to give up the attempt to frag. That's beautiful from Ethan.
How are you so aware of that when you already see FNS on the flank? That's insane.
No hard feelings.
Ooh, a big swing on the B window there, and early advantage. There's that neural theft we were talking about. It looks like this one might be pretty straightforward now. Ye has a judge. Ye's kind of far away from the action right now. It has been tentative.
Actually really big, Dan. Yeah, this round's very big.
Spike
This will
planted.
force Envy into an eco.
Crashy is not able to find what he needs. And yeah, it's been a little touch and go for 100 Thieves. They've had to weather
One enemy
sometimes
remaining.
ridiculous aggression from Envy, but they're actually managing it all pretty well, and they're playing these mid-round rotations really effectively. They're holding up in the individual gunfights. And there it is. There's the 5-3. So 100 Thieves, again, despite it being quite rough to win some of these rounds, they are doing it.
Yeah, I think Steel has had tremendous success on these lurks. I mean, Ethan has come up big, and Hiko has closed out several of these rounds so far. So, you know, the support players from 100 Thieves, we typically are always patting Austin on the back. Like I said, #1 in stats so far throughout the playoffs. Highest ACS, I think it's over 250. Maybe not after that first map, but yeah, 256 before that first map. But that's not how they're winning these rounds. Not off the back of Asuna today.
Yeah, no, totally right. It kind of goes to the point again of as to how 100 Thieves is getting in lots of weird spots because of Envy's aggression and their approach that they have is that's so disruptive. You kind of have to, like, you're not able to play that style where you're allowing Asuna to just go in entry, and then it's kind of all structured around how you've maybe prepared in your scrims. The playbooks are kind of going out the window in that sense because Envy are just taking so much initiative that you have to adapt. Yeah. So then your support players really come into play and their experience.
Oh, and this is what I like to see out of Envy, right? Because Crashies has been playing these A halls, and he's scared to peek because Nitro's been working it with the operator with Asuna. But you can see Crashies on the Sova is opping these halls now. That's the adjustment coming in from Envy.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see if he can get much damage there.
Nitro just smokes him off. Nitro one step ahead.
And forces the drone out as a response out of Crashies. Obviously, that's so valuable. And in the meantime, again, you know, yay, aggressive in mid. I love this. As to support Victor as well. So really solid map control from Envy. So that they've actually won the early round map control game despite 100 Thieves shutting down the halls.
But you can see 100 Thieves is very aware of the possibility, right? They're holding from very deep, near attacker spawn almost. And Asuka's going to go in a mid lurk as Reyna. He's going to have a lot of distraction too.
It's an info crash. He's going for the peak again. But it looks like Steel just crept forwards, ever forwards.
Right here.
So much
He's
info there
Steel.
for
He's
Steel.
through, Dan.
He's almost there, and he can't quite get to the end.
Nailed them.
And yay, with that forward position we were talking about, that's activated now, and now looking really difficult. Not a lot of time for 100 Thieves to have position to try to take this A site. They've got the toxic screen up, but Ness, oh no, that's a freebie for him. And it's not going to get too much better now for 100 Thieves. They are going to get cleaned up. Really awesome round. Flawless. But, I mean, flawless isn't the story of that one. It was really cool to see the back and forth between both teams, despite it not going well for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, both teams just didn't want to make the mistake, right? And Steel had a great timing that he used off of Nitro's ult. He had Nitro clear that area out with the Omen ult. Takes the ground, but Crashy's awareness is just, it's too good.
Yeah, it's an important round too for Envy because, you know, they were starting to kind of lose traction here on this map. It really did feel like 100 Thieves were starting to find their footing, but actually still looking after the halls. We'll get the dark cover going a little bit more shallow this time.
Both ops miss. Just immediately going back to this A site. This is an early A hit from 100 Thieves. Double mollies on the site though.
Wrap around fort, the pyramids, and the site will be taken. Yay! Oh, he's got that angle through the gap there on the doors. This is proving quite problematic. Steel able to take him down, though. That lurk paying off. 3 versus 3 now. Spike still has to go down. Having to fight for position to do that. Spike will hit the ground now as the carrier's dead. Now it's very awkward here for Nitro.
One
the
enemy
pyramids.
remaining.
Crash is getting ever closer. Marved, nice snipe there, and it is onto Nitro now. And Crashies will be the one to take the frag, but they knew exactly where he was. Nitro was pinned down, and that's another round going the way of Envy. So at this first half, they're really starting to get momentum going their way.
Yeah,
and it's these mid plays that are working out so nicely for Ye.
Exactly. I feel like Ye being aggressive in mid, being aggressive in B, all of these scenarios have paid dividends for Envy, right? This is how they've gotten here. This is how they've tied up the scoreline. I love seeing Ye with the aggression, and I think we're going to keep seeing it. I think he's gonna be opping in mid again from Nest. Eco with that lurk wall.
Oh, and the Viper's Pit going down towards B this time instead, and obviously the buy is pretty awful for 100 Thieves. So active with the info gathering utility here. Ye ready in Nest to see what he can find with the operator. There's one, spots the second, outcome the Blades. Nice shots though from 100 Thieves, causing problems, but again, just so active is Envy. Finesse is right there with Crashies through the door to get that support in. Count on Nitro's position though. Really deep towards the attacker spawn. It's a quick run towards the safe site here, so this might be doable. Steel's able to find a nice headshot.
He has a
Sheriff's can
cage.
definitely do it. Well, the paranoia comes through even better. That gets him across. Finesse able to take down Steel and finishing off the last one. That got a little bit scary, I have to say.
Wow, the paranoia, I believe, caught both of the players.
Yeah.
But FNS, hides behind the box, stabilizes, and these taps he's having to end the rounds. I mean, he's been filthy. He's just closing out all of the rounds for Envy that he's in the late round.
Yeah, so far looking really controlled. And once again, Ye on that operator. It does feel like it is such a big difference maker, like you were saying. He's just always in the right spots. This time he's actually going to be more towards Cave. So we'll see what he's able to do this time and whether that will catch them off guard.
I think this is an all-out A split, Dan. I think we're going to have 2 going up A short, 2 through connector, and Austin's going halls.
And here comes the push as a response in halls, and they might be able to wrap around. They take down Ye, and this is a great look now for Energy. We can close out this half 6-6 if they possibly can. 5 versus 2 now. They have this A site. Desperate push from Victor and Marv on the mid position now through the door. See what they can find behind the Seekers, using them as cover. Victor able to use it to open up against one. Marv also following through, but he's alone. And he's going to get taken down. Asuna in the back with the goods. 6-6, 100 Thieves and Envy both having a pretty good showing there in this first half, Sean.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier that we have 100 Thieves bouncing back after that first map. I was worried that they would fall flat on Breeze and we would just get one of those quick series. I think they're here to stay. I can't wait to see how they approach the defensive half. Are they going to play as aggressive as Envy?
Yeah, this is a great chance here for 100 Thieves to really finish strong on this second map. We'll have to see if they can do it after the break.
And we are back. 6-6 half coming in. And Dan, what are you looking for right now out of 100 Thieves? I want to see them counter the aggression with more aggression. And I think they're going to. Look at Nitro lining up the Omen blind. They're going to push B, Dan.
Going straight for it, and there we go. Asuna leading the charge here, trying to find his way forward, but Victor, just to get that peek, it's lethal stuff here from Envy to just punish this early aggression. That said, it's a pistol, and it's all about the headshots here, and it's starting to swing more in the favor of 100 Thieves. Marv looking to get position towards B, but that spike is down towards the B window right now. Yates with a cross mid to try to get there with that Sheriff. He gets caught right out in the open. And now Marv, we've got to see more shenanigans off of the Classic. We know he's good. There's one. Gets the second. But the third is Steel. And he's not going to drop a beat on that one. Wow.
Oh my goodness, man. After this best of 5 is over, Marv needs to go up to his team and just say, just get one more for me. Just one more. Because I can pretty much kill everyone on the team besides this last guy. Every single clutch. He is insane with the Classic. He's destroying people. Maybe they should just have him entry.
Absolutely, like it's there's some. I need to know how he warms up to just blitz people with the Classic like that. There's just something. I feel like the Classic doesn't look like that for anybody else.
No, definitely not for me. Nitro with the smoke in short. I like that.
Ooh. Spike down A.
That's a nice start there from Nitro.
Ended.
Picking off one. Been stealing off another. And, well, looks like they've done the job that they needed to do here. Victor does get the spike planted, so that's some bonus money for the rest of the team.
Yeah, and it's more than that, Dan, because now he has his ult. With that death, he'll have his ult going into the first gun, and that's big. That's really big. But how does 100 Thieves... We talked about it on Haven, right? With these Spectres, the bonus rounds, how important they are. If you win them, you can snowball the half really easily. Breeze is a totally different beast, though. How do you find value with Spectres on a map like this?
Yes, absolutely. It does feel like you've got to close the distance. I mean, that's usually a rule of thumb, obviously with the SMGs, but you know, where do you pick? Because if you pick wrong and you kind of bulk your players up somewhere, you've got a big rotation time to worry about. So it feels like it should be pretty easy for Envy to isolate opponents. We'll see, though, how they approach this one. So they are actually looking to perhaps split A. They've got everybody towards this A side of the map right now.
Yeah, and I don't even think they're having any mid lurks here. They might have Marv go halls. And sure enough, he is. And here's that drone. Combined with the Viper wall, it is a huge problem, but it gets nothing here. And there's the Omen off.
Love to see it. The paranoia comes through as well to slow things down even more for Envy on this aggression. And we've burned a lot of utilities trying to get in. The counter play has been really good. Speaking of which, Asuna with the gunplay is making it look quite sexy here for 100 Thieves. Ethan trying to get his way forward here to punish even more. And Nitro still getting
one enemy remaining.
Still getting value with that operator. And that's a wrap. 100 Thieves with a great defense there. Envy tried to hit him with the hard and fast A hit. And it got stopped because of Nitro on that Omen.
Yeah, it's so cool to see too, because like I said in the pregame, the TPs are just perfect for these distances. Like you can see, he goes right behind the pyramid, then he goes right to the stairs, and every time he TPs, he's just... I don't even think that the enemies can hear it from that distance. Like, I think he is well out of the distance. They definitely can't hear the landing. They might be able to hear him first leave.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful agent to be opping A with. But he has switched to B, and I think that's actually where the hit's coming, Dan. We have the Viper retake wall middle of sight, which will help. You know, if the B hit does come in, you can segment it off really easily with this Viper wall Hiko has.
And be very quiet in mid. Actually, you know, we thought about B, and maybe so did 100 Thieves, but Envy now ambling their way forward through mid, through the A doors. Asuna for this one. Gets spotted at the back, though. Oh my god, finesse! Just taking that duel straight up, not even waiting for his teammates. And now the spike's going to go down. A gun is recoverable here for Envy. There's a trade. It's Ye that picked up the Vandal. This is looking very dangerous right now for 100 Thieves. Coming in on the back from defender spawn on this retake. To see what they're able to accomplish here. It's just getting worse and worse.
Yeah, this is beyond difficult right now for 100 Thieves. How do they find their way in here?
Don't really have detail. There are smokes and there's a Paranoia available. There goes the Paranoia. That's going to connect with Ye. Ye doesn't have the dash available. Time against them right now. Envy will be playing that time. You see Ye is prioritizing the delay, not taking the gunfights, making this as impossible as he can for his opponents. Ye has absolutely done it here. Wasn't even needed. In fact, Marv doing such a great job there as well. Oh, gets the kill to dash away, but that is the Red Bull clutch there coming through for Ye, as we'll have 100 Thieves conceding that round to Envy's just movement through mid.
Very similar to last half, right? Where 100 Thieves found their way into the half with an eco win. This was such a cool little tactic from Envy, though. They had Marv smoke off in front of the mid doors to make it seem like it was going to be a mid-A split. They actually walked up elbow, though, and they were going to flank through and go back to A, which is, it's just very deceiving. Like, you're hoping to catch someone off guard, and they didn't, but it still worked.
Yeah, really cool to see that. But it is problematic for 100 Thieves. They do still have, of course, a lot to buy here. We've got the Operator out on Nitro. We know how effective that's been. But lots of ultimates available here. Marv has the Viper's Pit, Finesse on that lockdown. And that mid control is there for them right now as well. Let's pick up from Nitro.
Wow. Immediately response back from Ye. The cam is taken out at A, but there's 2 trips on the site that Steel is playing off of right now.
Another pick up there from Steel. Now, Envy are in a difficult position. Crashes to the forward spot here. Could potentially cause some issues. We've got Ye walking through. Nest as well. Nice shot from Steel again. Ye can still make something happen here, Sean. Yeah, in the meantime, Marv's going to wait.
It's all on this fight with Nitro and Ye, but Ye gets past him.
Ye heard the step. Oh no! Oh, the rope! Ye pulls out the daggers as well, and you can see that the sense of urgency now for 100 Thieves goes towards this A site. This could create the opening for Marv to creep into that B site. There he goes. The wall is up, and they don't know about Marv. They're not considering his position. Now they know, though. As Marv moves through the wall, that triggers that audible. Wrap around the pillar. He's going to have Scott to get the kill here, and he won't. Hiko is able to make that fight his.
Wow, the Viper diff right there, just
oh my
magician, just disappears on the site. Marv has no idea where Hiko went, but he knows he's there. Such a well-played situation by Hiko with 20 HP.
It's just like so crazy as well, because I think he got the Tokka screen up just in time, so that Marv's just gonna get caught walking through it as well to create the audible. So
yeah, isn't it crazy? You called it. It's so crazy how quick Ye can turn these rounds for Envy. It's so crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Just flip the round on its head right within 10 seconds.
And unfortunately for Envy, they are in saving territory now. We'll have some weapons, a couple of shares, a few shares on board, as well as the Marshall too. Ooh, Nitro getting caught out, whipping a shot there, a little bit of trouble, forced to throw the Paranoia out. Asuna though will defend Nitro and is able to get out of there with the dismiss. Oh, that said though, is able to find one. Asuna, lethal stuff from Asuna. Finesse has picked up that Vandal though, and so much damage out of every round. Doesn't matter what these players are holding on to. There's Asuna. Oh my god, Asuna is just going to crush it. I think a quad kill for him as he decimates Envy.
Wow. I mean, you could have all the arguments in the world about the best Reyna in the world, best Jet in the world, but when Asuna has this Reyna ult, I have never seen anything like it. Like, he is incredible with the Reyna ult. Every time I watch him, he just takes out 3-4 people when he's Reyna ulted. It's wild. There's some people like TENZ actually don't even like using it sometimes. So he's such a difference maker on the team.
Yeah, it's great to see. I guess like it messes up your recoil control as well, and it feels a bit weird. But Asuna is one with the Reyna ult, and He's actually have that aggression in mid. We've got the Viper's pit towards B as well. There's the control, but Finesse is lurking, actually. And the elbow on
might
B.
get taken out.
Spike down A.
Actually getting caught there as well. Lots of action. Envy getting the openings towards the safe site, and there's still that lurk in mid as well. That's Finesse. He's actually managed to get a kill out of that mid lurk.
Earl Theft lets them know FNS still in mid. But he faked the run back and he's going back.
He's got the lockdown too if they want it. Nitro forcing out a flash there using his paranoia. But he can't
Hiko
close
has
the distance.
FNS pinned, Dan. Hiko has FNS pinned in mid.
But the
so
issue
one-on-one
as well,
in A.
But how do they get to Victor as well? Victor's just on the pyramid, and they can't close the distance on him. Nitro's going to have to drop off, but he's got the operator, so he's not got the tool for the job. Finesse wins the battle in mid, and now Nitro's in an even worse position than he already was. Now looking towards mid, might be able to catch this frag here, but surely it's guaranteed from Victor. It is. Envy picking up the rounds, and oh, these rounds are so close.
So close. Every time I think a team is going to close out, like when we saw Ye lurking the bridge, Steel just happens to take him out in the back. FNS lurking in mid, Hiko catches him from elbow, but FNS repositions. It's like, the person that you think is going to win the duel never does. They always get counterplayed by some amazing play from the other team.
Yeah, and I mean, 100 Thieves still with the advantage, but I'm just always afraid for them.
Dan, this is a buy from 100 Thieves with 2 Spectres. Very risky.
We'll see what they can do with it. Heavy A focus coming in again from
You should run.
the likes of Envy. Nitro's been really good against these A hits, but we'll see what he's able to do. He's far away. The lockdown comes through. Viper's pit as well, so they're really using everything at their disposal, Envy, to guarantee the spike goes down. But at the same time, they've got to worry about this flank. There it is. Asuna is right there, ready. Charging forwards. Ye.
Saw Ye.
Force back with the util here. Asuna going close as you expect. Crashies! Crashies is crazy! Going straight forward, right into the jewels. And after the dust settles, it's just one enemy left on the retake. Scratch Ethan. Just Hiko. Coming in from cave now. That Viper's pit. How does he deal with it? He doesn't have the util to really do that.
I think he saves this off, Dan. Yeah. There's no winning this round for Hiko. He has to tuck tail, save the op. And that's 9 on the board for Envy. And like I said, that was a very, very risky buy late in this game for 100 Thieves. I don't know what they do with this op going into next round, because there's no way they can afford a buy around it.
Yeah, it's just what a great round for Envy to just have those ults at their disposal to kind of really shift the momentum back in their favor. As you say, at least Hiko can save the operator, but the money is certainly not in a good place where 100 Thieves would want it to be. And see that their money's ruined. So that was the perfect round for Envy to have that ultimate advantage and to set piece off of it.
And I like this decision. I do. So normally Asuna isn't opping on Breeze, but on this type of buy, you want someone with an ability like a Dismiss or a Dash to take it, because you need them to open the round up. So you can see Asuna's playing very aggressive on A, but this is a B play from Envy. We haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, and Envy always seem to have these right guesses, avoiding the stacks, but you can see the response coming through toward mid, because 100 Thieves, they need to get, as you said, they've got to get that early opening. And it might be trapping set up. Finesse, oh, he's going to have a lineup. Finesse can't convert, but Victor is there. We get decent trades coming in from 100 Thieves, all things considered, but it is still advantage to Envy. They have that B-side. Asuna could have been the moment. Flash comes through, denies Asuna yet again.
Spike planted.
Oh, Ye being in Nest has all the info, Dan. He knows.
Last player standing.
Does know. And I was about to say the distance advantage there is highly favorable. Ye was able to see Asuna, and Asuna had no idea about it. Now
Yeah, with Ye's positioning and Crashy's positioning, it's quite obvious that Steel is on this flank. And again, we're going to likely see a save coming in from Steel. Try to get something going with the 100 Thieves economy. Oh man, we're going up.
Uh-oh. That's annoying. It's going to run for it. He's to start swimming, I think. It's like he will be okay. So 10 rounds now for Envy. Like, it really feels like this has turned on its head. Envy really looking great on this second half now, and It's actually pretty awesome to see how even the fragging is across both teams.
Yeah, there was a point in even Haven, Dan, when it was like after the 12-3 half, I looked at the frags across the server, and 100 Thieves actually was very, very close frag-wise, despite being down massively. I was shocked. I didn't really have time to point it out, but we have something similar going on here. Eco's holding the A site. We haven't seen this yet. He's been at B almost every round. Just the Poison Orb on main. How does Envy respond here?
Yeah, Ethan, though, with the Guardian Lights and the Trailblazer, getting information around B elbow as well as mid. Slowing things down a little bit, but yeah, look at how much free ground he has to play with here. This is quite scary.
Here.
Does Asuna overextend here, Dan? He knows Asuna's close door.
Asuna has no flashes as well. So he is...
Oh, no.
That's going to force him back. Will they actually try to spam through the door here? They seem to have some idea about Asuna's position. Oh, Finesse catches Ethan, looking for information, pushing down elbow. I feel like that's a sign of desperation on 100 Thieves' part. Not having info in this mid-round, not feeling comfortable.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything that bold coming out of the initiators on 100 Thieves for a while.
Now looking to bring this into an A split here. Envy. Great defense from Steel, looking for that long-range Vandal spray. It's not easy. Let's get taken down around the hall. Asuna, though, on the defense there. Goes for the heal. Is fragging out, and he's doing everything. He's holding them back, Sean.
While he's killing everyone, he's making it so Marv cannot open the door. Asuna, you monster.
10 seconds left.
I can't believe he's done this. He's absolutely denied Marved. Completely denied. What just a beautiful display there from Asuna. That's the mechanics. That's what you're looking for from him. Because again, it looked like Envy had really outmaneuvered, outpositioned. They also had a frag advantage, and yet Asuna's just standing up there, just fragging out.
While he's constantly hitting the door closed. Like, how can you remain focused? I would be laughing so hard. I mean, I couldn't even hit the shots anyway, but he can hit the shots, close the door, not laugh, and do all of it at the same time. Wow. That's wild. That's so wild from Asuna. 100 Thieves really, really needed that too.
Yeah, that's a really, really important round. And we can see both teams still have enough to get full buy-in right now. And more work around the elbow position. Ethan's going to be pushing quite close as he has been, but he'll have more of a challenge this time. He gets out of there. Has been damaged. Oh, what was that from Asuna? I don't think he understands anything about that second kill.
B.
What on earth was that?
One enemy remaining.
No ult.
He's come to life here, Sean. He's just shutting this one down. Envy have been just absolutely ruined. Thanks to Asuna winning these key moments, these key situations, time and again. What an absolute baller Asuna is.
It's so crazy. When he wasn't showing up all game, then he had the Reyna ult round, went quiet for a while, and we were wondering, is he going to come back to this game? Because if he doesn't, 100 Thieves looks like they're in trouble. You see Ethan making plays and Asuna not making plays. You can't help but be scared for 100 Thieves. But when they need this kid the most, he comes up big, time and time again. And now we get a 1-1 series. We're going the distance, Dan. Let's go.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said, 1-1, each team winning a map so far in this best of 5 series. We really have excellent Valorant on our hands. I can't wait to see more. But first, we have to take it to a break. We'll be back with the analysts.
It's Marshall and it's TENZ.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. 140, yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Count that big bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we did just watch an amazing map get played out right there on Breeze, but we actually have a very special announcement, and it's about time. It's been a long time in the coming. It's about a year long. All of these processes that we've had, First Strike, Masters, whatever it might be, we actually have an announcement to make. Our last chance qualifier has been announced, and we finally have dates. From October 12th through the 17th, North America's last chance qualifier will give teams one more shot at punching their ticket to champions, and the event will send 10 teams, 8 from NA, 2 from OCE to fight for 1 spot, and I can't wait. Bach, I'm excited, man. It's about time we finally get dates to put together for this event.
Now the question is, who are the teams that are going to be there? As we take a look at the leaderboard, you can see one team has already guaranteed they're going to be at champs. Surprise, surprise, it's Sentinels, as they have easily made their way to champions. But there's a lot of teams who are currently on the bubble. And there's some, it says at the bottom there, pending points from Masters Berlin. So 100 Thieves is pretty far down on that list. But depending on what happens in Berlin, they could easily rise up to the top there.
I mean, you look at 100 Thieves, there's already going to be a huge boost now that they qualified, right? Because already as you made, like, what, 8th place into Masters 2, you're skyrocketing up there. Yep. I think the storylines of this race is what happens to the NA teams currently that have qualified. It's going to come down to, like, the TSMs, the Cloud9s, the Rise. What, are they going to be able to qualify into the last chance qualifier? But on top of that, you have 2 teams for the OCE. This is what I like, because OCE was announced later on throughout the year, and they had their own little circuit. And now that you're competing for sending 2 teams for the OCE region to North America to fight against 6 other teams, and only 1 team makes it out. So yes, you have your favorites, you want your NA teams to come out, but is there going to be a region, or a team, sorry, coming out of OCE that could be stronger than Sonics, for example, and then come up and try to take the region?
And here's something that's awesome as well. Depending on what happens in Berlin, we could have multiple teams qualifying for champs, maybe up to 4, I believe. So we could have Sentinels, who's already there, and potentially 3 more, depending on the outcomes of Berlin. We all know what's going to happen in Berlin. NA is going to get top 3. So we're pretty much guaranteed 4 teams at champs at this point.
Yes, but the best story about this all right now, we didn't even talk about it. If you guys follow George from Upcomer, and he talks about all these roster changes, do you guys smell that roster shuffle coming along right now?
Of course.
I mean, we saw what happened with Envy already, but I feel like other teams out there that want to make that last and final push, we're going to see some real super teams come together, and that's when we're going to really see who the best of the best are. You guys think we have a crazy shuffle coming ahead of us?
I mean, we already heard it from Vanity joining Cloud9 most recently, right? So who's going to join version 1? Who's going to try to battle back and make it into the last chance qualifier? Definitely, something's cooking.
Yes, now let's go ahead and break down Breeze right now because we still have a game to cover. So 100 Thieves are able to pull out a win to even things up 1-1 against Envy and Bach. What are a few things that you liked right here?
Well, right off the bat, it started out pretty positive for Envy. We were actually kind of surprised because, again, we've only really seen Envy play this map a small handful of times, twice in the last 60 days, basically throughout the stage of VCT. And one of those times was more recently against TSM. And what happened when they played against TSM? They got bodied super hard. 10-2 first half. They struggled on the defensive side. So at least they turned things around here, Vansili. They definitely had an improvement in that first half, but they didn't repeat the successes from the second half of the game against TSM as they struggled on the attacking side.
So we're going to have to agree with Sean Garris on that playstyle from Envy on that first half when Envy was playing that defense. What I liked, at least from Envy, is the playstyle of taking mid control versus when they played against Sentinels when Mummy was still in the roster and FNS was playing a Viper. They were doing a lot of mid-crunches and just losing the fights if you're playing passively inside spawn for Sentinels. This time, it was a lot of Victor going towards elbow, you take elbow control, and then you fall back. You play your numbers game, then you turn it open to the site where if 100 Thieves are running into the B side and they come up against FNS, patient play, gets up a couple of kills. If you go up against Marv, the MVP of that round, he's also dropping 100 Thieves like flies. But as Bach mentioned here, it not necessarily fell apart for Envy on the attack. It was just Asuna that was able to dance around a little bit more on the defender side and save a couple of rounds for 100 Thieves for them to actually surpass and win a round with double ops, by the way. They were playing a lot of double ops in there.
And there was a backup as well there with the op. We were talking about this coming into this match to begin with. Nitro as the op. Nitro actually acting as a primary because Asuna is going to be playing Reyna. Not going to be favoring the op like Asuna would if they were playing as Jet. And it worked out really well. Nitro was hitting his stride, hitting a ton of big shots. Impact kills was the name of the game for Nitro.
And at the end of the day, as long as Asuna is on Reyna, it is Asuna supremacy all day, every day. But right there, we have Haven and Breeze out of the lineup. The maps have been played already. As I said before, 1-1 maps apiece for both teams. But now, fellas, we're going to Ascend. We just came back from the biggest map in the lineup, and now we're going to a Gunner's Paradise, the smallest map in the game. Man, silly. You think we have a great game ahead of us?
I do think we're going to have a great game because, again, I feel the KO is going to come back out for Still in this point. Now you're going to fight against Ye. When we watched, actually, Envy play the last time on Ascent, I did mention that Ye's playing a little bit more passively. They're not battling on the extremities as much. So if the 0 point from Steel could actually take the control of, like, B main that actually stops Ye in the back of the site, Ye can't dash away. So that means they could maybe fight back here, 400 these and overtake these sites. But again, I could be proven wrong because sometimes if you're just going to do some positional opping, you don't necessarily need to go for the flashy plays and it's going to be easier here.
Yes, and speaking about flashy plays, now he's talked about 100 Thieves we're going to expect. Now, you're on the side of Envy. We saw a lot of, as Vance Lee was saying, we want to see if Ye is going to be playing a little bit passive or whatnot. But I remember going around Tree, and whenever he was at the A site, he was off the leash. He was running in, trying to get kills, forcing those fights. What can we expect from Envy in totality as a team?
Well, I mean, yesterday when we watched Ye on this map, he actually struggled to pick things up initially. He was a late starter, bloomed a little bit late in the round, but it was off of some backup from his team. We saw that massive 4K on the B site. Then once he gets that confidence brewing, he'll be able to hit those shots more often. So I do think that Ye will be a factor. It's just a matter of how long is it going to take Ye to get into the game.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock into Ascent. But before we throw it over to the casters, I just want to say, DDK, your hair looks perfect today. And Sean Garris, I love how you're showing off those arms. Go ahead and have fun on Ascent, all right?
Wow. I'm blushing, Sean. How about you?
I don't like how he messes with us. I don't like he's throwing curveballs at us right before he throws to us, man. I love Ellie.
I mean, obviously, like the buffers person here today on the broadcast is clearly oh, what's his name? I've forgotten now. Asuna. I've just ruined my own little bit. I ruined my own bit. He's the buffest guy on the server right now. This guy's the anime boss, the mob boss. He's just like, you think that you're gonna get into a side, but he's just like, it's gonna stop you dead.
No, the biggest, most deceiving thing I've seen all month was the video of 100 Thieves winning to qualify for Berlin, and Asuna gets up out of his chair and like goes to hug everyone, and he's like, I don't know, a foot taller than everyone on his team. Like, wait, isn't he supposed to be like, how old is he? Like 17?
Sean, hold your horses right now. Why are we getting it? We're getting a KO again. Steel's back at it again with the KO, throwing it in on the Sen. He has not had enough.
Troll. No, he's not trolling, Dan. This is how Steel plays the game these days. He loves the KO.
Okay, fill me in.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'm sold on it yet. I really don't know if I'm sold on it yet. When we saw 100 Thieves play Ascent before, they squeaked out a win, just like Envy, actually. I think against Xset. I think they both won 13-11 against Xset. Brutal for Xset, but I think we have a really good matchup here. I like Envy's comp more. I would be lying if I said otherwise. I think the Astra that Marv plays on this map is so good. And seeing Victor on the double duelist with Ye, it feels at home for Envy, right? This feels like what they want to do, and Ascent allows them to have this type of comp.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, yeah, it does feel like home type of feeling with their composition. You know, Crashy's on the Sova, you know, just always on that Sova, just so good. Everything's so solid right now for Envy. But 100 Thieves, you know, we're just coming off of a win there on Breeze. We're getting into map 3 here. These teams are tied 1 apiece here in this best of 5.
Papa Speaky move, Ooh. So Ethan just breaks the turret. Everyone for Envy is right outside B main. They could plow this site.
And that is exactly what's going to happen. They have avoided that initial util. They're waiting for follow-up util. They're going to get the ultimate orb.
Oh, the 0 point. I think it got all 5, Dan.
I think so too, but they got to get the frags here. Steel's actually able to just poke out of that smoke to just peel away one player. Ethan in the boathouse trying to survive here, and he's actually doing a fantastic job. Oh, great follow-up from Ethan. The right click is true here for Ethan, as we'll have a lovely finish to the rounds. I think my mic's going crazy. I'll fix that.
Jesus, I think the kneecaps on those Envy players are going crazy because Ethan just shot him out. I feel like he hit Marv in the knees and the hips like a million times. Crashies as well. Great hold on this B side by Steel and Ethan. Just perfect utility usage.
Yeah, so
can't say the same for Envy because they didn't get to use any.
Yeah, like that's the thing. They 100 Thieves managed to just get in there just at the perfect timing to just denying a window for Envy to actually do anything. That's just great stuff. And And it's a start that they definitely need, you know.
I have the spike.
Envy have been so far quite the powerhouse team, despite, you know, losing that second map. Creep up mid.
This is open, actually. No one on 100 Thieves is aware of this push, but you can see now they're converging on this, but it doesn't matter. Yay takes out Asuna.
That is brutal there from Ye with that Marshall. That's 5 versus 4. They've got over a minute to play with as well. Victor clearing out some deeper positions there towards Wine with that the pain shells.
Spike down.
Back in here. Envy, they are definitely causing problems, but you can see 100 Thieves begin to stabilize. Ethan coming out of that A main position, cleaning up, closing down the distance. Good recovery there from 100 Thieves. That could have gotten out of hand, but they managed to maintain their cool.
Yeah, I think when Hiko got taken up by FNS, you really felt like the round was in jeopardy. At that point, it was pretty scary for 100 Thieves, but they stabilize, and now they have to fight off this bonus round. They've been using Steel as this weird like pop flash peek and then 0 point the wall if the hit is in this direction type of player, and I'm curious if that's going to continue. The op Austin has the op on the bonus.
Yeah, this will be fun. Looking for that mid peek as well. He's going to have quite a few challenges from Tiles. Mid play. Oh, he is spoiled for choice in terms of targets, but Ye takes him down, and they can really spring off of this one. Ye charging up into the market.
There's 2 players on this B site though, Dan.
Yeah, holding onto this B main position is Nitro. So it's not straightforward here for Envy as to how they kind of close this round down. Nitro might even get a decent fight. Trying to toy with things here, trying to create delay. He's still maintaining that control in B main. Oh, Crashies though swinging through Envy. They're getting the kills here. They're winning every battle.
They're all so low though.
Hiko with the ghost. This is the ghost. Oh, the shock dart. Oh, was he running short? I feel like he was running.
maybe a counter strafe for a split second. Not sure.
We'll just put it down to a counter strafe and move on with our lives. 2-1, or I should say, you know, 1-2. You know, Envy, they've managed to get a round on the board here. You know, that was off the back of what was an aggressive opening for 100 Thieves that kind of blew up.
It definitely did, and you can see what it's done to 100 Thieves' economy. Asuna invested in the op on that bonus. Huge risk, because now the Blade Storm isn't just always on deck. It requires a few more alt orbs to build up, and here he is playing mid with a Spectre.
Yeah, quite aggressive though in mid right now for 100 Thieves. They've got lots of vision.
That's a lineup for the Wine position. Some insight into what Envy thinks is important to clear against 100 Thieves. They think 100 Thieves enjoys playing that spot, so they're going to clear it out. Oh, actually, I think it missed. Nope, that one hit.
Yeah.
He threw a second one.
And we did see in one of the previous rounds, Ethan did get deep in that position. So see if that continues. You can see obviously a different setup here. It's a retake setup on A, whereby 100 Thieves are more focused on controlling, making sure they maintain tree control. But we do get a mid-round rotation from 100 Thieves, or rather from Envy, back to B.
He won this Odin with no recon on deck right now. He has a lot to do, because no rotation. He is all alone, Dan.
All alone at the back of the site. Hiko, what can he do with this? I feel like there's a lot possible. Frags here for Hiko with this Odin. He's going to try to spam his way through, but they're getting really close right now. Throwing in the Utor. Hiko gets absolutely nothing off of that boathouse position. The dash away. Coming in from Asuna, keeps himself alive in this one, but the retake is going to be difficult.
Next to impossible. I don't know what 100 Thieves does here. The 0 points on Steel, so that could help.
Forward smokes, but this elevated position from Vic. For one, drop off. There's one. It's just going to stay up there. No argument to have to fall off. Ye's getting out there for some frags as well. Asuna is, of course, always going to be dangerous. Down to 4 HP, though. Has he had enough? He understands that trying to press forward at this point would be suicidal, but he can at least try to force Marv to go down with a ship. Oh, gets the headshot. The dash back out of there. He might survive this somehow. Nope. Marv with the jumping classic, of course, will finish him off.
But look what it did. It was perfect. The death gave him Blade Storm. So I mean, he has pretty much a full buy this round, if I'm being honest. That Blade Storm on Asuna is nasty. But this was just a gamble stack from 100 Thieves gone terribly wrong. Hiko thought that drone would fizzle out before it got to the back of site, and it just didn't. The site just collapsed. Here we have an Eco coming in for 100 Thieves. Asuna, like I said, on the Blade Storm, probably going to try to open things up here at A main.
And there we are. We have that push from Asuna with that Blade Storm that you mentioned. That does deal with the alarm bot, actually, and it's really early, but it might not matter because we have a really fast push for Envy. So
and they have two shorties back B. They have two shorties.
Uh-oh. We'll see what they can do with it. Yeah, trying to clear space.
Oh, I love this.
Oh my god, the shorties in the back boathouse. The distraction from Ethan as well. Yay, he's going to walk straight into this. Yes, he is, absolutely. Hiko takes him down. Steel gets one as well. And suddenly, they are left wondering what the hell just happened. Marv, not much left to do. Asuna finishes it off. The Thrifty comes through for 100 Thieves.
I am so happy right now that that worked out. Oh my god, what a round from 100 Thieves. They have Asuna just dashing up A main with the paranoia coming through the wall. These two are just camping in the back of B with shorties.
I have no idea. That is so funny.
What's even better is I think during the hit, Steel threw a 0 point, so it's not like they could use utility to clear back there. It was just perfect. Everything was perfect. Envy's broke.
What a way to come back into it. I mean, Marv has a Vandal, so... But that's it. It's going to be, you know, playing
Blade Storm.
A game of hot potato with that.
Yeah, they got the Blade Storm and one Vandal. That's all they got going for them.
Yeah, and if they can string something together, Victor has a showstopper as well. So there's definitely potential to build massively off of an opening. So despite the lack of weapons.
Oh, they got close on Steel.
Oh, wow. There you go. One more to be found, and Marv will finish it off with the help of that Blade stormed up. Yay. And it's a 4 versus 2. This is very difficult. Oh my god, Marv has all the confidence in the world here. Asuna with the operator. Oh my god, Marv gets the ace. Shuts down the round. It was that. What are we even witnessing here?
Wow. I guess you were right when the round started when you said all they have is that Vandal. That's all they even needed, though. What is this? The Astra entering the round with a solo Vandal and aces.
It's just, I just don't understand how it's, I mean, in a pro match, you know, Marv walks up into defender spawn and gets an ace. That's just what happened. How do you describe a pro match like that? It's just so weird. But it happened, and this is just the level of these two teams. Everybody on either team, they're all so good. Each player.
Filthy. The Omen one-way smoke in B main with the Odin spamming. Envy's just rethinking their lives right now outside B main.
Yeah, they don't have any control at all, Sean, towards A main or mid right now, so they have to start getting some eyes onto mid. They're in tiles.
Yeah.
Envy have been slowed down, so surely they have to start asking.
Oh my goodness!
Victor, what a beautiful move. They knew that Hiko was standing there waiting for sound cues, and they punished that so hard. The lockdown comes in as well. Now, what are they going to... They're going to fake off of this, it looks like. Yay! Picks off Ethan in mid. 100 Thieves still thought that it was going to be a play towards that B site, and now Asuna has to do everything by himself with this operator. He's in so much trouble. There comes the gravity well. Victor makes his way through onto the site now. The control is there for that spike plant. And Envy are ready for every move here. Steel and Asuna remain. And this is going to be very tough. I mean, we've got the ultimate coming out there. This is not a good look at all here for 100 Thieves. They have to turn tail.
No, the early round setup for 100 Thieves looked insane, right? Everything looked like it was going so well. Up until that showstopper coming out of Victor. Satchel's up. The second he hears Hiko in the drone, knows Hiko's so vulnerable in that lane position. Satchel's up, showstoppers him right out of the round. And you see Crashy's actually disrupting mid and Ye picking off someone. All the playmakers came in big here for Envy.
Just tactically speaking, the showstopper counterplay, the deal, like, because you know that the server's sitting there on these setups, it's just genius. It's just such genius. I wonder who came up with that one. And
yeah,
it's that kind of stuff that makes a difference.
Yeah, I love that thought process. They know Hiko loves playing the B side. They know where he drones from, and you're just so vulnerable in that drone state. I mean, he's gotten away with it for so long, and finally, someone like Victor comes along and punishes him. 8 orbs, by the way.
And it's a really weird game too because all the Asuna able to catch the movement there. Victor off of the satchels, trying to make himself. The whole point is that Victor draws fire, and that's a missed shot. Asuna's just too strong, and that might give a really good opportunity. These crafties coming through time and again. It's just unreal right now. There's no way to answer for this. Envy, they lose ground somewhere. They know they have to push something else, and in this round, it's just shut down. Every part of the map from 100 Thieves, it's just a total shutdown.
Yeah, how do you come back into this round? There's clearly an opening in this B site, right? Steel is all alone, and there's no rotate. FNS is going to get out.
Still a chance.
This is getting scary.
Yeah, they found some ground here, but it was taken from this shot from Asuna. He unscopes. That's the kind of thing we're looking for to see a doable round here for Envy. But there's still a lot of obstacles remaining. Still at the back sides, for example, and you'll have to press forward. Great stuff. Lethal precision from Steel. He knows he's there now. There goes the dagger straight out, and Steel's going to follow it up with a headshot. 4-4. Nice round from Envy.
Dan, I don't know if you caught that. That wasn't just random chance on Steel's peak. He waited for the guiding light coming from Ethan and Spawn. The little micro teamwork coming in from Ethan and Steel right there. That's crazy. That's crazy that it was so well timed like that.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, I think, pretty awesome, man. I mean, it's really great to see that 100 Thieves are still sort of finding a way to play their style of the game, despite how disruptive Envy are trying to be some of these rounds.
And they must think this B side is weak because they are setting up their default so heavy towards B this game.
And there's a Cosmic Divide going for play behind the paint shells as well. Yeah, going straight through the Cosmic Divide, taking risks here. Speaking of which, Steel's also trying to catch players moving forward. Goes down as well. And Hunter Fury coming in to try to secure this, and Marv is really stuck in a bad place. He'll get finished off. It's a quick finish to that one. Great defense from 100 Thieves.
Wow, they're so fast to rotate. And that's something that you'll realize watching a lot of these top NA teams play is when you have something like an Astral come out, the play isn't to just let the attackers take the site. It seems like the play is to just swarm them. KO flash through it. Sova ult through it. Like, everyone is just making plays. Everyone is fighting it. They're not giving up the B side. And that's just insane teamwork. That's drilled protocols. Everything showing right now for 100 Thieves. And they have a lead again. 5-4. Envy's taking attack.
And, you know, you were talking about how the default leans heavily towards that B site. And maybe with this tactical timeout, Envy want to reconsider that. That said, their money is in an awkward place. They do need to half buy here. So they don't have too many rounds to play with. But what kind of adjustments would you want to see out of Envy to sort of swing things in their favor in the early rounds? Because they're getting good mid-presence from 100 Thieves, and they're dealing with the B hits.
Yeah, I think, honestly, mid is the play. And we saw it on the Eco. Not having a Sentinel to trip mid, to put an alarm bot mid, to have the turret holding, you know, from boat into mid, that actually really matters when you look at how 100 Thieves rotations transpire on the map. So I want to see Envy use mid more. Maybe Coach Mike's, you know, maybe he's going to tell him to go mid next gun, but this is an Eco.
Yeah, I mean, even on the Eco, for one Vandal, Marved, aced. Maybe he'll do it again. He's got that Vandal in hand again. We'll see that that's going to get pushed back. There goes the flash, though. Ethan is taking the fight straight to Envy, and it's making it look really, really good for those rounds. These rounds, some of these rounds are very quick.
Yeah. So that was an Eco, but something I can tell you as a CS player and an IGL in the CS scene is when the other team takes attack like that, sometimes it gets in your mind, like, should we just do something really aggressive to just basically flush out any strat that they could have created? Like, they're taking attack timeout. They're thinking of how to counter what we're doing. Let's just pop flash through the cat smoke. We haven't done that yet, and that's super aggressive. And it just worked so well.
Now they get this full gun round. This is Envy's chance to try to have a more solid half here. Just 2 rounds remaining. Nice catch from Asuna, catching the shoulder of Ye. Victor, on the other hand, able to take down one as well. So, ooh, it's got that A-side control off the back of the pick onto Steel. Really good stuff for Envy. And the spike is making its way on Crashes through spawn. Crashes is going to go back towards B. They've got ground towards B here, Sean.
The drone again.
No more Sova.
B is lost, Dan. It is 3-on-2, but they have a lot of ground to clear here on the way to this B site, and FNS is in front of that closed door.
Ooh.
Will they expect this?
Spike planted.
Yes, FNS is one off of the lockdown as well. If he can maybe take down one of these back players, that's going to be a problematic. For the catch, there it is. He's got the lockdown now. If he needs it, if he wants it, he's going to keep dueling though. He's going to keep going for the fights. And there goes the Blaze-Storm. Crashes backside.
Paranoia, Dan. Will he use it here?
He knows how to split them up. Beautiful stuff. Crashes knows where the last player is. Insane clutch from Crashes. You can see his mind at work. Beautiful execution.
Crashes bringing it home. I honestly didn't think it was a very easy 1-on-2 to win for Crashes. Normally this position's very solid, but the Bladestorm coming in, that is like the most insane shotgun in the game at that distance. Combined with the Omen, with smokes and a paranoia. But Crashes just makes it work. He always does this for Envy. They're going to A now. They're over B. This is A time.
Blaze-Storm comes out. Dash across the angle. Going to force out a shot there. So that's a win for Ye early on here. But not having the dash to get into the site. And then string an updraft off of.
I think Ye popped the Bladestorm and dashed to try to bait the 0 point out of Steel, and the rest of his team stayed far up. These are the counter shocks from Nico. It's gonna break the. Oh,
goodbye. Nothing you can do about that.
Killjoy's everywhere, staying mad.
And Ye's not able to get anything off of the updrafts as well, because they don't have to be.
His daggers are gone.
Oh, Victor's in a good position though. He's able to take down one. He will get bet down by Steel. And Steel is looking fantastic there as well. Probably going to get revived at this point. Marv able to do some damage towards Tree, but he has no teammates remaining.
And Hiko res him in time. Oh, this is risky.
You're dead.
Gets taken down straight away. There's a paranoia going forwards. There's actually time here for Marv. The spike is down towards A main. There goes Marv. They're going to try to push forwards. The Cosmic Divide's out as well. Marv needs to hit some incredible shots here now. They're going aggressive against him. They're going to double swing him. Nitro gets the shot that he needs. And that's going to be it. 7-5 first half result for 100 Thieves. Wow, that was a great half of Valorant from both of these teams. And it's great to see 100 Thieves are really rocking it right now, Sean.
That last round was so cool. From the shock darts to counter the Killjoy ult, to Steel popping the KO ult that takes the Bladestorm away from the star player in Ye. Oh my god, it was such a sick round. I can't wait to see the next half.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we'll actually see one of these two teams taking the lead here in this series and whether it'll be 100 Thieves. They've got that 7-5 first half. Can they improve on that? We'll find out after the break. 100 Thieves really coming back into this series now. You know, they won the second map. And again, it does look hard here or there against Envy, but Envy got only 5 rounds. And 2 of those rounds, like one was an ace on a Thrifty with a single Vandal. Another was a crazy clutch from Crashies. Envy really fighting hard for these rounds so far. 100 Thieves looking impeccably good on Ascent right now.
Couldn't agree more. But, Dan, Marv has a classic. So they've got that. Oh, yay, caught off guard on Cat. That Sheriff, he's known for buying. That's a big find.
That is a big find, and 100 Thieves were trying to make their way towards the A site. You've got Asuna who's making noise towards B. That's going to occupy 2 players. Speaking of Marv, he's down, so he's outside of the round. Ethan finding a hole through tree. That insta-flash. And right now, Envy are really struggling. Eco's picked up that Sheriff, and he's going to use it on Victor. And Crashies is all that's left, so this is not worked out at all in Envy's favor.
Revealing area.
Where did that recon go?
I just don't
I've
know.
never seen that before. They broke it. I wanted to see it ping. I'm sad. Pros know too much. I know too little. It's a bad combo.
Yeah, you get a replay.
Why did they break it so fast?
They just know.
Yeah, what?
Through the
hole. It's through. Oh. Sovas are just too nerdy, Dan. It's just, they can't keep getting away with this. 100 Thieves, another pistol. Okay, the buyback from Envy with Ye on the Marshall.
Silence.
Just the one Marshall, and I've just gone pretty far forward. They got that B lobby control. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do with the Bulldog there, and didn't get any more value out of it. They're probably afraid at this point. All that mid play that just happened previously. Yeah, getting that early opening, a little bit scary. It's been a lot of time for them to sort of move around. So you can see that, you know, trying to get that information. You know, where have Envy gone? Are they pushing around mid? Are they setting up there? Okay, there's no one in mid. What does that mean?
That's a lot of info. They just found out one is in that connector position. They got hit with the paranoia. They now know 2 are here. Oh dear.
Good pick. Yeah, it's just this one Marshall, and now it's just only the Marshall, and it's shut down by the Bulldog. Good swing from Nitro. I mean, you can never, like, these rounds are very scary. Every single round is really scary.
Terrifying.
100 Thieves will make it work. 9-5, so looking really good to have a strong finish here on map 3.
What is Envy going to bring on this first gun here? Let's see. So we have Ye peeking off Cat with a Vandal. Victor right next to him. Crashies in A. So they send all the heavy hitters over to this A site. And that's where the hit's coming, Dan. These 3-star players, they better win their duels.
Yep. Well, there's the Boombot. That's going to get taken down. Victor in a really poor position trying to turn for any flashes. Really tries to deal with the Trailblazer. Has the support to get out of there. The battle of utility here. 100 Thieves will gain control of A main, but what are they going to do off of this? Oh, Victor has got the angle. Takes down Asuna through the smoke. Early 5 versus 4 for the MV defense.
Yeah, and that's their space creator too. So how does 100 Thieves enter this site without the dash from Asuna? Just gonna try walk in.
Yeah, they don't have control anywhere else. They've just got Nitro lurking in mid, so they kind of have to push off of the back of this. It will take too long to really reset at this point. Nitro will take down Victor, so that does give some options here for 100 Thieves. Trying to move forward. Suppression there, quite annoying. Nice shots coming through though. Ye takes down Ethan as he tries to move onto the site, but 3 versus 3. They can plant the spike now.
30 seconds left.
Not much to work with though for 100 Thieves. 1 flash on Steel. Curious if they're going to use that to pop flash push anywhere.
Everyone's on the site here. It's a deep site plant. Everybody's playing on the site. That means they won't get isolated by this A main smoke that's been put down. Picking his way forwards now. Nitro in a very good position, 7 HP, but he's got the position, and that's what's important. Marv, can he find the finish? It's actually Finesse with the double to take everything away from 100 Thieves. And Envy are going to get the defuse there. Scary situation.
Indeed, indeed. And that's where the KO, I think his value is just a little bit unknown, right? Because Steel throws the 0-point heaven on that retake. It only gets one. It gets FNS in heaven. That makes Nitro know that there has to be two in this smoke. And you can see he's just trailing the smoke with his spray. He's just trying desperately to find Marv because he's so low. But you can see all of the information that Nitro's working with as he's making all these little decisions.
Yeah.
And that's because of the KO.
Yeah, it's such a good info gathering tool. So change of approach here, more of a conventional looking default orientation from 100 Thieves. You get that typical drone over tiles looking to work mid. And again, you see nothing in mid, that gives you a lot of information.
They're playing so far off of A main, both Steel and Asuna. This is a fake where it's definitely going towards A. And look at the Envy rotate. They are falling for this so hard, Dan.
Yeah, the smoke and then the TP back as a fake. Really nice little maneuvers coming in here. And Envy are holding onto the tree position, so they do have retake territory, but in comes 100 Thieves. Spike can't clear this tree position, able to get across. And where is the post-spawn positioning? They have Nitro in mid on the lurk as well. Asuna able to pick off EA there over the corner of the smoke. That's very annoying right now if you're Envy. Oh, the whiff's coming through though. That's a chance for Victor. 4 versus 4. Nitro starts to activate his lurk.
KO negates all abilities on Envy, but it doesn't matter. They're winning every duel.
Nitro's having to speed things up here on the flank. It's up to Crashies and Victor against Nitro. Do they have any sense as to where Nitro could be coming from? Absolutely not. Element Surprise working through, coming off of the defuse there. Nitro with the swing, and he's going to get the win as well. Victor goes down. The Red Bull clutches his.
Wow. 100 Thieves had to work for that round. They were scraping the bottom of the barrel, everything they had. Nitro with this perfectly timed flank. Oh man, I thought the KO ult would just crush this retake. But Envy storms through the doors, gets the 2v1. The rounds are so insane.
Yeah, it's so close. And Nitro is definitely getting worried there in that position too, but just like that lurk, that late lurk timing, it is really hard to be so good as Nitro is at it. But into the next round we go. It is a few sheriffs here for Envy. That's
Two Blade Storms, Dan.
Oh, the right click's going to whip, actually. That's the end of Asuna. There's a 1-for-1, but they can't get the gun.
Yeah, it's not a horrible trade for 100 Thieves because you take the showstopper out of the picture. But again, Asuna's the space maker on this team, so whenever you see him fall, 100 Thieves hits on the sites look so flat. It's almost like they have no plan on how to enter the sites. They just walk in.
Yeah, and they're a little bit too afraid, especially with this much time that's passed, to like go anywhere, to spread out thin. Yeah. They kind of have to stick together because they don't know where these pistoling players
I feel like we have the Seekers. There it is. There it is. The all A, so all the Seekers go A. 100 Thieves is going to run to B right now.
That's such a kind of good get out of jail free card. Spraying down the door there, that's not going to slow them down. And EA's going forward. The Blaze Storm trying to find the headshots, gets one on Nitro. And his teammates can't follow up off of the back of that play. Crafty sweeps through the smoke, but he'll be dealt with. And 100 Thieves, they are picking up round after round here. 11-6 now. They're very close to getting a 2-map lead in this best of 5.
Yeah, who would have thought after what we witnessed in that first half, that 10-2 where Envy was just fearless. Every gunfight was going their way. It's just, it looked like it was going to be over in 3. I was getting a little sad. But now 100 Thieves has fought back, and they're so close to match point here.
Yep.
Dying Light tells them no one would be mean.
Scout destroyed.
They are off of A main.
Yeah, and we have that deep control. Yeah, he's posted up nicely. Ooh,
Oh.
that hurts. It's headshot through the wall with that sheriff. Well, Asuna looking to ask some questions here. Finesse might be the good spot. My goodness, I think that was through the smoke as well. Asuna knows his lineups, but Finesse, they might not spot for this. Finesse could really change everything here. Can he get the double? Ethan has that sixth sense. He knows what's going on. The showstopper's not going to connect for Victor. And that is a sore disappointment for him. And it gets worse. Hiko drops him easily. Now it's looking like it should just be a save at this point. So much value in Ye's hands.
Grounded.
They could potentially still go for this. I think they're having second thoughts. Crashies with the ult, Ye with the op. It'll be a hard retake. Ooh, I think that's gonna tag. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna seal the deal. Okay,
I just want to say, Dan, I am so happy to see 100 Thieves play this. I call it the gloves off style from CS, right? Where you just take the gloves off and you make some ratty play. A ratty play that they just throw a lurk omen smoke in B and they tell Austin to just walk through it. That's not really part of the 100 Thieves playbook. It's a weird, quirky, gimmick, ratty play. They can't rely on that game in, game out, but to see that they have the ability to let Asuna do those things means they're a serious contender. That's stuff that Sentinels do really, really well when you watch them. They know when to like switch the pace, when to get loose, and then when to tighten up and do a crazy exec.
Yeah, definitely. And 100 Thieves are eyeing up that 2-1 lead here in this series. And it definitely didn't feel like that was going to be on the cards after the way the first map went. So this is a great turnaround for them, just like you said. And we got the buy from Envy featuring a few Spectres. Oh, man. In fact, 4 Spectres. Desperation here. Going forward, wanting to find that opening pick. Oh, the timing works out. Shield takes down the drone, but goes down. Nitro able to win position on Catwalk, though, by taking down Crashies. Huge win to take down the Sova this early on. And Victor. Oh, he's actually dodged the paranoia, and Hiko had no idea. He thought that was a freebie.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, Envy suddenly found some life here in round 19.
Off the back of what got them here, right? The duelists coming up big. And Envy are definitely going to need those two to step it up if they want to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, for sure. And it's been interesting, though, Sean, because I feel like on the defensive defaults, 100 Thieves are dealing with it pretty well. They're not really losing any value around A main, which is where, as you said, like the hard hitters are for Envy. So I do wonder, like, is it a matter of time, or do Envy have some solution, some greater solution as to how to deal with 100 Thieves?
I don't know, but I'm so caught off by how passive 100 Thieves is around this A main on most of their key gun rounds, right? It seems like some kind of read to counter Envy, because I've never seen a team play that far off of A main.
Yeah. We're going to have just the pistols out here for 100 Thieves. I say just, it's never really just in Valorant.
No.
Take flight.
Especially in this series so
Enemy
far.
mark.
Yes.
Oh, this train's going to get 2 tags?
Enemy tag.
Oh, Marky Mark. Some information there for Envy early on here. Really anticipating it for sure at this point. He's able to take down one, and it's going to be able to do quite a good job, I think, just chewing up these players despite some of the misses there. Fine shot coming through from he's going to whiff. Actually, Crashies might be in some trouble there. He's going to get swarmed. Oh, nice shot from Ethan. Backside, Ye is doing great damage though. Such a good support, and he's going to bring out the Blade Storm. He's under a lot of pressure. 2 places to look. Oh, the dash maneuver comes through, and Marved is there to save the day too. That got a little bit scary for a second there.
Very sketchy. Very sketchy. You could feel the pressure on Ye to pop that Blade Storm. Like, I understand. They can't lose any rounds, so you might as well use it if you think you're going to lose the round. And that's exactly what Ye did.
Yeah, he used every tool at his disposal there.
Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. I think Envy could play off of both sides and retake them. that trio of ults, but the KO ult could just ruin everything, right?
And they've mixed around the defense too. They don't have their typical setup here. With the Astra to A, Killjoy to A.
Killjoy's all gone.
All gone, and the push is trying to make his way through here, but it is getting stopped for now. But the util is working. Nice shot cross from Hiko to clear the heaven position. Boombot takes down Ethan, actually. Asana's looking for those headshots, and he's not going to be denied. Nitro on that lurk timing. Once again, Asana still just killing everybody on the site, and Crashies is in the 1 versus 3. I don't know how many options Crashies has here. Oh, Crashies! He gets 2 somehow. That's unbelievable. On for the 1 versus 1 at this point. The spike is not planted here for Nitro, and Crashies... I think he understands. He can just stick this all the way. Crashies is going to get the most unbelievable clutch here. Just 1 versus 3. Looking to finish Nitro off. Doesn't even matter. Enemy staying alive.
Oh my goodness. This guy just comes up big time and time again for Envy. The 1-on-3, the 1-on-2 first half.
How does that happen?
How does that happen?
That is so crazy. And just Nitro is so desperately trying to get there in time. And no hesitation from Crashies as well. He gets the perfect position so he can't get tagged from the side and get taken down by Nitro, and just sticks it the whole way. Crashies in these clutches is just perfect.
Heartbreaking round for 100 Thieves, but they still have 3 more to work with, up 12-9 in this game. They lost a couple big ults there.
Asuna trying to open things up here with this Blade Storm. You can see there was the bait attempt. The drone for Asuna, but didn't work out.
Ooh,
nice
and they got Hiko's Hunter's Fury here.
That's the lockdown gone as well, taking down the Killjoy, but the defense behind it is just so strong. The Hunter's Fury will pick off Ye, and Asuna takes down Marved as well, so there's, again, little to work with here.
What's happening?
Asuna's really deep, and Crashies is going to punish. There's a drone left still here. That's actually amazing. He's got the Odin to play off of if he gets a tag on site, but... a deep attack here. Knows there is a player on site. Nitro's getting spammed here. Are they going to find him in time, though? That's not the case. Nitro stays alive. Victor trying to isolate the 1 versus 1s. It's just 1 player left. Oh, he pulls out the Showstopper. Knows exactly where Nitro is. Nowhere to go. Showstopper's going to land. And that's the round again.
Nitro tried to ult out. So they wasted 2-3 more ults this round. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable. It's just... everything's getting squeezed out for these rounds.
This is insane. This is insane. The heroics from Envy to bring back these rounds.
Oh, we have the Cosmic Divide and the Lockdown still ready and available. And that's so huge. Because they can play safer retake setups on sites. But at the same time, do you mind game that? You know, you as 100 Thieves, you see they have the Lockdown and the Cosmic Divide. These are the retake abilities. You try to stack a site if you're Envy.
Look at this, Dan. I feel like they could. I feel like this is going OT. Look at the ults on 100 Thieves. They've got nothing, and they won't for the rest of this regulation. Wow.
Have to come down to the gunplay then. We've got Ye, speaking of which, in that pizza position. He's going to get spotted by that drone. Oh, that could prevent a dash away. The knife coming through, but looks like Ye will be able to get to safety. Mid position is... there's a lot of players here in this mid position for 100 Thieves. So tense right now. Oh, yeah, he's going to catch one, but Asuna with the entries is doing a great job here. Ethan also picks off one too, so it's looking very difficult. Crashes on the side by himself. Nothing except the Odin to work with, only picks off one more. But that might be enough. We've got the 2 retake ultimates available, and they have to be used.
Oh, man. No Hunter's Fury from Hiko. No shock darts. They just got to get FNS up into this boathouse position. That's all they have to do.
Looking to go for it here, and these will try to make a counterplay before the ultimates can come in and be activated, and that's exactly what's going to happen. 100 Thieves knew what they had to do, and they did it. 13-10. They're 2-1 up in this series against Envy. What a beautiful game of Ascent we just watched.
That was insane. That was an absolute insane ending. I can't believe that 100 Thieves managed to close it out on that round. Of all the rounds in the game, they close it out on the one where they have no ults. Holy
unbelievable.
cow.
Unbelievable. We're going to have to take a moment to catch our breath. We'll take a break. When we come back, it will be the analyst to break that one down for you.
Haven.
I think it's probably Icebox.
Haven? I've always liked it. I always like the 3 bomb site idea.
Breeze, obviously, just because it's new, there's so much potential to kind of craft your own meta and create a style of play.
Haven, I played it the most.
Ascent.
Icebox or Breeze, because I play Reyna.
They're going to swing together. This is just...
Here comes the second flash. The Perlo is going to follow.
Turns around, steals the boombox. 2 players around the corner. Finds the first, grabs the second. Job well done.
Let's go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And 100 Thieves, they take the lead. Envy down 1 map now. They got to try to see if they can tie things up to try to take it to an overtime map to get the win. But first things first, I'm going to give a big shout out and much love to Zowie. I've been telling you guys all along that they have had a specific code to where you can actually rent a monitor and actually get $10 off of it But also, Nursery Gamers and Zowie have partnered up to call upon all Valorant players that want to see what the pros see. With the new advanced, up-to-date software on the VCT's chosen monitor, the XL2546K, players now have the ability to save, download, and transfer monitor settings across the globe. Head on over to Nursery Gamers site, where you'll find the settings of the pros and the ability to directly download and try them out firsthand. But first things first, let's go ahead and break down this game. Van Silly, here on Ascent, there was something about Envy's defense that you were talking about. That was right before Ye started to pop off, but there was a lot more to be considered, a lot more to be desired from it earlier on in the half.
It definitely looked like it was the Breeze matchup where, of course, we had some back and forth, some nice little 100 Thieves trying to read how Envy plays and vice versa. And we had a very close first half, but when we got on to that second one, it didn't look too good here. I mean, you look at Envy, I did mention it before, they're usually pretty good at playing on the extremities when they had such a passive offer with Mummy when he was still in the lineup. And then you see where when Ye came in, he was able to opt towards mid side, get a little bit more pushes towards the B side, get an off kill and dash away. But in their last previous matches, it's been a little bit more passive. But as you mentioned here, Veli, when they started catching up, we saw Ye pushing up a little bit more towards the A side. We saw also Victor pushing more out towards that B side, and also winning some fights, which allowed some fast rotations for Envy overall, which also surmounted to this beautiful clutch that we just saw here from Victor on that 2 versus 1. So it did work when they started stepping up a little bit more into that side of the defense, rather, for Envy, but overall it was just too little too late.
And unlike what we saw yesterday, take a look at that. Take a look at the frag wins for a second. Envy had 6, 100 Thieves, who struggled yesterday, got 12 frag wins, outpowering them right there. But Bach, another thing about 100 Thieves that we definitely love to see is their creativity. And we saw a lot of that. I know you remember that double shorty play. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously very ratty. It was a bit of a goblin play. You had 2 players actually in the back side of the B site, and then you had Ethan on site who had been playing there throughout the first couple of rounds. He had a great pistol round there, but he gets a 3K. So he kind of baits the team into thinking the site's empty, and then you had 2 players back site just chilling, watching opposite angles with shorties. It ends up being a big, thrifty round win. 400 Thieves. It kind of helped kickstart that first half a little bit harder, kind of pushed Envy out a little bit further away.
Well, actually, yeah, it worked out for like a thrifty, but then around after was when Marv pushed down towards mid and got an ace.
An ace,
So that canceled out right away, which is why it was that back and forth.
And it was Marv kind of doing what we said he might do, like that lurk play. Even though it was 2 players pushing up mid, he had Ye with him. Ye goes up over the wall and dies in spawn with the ult Blade Storm. Marv is the one that does all the dirty work. So Marv actually gets the ace that round. And that was kind of the storyline in general for this map, was individual heroic play. There was a lot of clutch rounds, specifically looking at Crashies yet again. Not surprised. That's what we've praised him for in the past. Being that clutch player, we also saw the one from Victor with the showstopper that literally hits Nitro just before he disappears from the Omen ult. So there was a lot of that throughout the last 10 rounds or so here between Envy and 100 Thieves.
Now, Haven, Breeze, and Ascent have been done and dusted so far. Still, 100 Thieves, one more map to go, fellas. Box, start off with you, going to Icebox, especially knowing what we know from 100 Thieves. Do you think that their history means that they can close things out right here, right now?
I think that Icebox does look a little bit better for 100 Thieves. They feel a little bit more comfortable on the map. One of the things that we talked about coming into this series, and we talked about it yesterday as well, was Hiko playing Viper. And you could see it in that last map. You saw the retake on the A site when, actually it wasn't even a retake, it was a hold. They went for a lockdown to take A. Hiko was already in heaven staring at the wall, knowing that a lockdown was probably coming, and as soon as it's popped, double shock dart, bounces off the wall, over heaven, all the way over spawn, back around, bounces off the ground, 2 in a row, kills the lockdown. You saw FNS just stare at his lockdown like, what am I supposed to do? That's the level of comfortability we're talking about that Hiko has with Sova, and Sova is going to be the agent of choice here again on Icebox for Hiko. So I look at that and I just say, like, that's why we made a point of that. It's not to say that Hiko can't play Viper, but there's just that comfortability that I don't think is quite there yet, and we're going to see that as a problem potentially as we move on to Icebox. They're going to feel really comfortable in the roles that they're playing for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, there's definitely a level of mastery that has to be had. But now we heard about what 100 Thieves need to do to feel comfortable and win. But when it comes to the side of Envy, we saw a lot of aggressive pushes as well. I mean, I know you remember Ye getting that ace yesterday.
Exactly.
Do you think we're going to see a lot more aggression like that coming from this team? Because I don't think we've seen everything that they have planned yet.
We always talk about this chess match when we're playing Icebox, where if there's a Sage in the lineup, it's very easy. You put the wall up on Sage, then you get the plants. What's going to be very fun about this matchup, though, between 100 Thieves and Envy, is none of these teams now are playing a Sage on this lineup. Even Mike's coming in and he said, look, it's not necessary to have a Sage in your lineup to get easy plants. We could do something different, and we saw that as well from Envy. So I'm looking for this mid-control. How is that going to work out? FNS, we talk about a lot about being a good anchor player. I think he's going to have to be even more important on this defender side to make sure that you don't have that lurk play on mid side from Steel, you don't have that lurk play on mid from Nitro, and then from that information being gathered, how do the fraggers now come in?
Yeah. Now, hopefully FNS can go ahead and finish out some of those kills because his flanks were just remarkable, right? But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to lock down in the Icebox. I can't wait to see if 100 Thieves can close the door on this series against Envy to make it to the finals for that rematch against Sentinels. We're going to find out now. So let's send this over to Sean and his friend, a.k.a. karaoke star, DDK. Take it away.
How do you know about my karaoke background?
Sounds like they're
I
telling
was
some
keeping it
stories
close
over
to
there.
my chest. I didn't think anyone knew about that, but
You got the mic, dude. It looks like you're ready to do it right now.
yeah,
actually,
yeah.
with that
That's,
mic.
that's a good point. I'm wondering why I'm. Anyway, you know what? Let's move past it. Let's move past it because we have some great Valorant that's coming up. And the question is, is a comeback on the cards? The analysts were saying that they're kind of leaning towards 100 Thieves having the edge on Icebox. And Asuna, he was just saying in that piece previously, this is one of his favorite maps, and we know how deadly he is right now. So, what do you think, Sean? Where are we at with Icebox?
I'm so curious if 100 Thieves is going to go with the KO on Icebox. We've yet to see the new iteration. They don't. Okay. Steel goes with the Killjoy. This is the exact thing that we've always seen out of 100 Thieves, right? The Asuna 5 million kill game, right? we can't forget about it. We can't forget about it. What I like about 100 Thieves is they try to break the mold on Icebox and not run the Sage. They run the double controller. I don't think Hiko's going to pick the Sage. I think he's going to end up going Sova. That's usually what they do. And they have some very creative ways. Envy is very similar. I actually think Envy might have taken some plays out of 100 Thieves' playbook on this map. When I watched Envy play Sentinels, there's a lot of creative ways that they approach the B site, right? Because you wonder, how can you plant the spike there without the Sage wall? Everyone's just going to spam you through the Viper wall, and they're going to play off the site, and Molly's on the default position. But they use really creative Viper walls, and their angles that they take, they split through the kitchen. I can't wait to see how they approach these splits, because it's super innovative when you think about how the rest of the NA scene is playing.
Yeah, I really like it. I like the thinking behind, okay, everyone's using this wall for this one high value thing, but if that feels like a gimmick and we're losing a lot of other stuff because we feel like we need that, if we can just solve not needing that, then we've unlocked so much other potential. I really love that methodology for sure. And I mean, there are other points of value for Sage, which is the defaulting, the aggressive ice orbs are a really great way to kind of, in a low cost fashion, shut down some of the defaulting around B long or even towards A or even mid. But as you say, that these teams have worked out so many other possibilities for their lineups. And here we go. Envy, they are 2 maps against 100 Thieves, 1 in this best of 5 series in the lower bracket, and these teams are fighting to play Sentinels in the grand finals. It's a lot on the line here in terms of what's at stake.
It's all out A, Dan. It's all out A. And these 2 duelists, Ye and Victor, they're going to be put to the test real early in this game.
Yeah, Poison Orb is sent out immediately here for 100 Thieves, so definitely making their intentions known. We've got the Ice Walls as well, the top of the screen's coming up. Yay! That aggressive position at the top of the screen is going to pick off 2 players. He gets Steel and Asuna. Huge opening kills. And in fact, we don't even have site control. So 100 Thieves lost 2 players and got nothing for it.
No, I have to say, they missed the timing a little bit with the drone there. Hiko's drone did tag Ye, but it was slightly after the 2 frags came in. And now we're in a 3-on-5. 100 Thieves has a lot to do to win this round, but the Viper, Orb, and the Mollies are one way to bring them out. And this plant is a very, very good plant on Icebox.
Yeah, and they taking it disciplines. keeping themselves at the 5-player mark there. Coordinating the retake. Now we've got Finesse on the flank. Swap help as well. Under these stuck defending on the side. They don't have anywhere to go now. Ethan is going to get picked off again. Just no space on the map to use here on the site just to hold against these pushes. Again, MV, you know, they didn't have to, after getting his initial kills, they could give up all of the site because 100 of these have to plant as they're on the attack.
Yeah.
So just well done by Envy to play the advantages out properly.
And just the knowledge from FNS as well to know, hey, in this 3-on-5 towards the A site where we took out the duelist and Asuna, they're probably going to need all 3 to take the site. So the flank will indeed be open. I like that. I don't like the passive style of just allowing the team to hit the site. You have to remain on top of them in this game. So FNS with a great read right there to flank through. And again, I feel like every map Envy wins this opening pistol.
Revealing area.
And aggression to start things off with. Here, get that aggressive recon dart. That actually wins control of the ultimate, all but at the same time gives opportunities here for Envy to kind of meet pistols before they can really get through these big choke points. But might backfire here a little bit. Ye's able to convert one with the Sheriff, but Sheriff not really the perfect weapon for a situation like this. We'll have to see what he's able to do though. 100 of these will be slowed down somewhat.
Oh,
he's pretty weak, and in fact, 100 Thieves fall back and reset the situation. They've stolen away the Spectre that was on the ground, and they'll try to reset and find more.
Look at this aggression coming out from Envy.
Stuff there from Victor, converting to punish not there in time from Nitro.
One enemy remaining.
All right, so after all is said and done, it looks like we're going to see Envy mostly stabilized, just one player left to deal with. Actually, I mean, they are causing a lot of problems here because Envy are losing a lot more than they would have wanted. I don't think 100 Thieves invested anything in this round.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, all of these abilities are going to cost money, right? That Molly that Marv just threw, that's going to cost money. All the armor that's lost on the remaining players, the shields, they're going to have to reinvest in those shields next round. So frags are nice, but they're not everything when it comes to these save rounds.
Yeah, definitely.
Nitro does have to die here, though. And you can see he's looking for someone to take him out, because he's going to only get 1,000 credits if he lives.
And Finesse will get him. And that's actually that's the perfect player to get that kill, because you want to charge up that lockdown. Like ASAP, it's so valuable on the retakes on this map.
Yeah, especially if he gets it before Hiko gets Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
Because, like you said, those retakes on a map like Icebox are brutal when the lockdown is initiated.
Yeah, and they're actually about even on the pizza slices right now. So we'll keep track of that. As
Yeah,
time
we're going
goes
all
on.
out A, Dan.
Looking like it's scaling there. And we've got a setup here from Envy on the B long position, so they're going to have fast control of that, but it's, as you say, it's just Victor who's on A at the moment, and Victor's going to have to just leave.
This is quite interesting from 100 Thieves, because normally when you watch them play, there's a lot of focus on mid and B.
Yeah.
But this is old school phase style. Take to this midpoint of A lobby, set up with all 5, and there's only a handful of places you can be in this A side at this point.
Well, Ethan's going to get the pick onto Victor, so that's a great start here for 100 Thieves. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Oh, takes down Steel. Big pick to find. And we'll even up the numbers here. Asuna backside. There's another 1v1 in favor of 100 Thieves. The spike is planted. And they'll be able to fall back a little bit here. They have the snake bites available. There is actually the last snake bite thrown by Nitro, so no longer available. So you want more aggressive control of these positions. Finesse and Ye still alive here for Envy. It's not done just yet, but that's a great peek from Asuna. You'd expect nothing less. Ye is just going to have to save the operator now.
Wow. 100 Thieves is so methodical the way they approach the site. I mean, it looks so basic because they don't get map control, but if you notice, there's the poison orb in mid. That orb blocks vision from B into mid and from boiler into mid. So that means you have to have 2 people watching mid. Every time that poison orb is activated, you'll have to watch both sides of it, not just one, as well as the 2, because you don't have a Sage. So it's just a mind game here that 100 Thieves is playing. And now that they've finally won the A round, it opens up the rest of the map for them.
And it's what you were saying about mid before as well. It was so typical that you'd have the smoke in mid from Ethan here, for example, and then the alarm bot goes in the smoke, and Steel lurks off of that, and it's just that was just such a standard for so long. So it is quite odd not to see that.
Here's that poison orb for mid again, blocks both angles. FNS is going down the tube.
They're denying Ye. This is obviously a huge part of the game plan, is to make sure that Ye can't get the kind of action that he wants. And he can't. Like, he's not able to get some of these forward kills.
But I like this because even though Ye hasn't had success on A, FNS has pushed down tube with a recon from Crash Cheese. So he knew it was clear. He took the risk to go an extra step. Now, does he catch Steel again? He does.
Good punish comes through, though. Nitro. And the question is it worth it? Finesse was maybe the most valuable player on the team with the lockdown.
And look at Ethan over here. Ethan at this B site is just going to throw everyone for a loop. If he makes contact with the Snowman player... Oh, Mars... Oh, it's a Marshall. Oh, dear. This could be bad right now.
Yeah, will he take a pot shot? He's not going to. Just such a slow play, slow roll here for 100 Thieves. There's Killjoy's down for other side, and there comes the spike plant. The Viper's Pit's in action as well. Trying to get some pot shots to punish the spike planter, but that's not coming through. Crashies will make his way into the Viper's Pit. Nice shot! My goodness, takes down Ethan. Very surprising early win there in this retake attempt.
Oh, Nitro has so much to do with this pit.
Passing on the flank, he hasn't got the gun out in time. This time that one, and suddenly Hiko and Nitro are in a lot of trouble. Hiko has 2 shock darts available, and those shock darts are starting to be tossed out.
Oh, the Molly.
No! Oh my goodness! Great shot coming through. Hiko gets the shock dart kill onto Crashies. The defuse is coming in though, and it looks like there's just enough time here. Marv gets that punish. They swap it over so Marv can get the ult orb. It's gonna lock it in. The good stuff on the retake. Very scary round. These rounds are so slow from 100 Thieves. I feel like you've got to be sweating if you're Envy.
Yeah, because if Nitro got off that Molly, I mean, it's so powerful in the Viper's ult. You cannot stick the spike. Like, you are already nearing 1 HP. That Molly just has to tap you and you're dead half the time. Oh, Food takes him out the second before he's about to shoot it.
That's a 3-1 advantage now for Envy, and the money is still there to have something to work with. You can see we get the full buy from 100 Thieves. And it doesn't matter if they have a Sheriff, because they're going to go hard and fast, it looks like, into this A site. With that said, they have Maestro lurking in mid position. What? Taking down Victor. Big opening kill coming through there. The flashes as well, and they are steamrolling the A site right now. Yay. Oh, he's going to whip that one. Having to try to go for a quick scope, but Asana's in such a great position. And this just truly looks like Envy were caught massively off timing.
Yeah, that's a play and a half from Asana. Just the spam Victor right through the smoke. And then the trust. Ethan just says, YOLO. I'm throwing the paranoia right through you. It's going to get them. It's going to get you. Everyone's going to be blind, but at least the rest of us can progress up and we'll guard you. And you can see Asana, he doesn't panic and back off. He just accepts it, flashes, and keeps pushing. Oh, dear. This is...
Ooh.
What the...
Hello.
What the?
Okay. That's cool, I guess.
That's a Killjoy diff.
Yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the judge diff, though. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It is also nice to see that, 100 Thieves also get to capitalize in this last round off of the change of pace, because they played such long, drawn-out rounds where that early push doesn't mean anything so often. But this is the first time it does, and it's really great because they have a Spectre, they have a Sheriff. This is, it's just perfect timing to have your opponents in this position where they're not expecting a fast timing because you haven't shown it to them yet. It's just perfect for 100 Thieves.
Damn, that's like you and me. That's us. We're talking. We're penguins.
We're penguins now.
Yeah. Ooh, Ye's playing aggressive. That recon's gonna get him. Waiting by the unit. Nitro spotted the Viper.
Good opening there from Ye. Able to get out of there, of course, with that dash. Support from Mobs. Might will slow things down. Steel can't drop down into the snake bite, so he's stuck out there. Is going to get... Oh my goodness! What, Ethan? With those mechanics, though.
My wrist hurts, Dan.
Yeah, that's a nice blink and a half for Ethan. That's surely the aim up like a day for him. Ethan, though, is going to be able to hold and protect the spike plant.
Sizzler. Wow.
Can't go there.
It's not looking like there's any openings coming in here now from Envy. They've missed the best chance thanks to Ethan's display.
Remaining.
Crashies has found a Vandal. Pushing forwards. Oh, it's not going to be able to pull the trigger. 100 Thieves will close it down. Do lose 3 players, though. It got a little bit scary. And look at the ultimates here now, Sean. Because of some of these rounds where Envy lose players before they can actually use them, they've got 4 ults in the bag.
This shot from Ethan, I have... What? From Ye's point of view, that just looked ridiculous. And then Nitro turning just in time to catch Victor. Hiko taking out the Killjoy ult with the Sova ult. Wow. The way they had to bring back that 3-on-5. Like, everyone just had to be so on top of their game on 100 Thieves to get back in that round. Killjoy up again, Dan. How do you feel about it?
Ooh, that's a nice toss there from Ye. Throwing that knife right out there.
Baiting the Killjoy turret.
I'm a fan.
Yeah, kind of cool.
Get the
all
push.
These ults.
Shouldn't be long. There's so many ults in this retake, Sean. I'm very afraid right now for 100 Thieves.
You should run.
FNS has a molly on the default plant location. That's Steel's lockdown coming into play. I'm sure. Is Crashes gonna ult this? Surely. Or do they give it up?
I feel like it's smart to give it up. They don't have to challenge it, actually. And we'll get one player actually detained. Marv is going to defend against Asuna, so it's a big win there as well. And we get the Hunter's Fury coming in after the frags. Beautiful response, but the frags are starting to come the way of 100 Thieves now. Hiko finding those headshots.
That really hurt, yeah. Wow.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Hiko coming alive. The trade's finally through from Crashies. Steel has to plant the spike. He's going running, and there's no audibles. There's no sound cues coming through.
Oh, Crashies has a lot to clear at B. But Steel, I don't know if he's going to be worried that Crashies rotated back to A. No. Oh, he has low time.
Steel
absolutely has to run here.
Left.
Yeah.
It's 4 seconds, so he's got just enough time.
He will get the plant off.
Oh man, a second to spare.
And look, he has his full kit, Dan.
It's his full kit, but he's got 26 health. Crashies has both shock darts available still. And if Steel stays up here, this is very spammable, this position. He's going across the ropes. Alright, okay. Crashies, as you said, he has everything to clear. He knows nothing about this situation. Alright, goes down. Out goes the recon, trying to get a ping here. Steel will be forced. Surely. Oh, there's the ping that comes through. Beautiful from Crashies. Very unfortunate for Steel, who hadn't thrown the last Nano Swarm. And that's going to be the defuse. So that's going to work out nicely there for Envy. They'll take the lead 4-3 now.
Yeah, that was a rough situation. A lot of people probably wondering like what happened with Steel in that scenario, and I think he just didn't give himself enough time entering the A site, so he planted in the first spot he could, even though he had an extra second. He planted in the first spot he could. Then he realized he couldn't guard the plant from his initial location, and he had no mollies on the bomb. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. So 100 Thieves look to regroup here. Full buy for both teams. Ye is going really aggro.
Yeah, this is what he does in his element. Takes down Steel for free. And now 100 Thieves playing without the Killjoy. And there's in this usual play that we've seen where they are kind of doing this slow scale on the A site. We're leaving Ethan to be lurking in middle with
deploying drone.
The Omen. There's a deep smoke as well. Back rafters. Hiko with the drone. Drone for drone. Oh, that was close. I saw that connecting in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
Oh, just casually across the ropes into a headshot onto Victor. And suddenly he's starting to look a little bit scary, but you can still hear it. Ready to go. Takes down Asa coming off of the plant. And now that Spike's in that forward position. 100 Thieves are in a lot of trouble right now. It's just Nitro. He's going to have to double up on these players who are ready to go. And there's the jump classic to finish it off from Ye. 5-3.
Ye is an animal. Ye is an absolute animal when he has this operator in hand. I just think he demands so much respect. And you can see no one's giving him a fight. I don't think Steel realized exactly what was going on there and that he was open to that pick. Cool. The fact that I think the leer from Asuna went above the railing that Ye was under, if that makes any sense. And it caused him to not get blind, and that gave him the frag on Asuna. Just such good positioning and awareness and just aggression.
Yeah, and once again, we have, in terms of the ultimates, it's definitely coming up favorable here for Envy. Showstopper online, as well as the Viper's Pit, and Ye's one from the Bladestorm. And, so it's definitely strong in that sense here. 100 Thieves not really able to work with any, and we've got Ye with a change of position, working tube with the operator, looking to catch perhaps a change of pace. And of course, he can get a pick, he goes deep, and then dash back and away to avoid getting spammed.
I think they're going to down.
There it is. Just back to safety. Look at the repositioning. Can't punish that. And Asuna, the entry is gone.
Mark's in an excellent bait setup right now too with FNS. But that frag took oh my goodness, it took FNS off of the B angle.
Just walk straight into it. Steel so savage in this round. Taking names. Two left here. Victor again. He's got that showstopper. That could be an answer for this Viper's Pit. There it goes. Takes down Steel at least. 2 versus 2 now. Victor has the paint shells as well. And the drone. This is the perfect answer here for the Viper's Pit. Oh, he would have dodged this. Trying to find the Viper. The dodge is awesome from Nitro to avoid getting tagged. And takes down Crashies, leaving Victor in the 1 versus 2 now as he tries to work his way around the perimeter. Trying to at least find Hiko. Oh, Hiko's making this truly very hard. Victor left with so few options to work with.
Impressive wiring.
All of the, both Hiko and Nitro just disappearing at the perfect moments. Victor, that was impossible. That was made impossible to win that round because of 100 Thieves' excellent post-plant play.
How about that movement from Nitro? Just giving himself that tiny gap at the yellow crate. How does he get away from that drone? But that Steel frag pushes FNS off of the bait setup with Marved, opens up the B hit completely. Oh, what a time for Steel to come alive in this game.
Yeah.
That's such a big kill.
I actually wonder if Ye was looking at the minimap at that exact moment, because his reactions are usually fast enough, I think, for that kind of a peak. Never know. But this is huge.
The first early B hit. Yeah, the first early B hit here for 100 Thieves. And it's on an eco for Envy.
Yeah, so
there's that weird wall.
Oh, hello. Finesse. That's a gun. They can collect that, and Ye's got the play, so he's picked off one as well. What? Ye up drafting over the Viper's Pit, finds another one. Suddenly, Asuna's alone against 5 players. 5 players. And the spike did not get planted, if only it had been planted. Small bits and pieces of information for Asuna to work with. He's got to use the element of surprise.
Oh no.
To the best of his ability here, and he's got info on where one player is.
Oh no, this is a nightmare scenario for Asuna.
He's just got to find the right moment here, but it's so hard. He's taking the first opportunity now that he gets for a frag. He's been spotted, but he can use the Viper's Pit to his advantage, but picked out of the sky. Lovely shot by Marved, and that's a very unlikely round for NB.
Yeah, I mean, it really hobbled by from Envy. Just honestly, a couple shares. I think they had a Guardian and the Bladestorm, but FNS just cracked Steel, and he's been getting the better of Steel all map, if I'm being honest. Whew. Yikes. 100 Thieves. And a little bit of a rough spot now, economically speaking. You see Nitro has a Marshall. We have Steel on the Spectre. Hiko on a Ghost. This turned so quick.
Yeah, we've seen so many rounds like this actually in this series. It's been great.
You should run.
And Ye's back at it again with this operator. Out comes...
Oh, does he know that satchel lineups?
No way, Dan. No actually way. Gets there. That is beautiful. Oh, Victor, let's go. And the paranoia comes through. Steel's going to push the issue. Victor will defend. Very unfortunate there for 100 Thieves. Not really ready for the counterplay with the satchels. And in that forward position, he's found a great timing there. Takes down, crashes away from Heaven. Good movement, good execution on the gunplay as well. Yeah, he's still trying to work his way around into some angles with this operator. Ethan with those mechanics again. Put it down into a 2 versus 2. The spike is planted.
Is in a dance.
Last player standing.
Dancing around with Nitro right now on the back lines.
Oh, the timing was actually unbelievably perfect. Ethan's repositioned off of that fact, which might mean that his position is completely unknown here. Smoke goes out, and the first frag's in the trade, though. Finesse is in position in time. Very important, and that's another round in the bag here for Envy.
Oh. I like the creativity, though, from Ethan in that 1-on-2 to smoke the spike, because he knew the second player would be super aware of his position, right? FNS came from the flank, the other guy came from screens, and went along the ropes. So, obviously, Ethan is either snaking through mid, or he's maneuvered past him in the side. But this satchel lineup looks so difficult. Like, hats off to Victor for finding this and nailing it in a very pivotal moment of the match.
Yeah, you'd have to like shoot them or something, but you'd have to like be anticipating it, which is obviously that wasn't the case. And we're looking again at, I would say, you know, an advantage in terms of the ults for Envy here. They've got Hunter's Fury and the lockdown available here, so playing in front of the smoke there, just trying to tease. And you can see that the pace has slowed down for 100 Thieves quite a lot. Well, the TP has the spike as well.
Does Ye realize?
Oh, he's got no idea, actually. I just took that for granted. I thought that Ye would have heard that, but no. And there's that lockdown. Surely there's the Hunter's Fury to counter it. But we have Crashies who has the Hunter's Fury as well.
Oh, did that tag? No, it didn't tag anyone.
It did not. It's close, though.
Very close. So Austin here at yellow, and clearly 100 Thieves about to pounce on this B site. That will reveal FNS if it pings.
If Crashies use the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, delay the round. Not just yet, but the trade will come through the toxic screen from Asuna. It's just very tentative stuff. Even though 100 Thieves have the player advantage, again, that Hunter's Fury is problematic.
Oh, Steal on the lurk, Dan.
How much value is he going to get there? Fantastic. Oh no! Oh no! Steel gets caught by Crashies. Crashies is waiting in that position so he can use the Hunter's Fury from a better spot. And the Hunter's Fury finally comes in and it will finish the round. Victor even pulls out the rocket. Last round, of course. And that's going to be an 8-4 scoreline in favor of Envy.
Wow. I mean, we said it on the other maps, right? We haven't seen a lot of the lurking Steel because he's been on the KO. That was, he looks out of his element. It looks like he's not used to the lurking style now that he's back on this Killjoy. And man, I think 100 Thieves won several of those rounds back. 4-8 going into the next half. Woo, they have a lot of work to do.
Both of these teams are so good, and just as you said, lots of work to do for 100 Thieves, but maybe Envy are going to take us to a 5th map. We'll have to see after the break. Welcome back, everybody. It's 100 Thieves versus Envy here in the lower bracket final to decide who will fight Sentinels in the final tomorrow. And the question now is if Envy can close down this 8-4 advantage in the second half to bring us to a 5th map in this series. It's been really exciting so far, and they've been pretty good in the pistols here, Sean, so they're in a good spot. We have...
Oh, that's the one-way smoke coming into the back of the site, and those paint shells are going to force Nitro out.
And the scale across, Nitro playing around the poison orb to find the pick onto Ye. Good start there coming through from 100 Thieves, but Crashies is going to answer straight back though. Envy fighting really hard for this one, and it's just Eco left now with the classics. Going to run out of bullets. Envy convert the pistol again, and that's a 9-4 advantage going into this second half now.
Yeah, a very similar start for Envy as 100 Thieves, right? They try to go with the 5-man A hit. It just works a lot better for Envy. And I thought when Nitro went through his smoke, opened up the round, fell back into the site, that maybe they could win the trade battles with 3 people on A. But the aimers on Envy they really do reign true. Time and time again, they just win all of these aim duels. And again, they're slamming this A site.
They are definitely slamming it, and it's a retake setup here for 100 Thieves. You know, they are mostly outside of the site here, so they're looking to maybe collapse onto some players who might be isolated outside as well. We will see. Envy making their way across again. It's pretty free. And that's will take down Asuna. This is always good when Asuna's out of the round. Actually punished off of his dash, but looks like the round is going to come to a close here. 100 Thieves picked their moment to fight all at once, and they survived.
I'm just looking at this hit right now from Victor's point of view, Dan, with the Viper one way on the back wall, the Viper's screen, you know, going through screens, and then I'm seeing Victor's paint shell for E-Box and his Boombot, which actually is a perfect lineup to clear all through 410, all through the backside of it too. I mean, you saw it trail him into the site. That is just an insane set of utility by one person.
Yeah, it clears out so much space. That's the 10-4. We've got the first gun hit for 100 Thieves.
Enemy tagged.
And they'll be playing against the bonus here, so a lot of Spectres. And Envy are actually taking control here of B main. In fact, they're really... We've got the counterplay coming through as well. The alarm bot gets taken down by Asuna. I was going to say that B pressure was to cause rotation towards B, but Asuna seen nothing in mid. Like, no one crossing back over to A.
Yeah.
Spike's by itself here.
What is this? Look at this crazy wall, too, that they have at the B site that goes through Snowman. Nitro's all alone at the A site. He has a one-way orb on 410 and a wall for the retake.
Asuna so ready to fight. Nitro defends as well. This is just terrifying. And the only 2 players left now. And they're going to have to just at least find damage. Again, this is their bonus. And the question is, can they find some kills at least? Make this one hurt. Ooh, the shot does, but they won't expect Ethan to be there as well. So could have even pulled out the knife probably, but Crashies will go down. Only a single frag. That's a huge win there for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that Crashies just ran up to B, tapped the spike, and then just dipped.
Yeah, it's so interesting too, because 100 Thieves also, we saw sort of they were the first team doing this at the pro level that I saw in pro matches, where, you know, Steel's there with the Odin spamming the plant boxes. It's like very annoying to deal with.
And beyond annoying, Dan. Beyond annoying. But here we go back to that 5-person A setup. The Viper wall, as well as you can see Omen lining up with smoke as well. Omen has been throwing one-way smokes at A all game. Look for Ethan to keep doing that right here.
That's taking down Asuna. Good opening there for Envy to try to turn things. Yay. Way across. Oh, finesse. It's very nice, but Ethan's going to answer back better here to keep the round alive for 100 Thieves. He's going to fall back so he can regroup with his teammates and allow for the plant to happen for Envy. They're going to get post-plant positioning too, but you can see Ye's in a forward position. They may want to just fight here.
There's no shot to clear Ye out. Right, Dan?
Oh, this even less than that. Ye gets 2 very easy frags there, for him at least. And he's still alive because his dash refreshed. Ethan's able to take him down, but it's the 1 versus 1, and the spike's not planted. That means that never mind, I was going to say Crashes has to push forward, but he does, and he finds the timing just when Ethan looks away. Crashes has been just flawless. Like, in a lot of these clutches, he is so reliable.
So reliable. All of the Envy players, I feel like, have come up huge in the clutches. Particularly, like you said, Crashies and FNS, I think, is the other one. I mean, everyone from the team is hitting so hard throughout this playoffs.
Look at the ult here as well.
Back to the A side again. Same setup, though, from the Viper, right? The Poison Orb in mid to block all vision. And then the rest go A. Just go A.
Revealing area.
It doesn't feel like there's many ways that... Oh... That's a great opener from Ye. Straight away takes down Ethan. I was going to say, I don't think there's many answers here for the Hunter's Fury and the lockdown right now. There goes that lockdown. Asuna is an answer. He's just going to frag out. It would have dismissed away after that initial kill. Takes down Victor. So that's the raise out of the round. The Crashies, importantly, is still alive. Can play that post-plant Hunter's Fury if necessary. 3v3 again. This is looking doable. For 100 Thieves. The Crashes is in position for the Hunter's Fury now.
Ye is just so good at pushing. Ooh. Oh,
punished.
No.
This is not nearly far ticked enough, I think. Finesse has to get some kind of heroics happening. Seal's going for the full commit, and they don't have line of sight. It's the Hunter's Fury, but it's just pulled out too late. Oh, great punish onto the Ye's dash. That was the moment.
Wow. Dan, they just wasted the Hunter's Fury. And they wasted the Blade Storm and the Lockdown in 1 round. If there was ever a time for 100 Thieves to come back into this game, it is right now. That was an insane round for 100 Thieves to win. Hats off to Steel for finding the Killjoy Molly as he went up to the spike, because that is what allowed him to defuse it. Wow, we are in... This is a big round. This is a very big round, and Envy has invested a little bit of money here. They think they can win the round.
Yeah, Marv does actually 1 away from the Viper's Pit too, so if he's able to get that, they might be able to fade some ults there from 100 Thieves, but not when Asuna's doing stuff like that. Asuna and Ethan, they're turrets. They are turrets. Moving into a site against them is going to mean casualties for your side.
Ooh, I think Ye caught Ethan going there. I think he knows. This could collapse, Dan.
That's Hiko dead. That's the Hunter's Fury gone.
One enemy
Oh, the timing. Oh, it's hopping up as well into the barrel. Oh, Ethan is just nuts. Quad kill coming through from him, and that's a very easy pedestrian round as far as 100 Thieves are concerned.
Yeah, and you could see, he knew Ethan was behind Jen in that scenario. But he works with Hiko to put up the Viper wall, then drop it. The teamwork from 100 Thieves to reposition Ethan right there and get him 3 more. That's just incredible from Ethan.
Yeah, this is getting really problematic now as well, because again, these ults, like, this is what you're talking about before. This is such a huge swing in ult advantages because of 3 getting burned like that. Instant Viper's Pit coming through as well, because, you know, just really start getting the... Okay, well, the Guardian's going to work out there for Ye. That's the spike down. That's a huge win. Nitro has to defend this now. There's a gauntlet. So many players coming for him. He's moving forward. He's going to try to find his way out of this. Crashies takes him out. That is the spike recovered. That's a weapon picked up. But can they actually find a way to plant here on this site? That's another story entirely. They will lose Ye, the most forward player, and now they have to abandon this B site. Surely.
The spike left across Asuna, Dan.
Oh, has to cross Asuna. That does not sound good at all.
No.
Going to take down Finesse, and oh, the spike does manage to slip its way past Asuna.
Asuna's going to beat his way. Beat the Sova 2A, Dan. This is it's a race.
It's a race, and Crashies will actually get the spike planted, but there's Hunter's Fury. Oh, actually, it missed the first time. Crashies could probably have stuck that, but here comes Asuna, taken down by Marv. Suddenly, with the Viper's Pit, you're starting to maybe favor Envy here. There's 2 shock darts available. Is Hiko going to find anything with those? They're starting to come out. It's very scary. Where are they going to go? Just barely able to dodge both. Hiko takes down Marved and Crashies. It's a good attempt from Envy, but 100 Thieves, they keep running this one back.
I think Envy is tilted off the face of the earth, Dan. After the buys we saw the last 2 rounds, he's hobbled buys with both Sheriffs and a couple Vandals. I mean, 100 Thieves is barely winning the rounds, though. So, I don't know what to think about it. The Killjoy op experiment right now on Steel doesn't seem to be working. He seems to be getting caught off guard. This is... I don't know if I believe in the comeback yet, Dan, do you?
I do believe in it, but whether it will happen, of course, is another question entirely. Because I mean, now we have actually kind of a leveling of the ultimates. You know, Hiko being forced to use the Hunter's Fury there. You know, they lost the Viper's Pit as well towards B long. You know, Asuna, you know, popped his ult as well. So that there's a lot that has gone now, and Steel will have that lockdown available pretty soon. But you know, again, in terms of the ults, it starts to swing back into the favor of Envy. They have taken a tactical. Like you said, Sean, maybe there's, you know, maybe they have to get their mental in order as well. Maybe that is something that is going to play a part in this story also.
Yeah, it's also, Envy has a lot of options. Like you said, the ults are kind of getting close. So what is the play here? Is Steel going to go for that A orb and get the lockdown with an operator? Is Victor going to go for the B orb or the A orb so he can get a showstopper? I think there's going to be a lot of focus this round on those orbs. And I'm not sure which team is going to win the battle. Because this is a full buy coming in from Envy. And I think their full buys have looked real solid so far this half.
Yeah, especially towards the A site. You know, you talked about the util clears that are happening through Victor's Boombot and Paint Shells. And I'll have to see if that happens again. They're pretty spread out here on the map. But with 100 Thieves, though, they're actually looking
Steel's
to commit towards this orb.
Steel got it with the operator in hand. What a mad lad.
He's making it happen. And yeah, there's no punish there as well. And this one way is so frustrating to deal with. It's so valuable.
Yeah, the team gathers, the drone comes out. Now Ethan has to give it up. Look at this retake wall, though, that Hiko has like that. What is that's why the wall is like that.
Oh.
This is tricky.
That's disgusting stuff right there. Hiko takes down one. He's looking for the second one. The jiggles come through. Finesse with those jiggles. Marv as well. Chiming on through that B-long position with the entry. Leaving 100 Thieves with not too much. Oh, the timing from Finesse. He is delivering massively in this round. Asuna will take him down, but the question is, has the damage been done up until this point? As the wall drops, Nitro gets caught out. It's up to Asuna now. We need to see something special here from Asuna as he charges through the site. Takes down one, the dismiss away, resets the position behind Yellow. Looks for the following play. He knows where one of these two is. But also, he has to convince Victor to pull that short showstopper out. That could be a huge win. If he's not going to win this round, he wants to make them waste that precious showstopper. Oh, he's going to get pinged here. Is he going to go for the stick? He's not. Falling back and away. There's another tag. Looks to try to go for the duel against Crashies, but it's too difficult. Well played by Envy. They hold on to the showstopper and they pick up a very important round.
Wow, that's such a creative little TP play that 100 Thieves did, but all the answers coming in for Envy. The lurk play through the tube. The trade onto Hiko was massive. It was absolutely massive. And I don't think at that point there was no shot 100 Thieves recovered into the round. Ethan falls on top Yellow. The rounds are so close.
Yeah, I'm just so impressed by Finesse as well, delivering the kills he did there. Those were so crazy. Oh, we've got the spiking garage towards the long. And there's a showstopper actually going straight forward into the fight. Oh no! It misses! It misses.
No way.
I can't believe it. The showstopper missed. That was a huge play. That would have taken the lockdown out of the round, Sean.
The B site's open though. This is a free plant.
It is a free plant, but again, is it going to be lockdown for lockdown? Ethan takes down Crashies, and that's a very quick kill there in Kitchen. So the delay from Crashies is gone.
How on earth do they win this round with a lockdown? They're never going to get to the spike, Dan.
This is going to take a while.
Counter lockdown.
There it is. Matter of time here now. Yay. It's going to be forced back. They're all going to be forced so far away.
And the Viper Wall. The Viper Wall is there as well.
The Nanostorm actually picks off Steel. We've got the lineups coming through for the snake bites as well. That's going to start to cause problems. Here comes Asuna though. Great trades coming through. Very fast indeed. Hiko is just desperate here, but there's no time. And that's going to be it. Envy lock it in. That is a 5th map. We're going all the way here, Sean. Envy have closed down Icebox.
Oh, I'm so excited. We get to see 5 maps here. Envy crawling back into that map. I doubted them. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that their Icebox historically has been that good, but they have made massive strides on the map. Almost took out Sentinels earlier. Here they are taking out 100 Thieves. Oh my gosh, we get the split finale, Dan. Let's go.
Yeah, just such an epic battle between these two teams. Such a great back and forth. The story of both halves was really entertaining. And just the clutches as well, seeing players that maybe you wouldn't expect delivering such key moments. And it just, both of these teams are so good at squeezing out just every last bit of value. There's no round as a given. What a beautiful series we've had so far. And we're going to go with the distance. 1 map is left, but before we get there, it's time to take a break and then throw it over to the analysts.
I was getting into CS. I noticed that people who have anime profile pictures were destroying me. So I was like, let me switch to an anime profile picture. I watched Tokyo Ghoul, and then I watched SAO. And then I was like, all right, let's like finally pick a name now to actually get the full power.
CS bot named Steel killed me a lot. I harnessed his powers.
Someone said the word finesse one day in Mumble at the time, if you guys remember what that was. And yeah, I just was like, whoa, that sounds like a cool name.
A name from a character in an anime.
I liked the Mummy movies, and when I was little, I was like, you know what? I feel like I'm that person. I'm a mummy. So I put my name as Mummy, and then when I was playing CS, my friend had an AY at the end of his name, so I just added the AY, and then I've adopted it like that since.
The story behind my handle, my girlfriend, when we get in arguments, would call me a psycho all the time. So one day I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna embrace it.
Zekin is a character in Sword Art Online, and I don't really remember anything about the character other than the fact that I thought their name was cool, so I just stole it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And like we said, we expected this game to go the entire distance. 100 Thieves and Envy, they gave us exactly that. And we're going to break all this down right here on the analyst desk for the VCT NA playoffs. My name is Veli. I'm here with Bach and Vansili. And fellas, let's be completely honest, Bach. Did you think we were going to go all the distance down to the very wire?
I didn't think we were going to go to this 5th map. I honestly thought that we would end the series a lot sooner. But at the same point in time in the pregame, that's one of the things we mentioned. The 5th map, what is it? It's Split. A map that does lean a little bit for Envy, so a little bit scary for 100 Thieves, but let's focus on the map at hand. I mean, a solid performance on Icebox.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at how this match is being played, I did mention it before we got into this map, the focus is on middle, right? You don't have a Sage. You want to try to work off on this middle side. You do have 100 Thieves that had a couple of good rounds where Hiko took middle side and got a couple of kills, still did the same, but you still had FNS at the top of the scoreboard overall for Envy. So yes, maybe the utility got broken down, but where it actually crumbled for 100 Thieves on the mid rounds towards the end is to try to execute for the post plants, and it was just too strong for Envy as they had, you know, Ye and Victor doing their job on the extremities. But on the attacker side, sorry, Veli, it was all about the explosion from having that Raze and that Jet in the lineup.
Most definitely. And take a look at the final stats right now. Envy edged it out when it came to frag wins, but objectively, both teams did their part. I'm going to be completely honest for a second, Bach. Watching 100 Thieves play here on Icebox without a Sage, it feels a little weird, doesn't it?
It does feel awkward, and we were kind of talking about it, like playing the Sage role kind of sucks. Like, you're basically the team, you know what. You're doing everything for somebody else. You Sage wall mid. All right, we're going to be Sage wall default, Sage wall default, over and over and over again. Heal me, heal me, heal me, where are you? It is a little bit frustrating. And we've seen teams play a Sageless composition and make it work. One of the things I did love, though, we talked about this yesterday, the aim versus brain. Like winning rounds without having to take a gunfight. There was a round in particular, it was Nitro. He goes for the ult on the B site, and he just plays good placement inside the ult. A Sova drone comes through, and he just dodges it. And the second he dodges that drone, he wins the round. It ultimately doesn't work out fully for 100 Thieves, and that's why we go to this map. But you still saw some flashes there, and it was something we talked about, right? Comfortability. I like Nitro on the Viper. I really do feel like it works and makes sense for them.
But I think that ultimately that just comes down to high IQ. I mean, he played off of the audio cues. Now, you know about Nitro in his career, so what type of player was he before? And do you see just glances of that now in him fully getting into this Valorant mindset?
Definitely. In his career as well, not only was like, he's done so many roles actually. Yeah. He's been a selfless player in that previous game. He IGL'd, he opped, he rifled, which is why, as Bach mentioned before, sometimes he could actually be a secondary opper. To have the game sense to be an IGL, you could do those plays through the Viper's Pit, across through the Owl Drone. But now, map number 5 on Split, I'm still going to have to give the edge, to Envy, because you know, I want Steel to prove me wrong and show how good KO is on this map, so that also I could win the bet versus Mike HD.
Well, when we saw it yesterday, we actually did see some good util use from Steel. I remember starting off in the pistol round, he throws the knife straight up in the sky, it lands for heaven, there's a good execute. We talked about it. Their early round on this map was good. It was the mid round. And it was the reaction from their opposition when they were playing against Sentinels. Sentinels was prepared for it. The question is, will Envy be prepared the same way? One would assume they've watched that match so they know what to expect.
The way that they were prepared again for Envy, or should I say for Sentinels, even for Envy at that point, is eat the 0 point. The knife doesn't do really anything when you're executing to the site. You still have better positioning. When you're trying to execute on the attacker's side for 100 Thieves that are coming out towards the heaven side, boop, boop, boop. Just go from the bottom to the top. You have a better placement. You should win that fight. So they have to add a little bit more strategy, more depth into these executions for 100 Thieves.
Now, a little theory crafting right now before we throw it over to the caster. So we saw 100 Thieves aggressively towards Garage and middle. Do you think Envy, they're going to try to counter by throwing maybe an op player mid or something else there to slow down that aggression?
We're talking about 100 Thieves, sorry? Or
we're talking about Envy.
Envy? Yeah, definitely. I think we're looking at Envy with the operator. I mean, Ye, he's probably going to still play that Jet onto this map and is going to do a very good job just positioning himself on different places. I just want to know what we're going to do here for 100 Thieves with the KO and the Viper together, because we also did see how Hiko, played it the other day, where he was just moving a little bit lagging behind his teammates. Now you have to be a little bit more concise.
Right, so, Bach, you have something to say?
I was going to say, one thing that we are not really talking about, we haven't seen Envy play this map a whole lot. Just like 100 Thieves. It's been a bit dark. We don't really know what to expect. The last time they played was July 3rd. So it's been a bit of time. That's still stage 3, but things have changed. And a lot of teams have been going with that Astra Raze combo over in B main. We saw a lot of that played out throughout the weekend thus far. Will we see that, or will we see Marv playing the Omen, a role that he's very comfortable with? We have seen him favoring Astra more and more. I kind of wonder if Envy is going to throw things for a curveball and switch up the agent composition coming into this 5th and final map.
All right, so remember this. For those of you at home, the winner is going to go to the finals to play against the Sentinels. Quick, down the line, I'm going to want predictions. Man, Silly, you're still rocking with Team Envy, correct?
Of course, of course.
All right, Bach, are you rocking with 100 Thieves, or you jumping on the ship with them?
I'm staying with Envy. I think that Envy takes this map, and if I'm wrong, it's all my fault that they lost.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to lock in. It's going to be 100 Thieves versus Envy. It's all coming down to split. Let's see who comes out on top. Shana DDK, take it away.
Oh yeah, we got to 5 maps. We finally got to the 5th map, and it's split. I think this is going to be a great decider map, Sean, between these two teams. It has a bit of everything, and I think this map is honestly, for me, in Valorant history, tends to be one of the most nail-biting maps that you can have in a really intense series. So I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, and we're so deep in these teams' map pool right now. Like, both of these teams play split, but they'll never pick split, right? This is not a comfort pick for either of these teams. I think we saw yesterday when 100 Thieves played Sentinels, Nitro actually on the Astra. It was the only time I had ever seen him play the agent. It was a rough sighting for 100 Thieves as a whole, but I liked their ideas with Steel and the KO, and Steel tried to control mid a lot with Asuna. But can Envy shut down Asuna the way that Sentinels did? Because in that game, oh dear, Shaz and TENZ were just all over mid. They were just dominating 100 Thieves in mid. And can Envy, a team that's not comfortable on split, do the same thing? I have no idea. And does Ye even pick Jet?
Yeah.
There's so many questions I have. Envy hasn't even played split since July 3rd against T1, where they lost. They lost, let's see, what was the score? 5-13.
Oof. I love the setup here. We're going to get Ye on the Reyna, which I think is great. What's interesting here too as well, Sean, is that there are a lot of unknown factors with regards to Envy, because there's a lot of work they've been doing. Obviously, Ye's come into lineup very last second, but at the same time as well, I know that, you know, we've got obviously like they've been searching for a coach for a while, and I know Marks has been putting in an enormous amount of work. So, and there's a lot of stuff that's likely hidden in the side of Envy. Whether that's stuff, you know, tech for split, I don't know, but I do expect that we're going to see a good version of split here for Envy, despite Ye being newer on the lineup. Which may, I mean, this pick here, like not going with Jet, I think I would have preferred to see Jet just because of how ridiculously good he is with it. But at the same time, like it's, you know, Ye is going to find a way to be impactful here. I'm quite certain.
Yeah, I think the fact that he locked in Reyna means he wants to open up rounds, and he's not sure probably if he can get the dashes to get away. So I like the idea. He's going to come into this real aggressive. But look at the stars coming in from Nitro right off the rip. They're going to try to control B main. The KO, the Asuna, both of them fighting for B main.
Here we go. Looks like 100 Thieves are going to win this battle. And oh, Asuna! No escape for Finesse. However, Envy, at the same time, they've taken control in mid through ropes to A. So
look at this wall Hiko has up at A, Dan. It blocks the side. They're just nested in here.
Out there with the smokes to break a line of sight from screens as the push back sight will continue. Ethan, though, is still alive. Finally gets taken down, but it was very labored. Victor's got to do it all now. 2 more players to find here. He's got the spike, and he's got a minute to work with.
This is risky.
Okay, Asuna's going to catch him as he falls back around elbow, and that is a wrap. 100 Thieves actually pick up a pistol, which we haven't said too much.
Yeah, we have not said that they've started off with a pistol very often. I love this pistol. The triple aggress towards B main. FNS calls that, so you could see it. Immediately, Envy goes ropes to A, but the Viper wall is up, and these two players are just literally pitching tents camping behind it. Like they don't care where you are in the map. They're just not moving from inside that A site, and it allows the rotate to come in. Envy never had time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Definitely.
Cool. Super cool stuff.
The B main control plays, we're going to be talking about that quite a lot here. We'll see, though, this mid-aggression with the pistols, and Asuna is straight in there.
Down mid.
Oh, got the frag grenade doing some damage.
The gravity well into the frag. Whoa.
Love to see it. Yeah, can't actually get anything there. Gets absolutely run down by Steel and the Spectre. So, okay, 2-0 opening here for 100 Thieves on this 5th map in this lower bracket final. Winner gets to play Sentinels tomorrow. Exciting stuff here. This is the battle of North American Valorant supremacy. That's what this is at the moment.
Ooh. And don't forget, Dan, we are the best region. We won Iceland, so it means a lot these days.
It's so true. And I think, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna derail the cast here. I was about to do it. I'm gonna stop myself. We've got the operator coming out from Asuna, so the B main controls will continue, but the snake bite, that will completely deny the peak.
And this is the Viper setup a lot of these attack Vipers have been using lately. The orb to block vision from backside, the wall to block vision from heaven, as well as the default peak. No info can be retrieved on B side, unless, of course, you're a psychopath like Asuna playing in the middle of the open.
Oh, Crashies will take down one player. That was an
info
info
this
play.
fight, Dan. This fight.
Push mid is happening at the same time. Asuna takes down Ye. Had no idea about that position. So we've got, frags happening all over the place here. Nitro in a very unknown position. Is there a trade?
Spike down
The
mid.
trade is not happening in time here. Victor's alone. Flash goes out to try to be a fake to give him some space, but Nitro finishes him off. So great stuff here from 100 Thieves. They really feel, well, it really seems like they are very comfortable so far here on Split.
I love how Asuna saw this Viper setup that I'm praising for denial of info and says, nope, I'm going to keep pushing into it. I'll wait for you to drop it, FNS. And thank you. I'll take out your star duelist. Then Nitro locking it down on Astra here from the ramps. Wow, Envy in a hole early. 3-0. This is probably the best start we've seen 100 Thieves have.
Yeah, I totally agree. They've really hit their pace. Their groove. There's this big mid control as well from 100 Thieves, but it's going to be a big push onto the B site. It's just pistols here, but we'll see what can be done. Hiko really making great use of that poison wall, that one way. Reload comes in. No punish though from Finesse. That's unfortunate.
Spike down.
Doing some good damage, but
One enemy
they
remaining.
are getting cleaned up. And unlike, as you said here, Sean, on some of these previous maps, Envy would normally do damage, but they are getting ruined. They're not even getting any frags, which is a problem because that means that 100 Thieves are gaining a much faster ultimate advantage with all the extra kills they're getting.
Yeah, and those are some real powerful ults on the 100 Thieves side. Like there's no Cypher ults there, like there's nothing, there's not Arena ult. We're talking all powerful ults on the 100 Thieves side. It's a really strong comp when it comes to ults. So that's something to look out for because look where they are. They're about one round off from having all of them. Seeker's available for Victor. Could see that this round.
Okay, so again, once again, the round B main, but it's won by Envy this time. A more passive approach to the rounds from 100 Thieves. So Envy have that mid control. B main, or rather B Heaven has been given up as well. Male's been given up. Asuna has his forward position with the operator. This is such an
Look, he's
off-angle.
under the cam. He's under the cam, Dan. The cam holds the close push.
He's spotted though, I think. He was no, or was he? Yes. Oh, I don't know if he was. Well, he's certainly spotted now. My goodness. I think Crashies even took a bullet through the wall there. Gets down to 50 health. Asuna able to reposition. Crashies creeping up A main. Ethan is doing damage up in that high position. Crashies has to find a way to punish, but there is no way to do it. The smoke covers line of sight. Protects Ethan. And Envy have come away poorly here, but there is a hope. And it is this play from Finesse. This is the play that could maybe make the difference here and create an opening.
The Astra ult blocks up all of A main. Mark behind the Astra ult.
Did not work out. It did not work out at all. And they get crushed again here, Sean. Despite being able to kind of split up the defense and get a spike plant, they still can't find the duels, the battles that they want.
Oh my goodness. I thought Crashies just had a giga brain play. Like, there's the game sense on him to have the cam above and know the possibility that Asuna could be opping around those angles. That is so impressive on like an individual level for Crashies to be aware of that. But you can see, again, the preparation from 100 Thieves on the map shining through. And this is getting kind of dire for Envy here. Ye is going to bust out the Bulldog. He's got the Reyna ult. Oh, man. Are we going to see the Empress Bulldog, Dan?
Okay, well, you can see that 100 Thieves are also keeping things pretty chill at the moment, playing quite passively.
And this is the same style of setup for FNS, except the A site, right? The wall blocks vision of the A site, and the orb blocks vision of ramps. They've now taken control of ramps, but Asuna on the other side takes out the other controller. They have no more controller utility.
And this push is being controlled. Oh, as I say that, though, the two battles happening go the way of Envy. Steel's going to make his way up ropes, and yeah, he's managed to find himself that Vandal upgrade, so looking quite dangerous. Can't find that first bullet. That was a huge chance. So they might pull out the Blaze Storm. There it is. Oh, the flash timing couldn't have been better. Victor can't find the finishing shots, though. Envy. Trouble here, and Asuna is not going to allow a second chance. How do Envy do this now? Viper's Pit is huge, but 5 HP for FNS. Gets hit by the blade. Crash is able to take down Asuna. At least that's a big win. But it's all up to Crash. He now has to hit every single shot with this Sheriff. Is going to find those. The defuser's being stuck here by Steel. He's going to come off of it. Takes down Crashies with the Sheriff of his own. And that's another round in the bag. A quick 6-0. 100 Thieves. They are looking damn good.
Wow. 100 Thieves looks fantastic. And just the little things that Steel does on KO are so impressive because he's put so much thought into the agent creating all these lineups, and we'll see them next half. I've seen his split before, but he pops the ult, and since he can be res-danned, he just is wide swinging with a teammate behind him, because even if he dies and his teammate trades the kill, he's just going to get res back up. So he chases down Ye in heaven.
Here.
And I think that was a key turning point in the round.
And got some control here towards the mid position. Viper Wall goes up offensively. That's an annoying off-screen deal with Viper's Wall in A as well. But it's actually Crashies just charging through on the Cypher. N3 Cypher, let's go. Crashies is going to use all of these smokes. And they've created some presence. They've forced back some players from B Heaven, and they've left Ye deep in ropes, and they're going to rotate to A.
Damn, look how 100 Thieves has rotated, though. They have 3 in the A site. They've rotated off of B Heaven into A. They've read this perfectly. And Steel is waiting for Ye in Venice.
Oh, the timing, though. That's so unlucky for Ye. And out go the Seekers. To tell Ethan everything. He's going to try to challenge this with the off angle. The peaks are perfect from Ethan. You cannot fault him. Marv's coming through into just a double peak. And that's a 7-0 start now for 100 Thieves. It doesn't look like it's getting better here for Envy. It looks actually like it's getting worse.
Yeah. Wow. 100 Thieves is really, really impressive right now on split with their rotations, their counter utility. There's not many openings for Envy. This isn't about Envy being just absolutely terrible on the map, right? This is Hiko playing B with a one-way smoke and a wall that bleeds into mid. This is an Astra that's all over the map as well with the Nebulas and Ethan popping ults. They're all having so much impact on their agents. 100 Thieves looking comfy on split.
Yeah, and it's with all of that happening as well, stuff that, you know, certain things look so much worse than otherwise they would be, such as like getting timinged there. You know, that's just one of those spots where he got timinged. He couldn't have done anything different. But in a moment like this, where, you know, you need like everything to go your way, you need to be hitting all of the timings, and it's just something that you can't control. So Envy take a tactical timeout to try to find a way to come back into this one. They definitely need a significant change of approach, because 100 Thieves aren't even having to do much. They're not having to, you know, for example, you know, win early control in B main or in mid. You know, this tug of war on map control it's not even a factor here. They're just playing passive at this point, rotating well, reading the plays, and executing.
Look, Dan, the triple stack A again. Steals 0 points right there. So if he feels this hit coming, he's just going to shut it down. It'll never get to the site with him there. So at least Marv's going back to mid to meet up with FNS. Oh, dear.
Nassen's ready for it, though. Oh, gets that shot into Crashies. That's beautiful.
And both of those players suppressed. We can see it from Steel's POV. The Sky and Reyna both found out in this area. I think that might entice FNS to lurk this B side a little harder. And there he goes. He's in.
And he's going to have to get good results here now because the pick from Asuna. Another pick from Asuna. 3 kills off of the sniper.
Toxins going up.
That's not a good omen. And the spike is lost. So despite Finesse getting forward position here, they've got to go back for the spike. That's going to spread them out. So Finesse gets his kill towards B. 2 versus 3, and we've got Marv going for the spike. By the time he collects the spike, there'll be about 40-ish seconds remaining in the round, which will probably commit them towards this A site.
Concealment.
It's very interesting that just all the 100 Thieves players have evacuated this A. So look how nervous Marv is that someone's close. There's not a player for miles, though, on 100 Thieves.
30 seconds left.
I think he just didn't realize that the spike was down, and they are probably assuming that Finesse would just hold forward position in the B site.
Yeah, this is crazy. Look, Ethan's on a rogue mission flanking B. No one's there. Austin's finally making his way back to A.
10 seconds left.
Looks like 100 Thieves is piecing it together, but Envy's going to get this spike down.
Yes, this is the one way they can win this round, Sean, is misread from 100 Thieves. They were completely convinced that it was B. Completely convinced. Ethan there can clear the screen's positions with that flash. Marv and Finesse, they need to find something huge here. They've got to convert this clutch.
One guiding light on Ethan. There it is into the site.
Good first frag. Confident play there from Finesse. Just Ethan in the elbow position. Takes down Marv. Let's not forget, Finesse is very weak, but doesn't matter. Finesse plays forward so he can crossfire with his teammate. That was just beautiful from Finesse, Sean. He played that perfectly. Confidently, wasn't afraid to take the fights, even though he had 32 HP, and then made the correct follow-up play in position to help his teammate.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, what a round by him, right? Finding Hiko in B like that. In the midst of Austin getting 3 operator picks and 0 whiffos there for your boy Austin. This guy doesn't miss.
A cheeky little quad kill for Finesse. That's where we're at right now to get the first round on the board for Envy.
That one-way smoke Hiko's been thrown. Oh, it missed? I think it missed, right? Did it get up there?
I don't think it missed. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it landed. But either way, Asuna is ready to just sit and just tank the damage. And that's why gets the kill onto Finesse. Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, because this one clouds out. This is very different.
Oh. Okay, well, Ye is able to trade at least onto Hiko. But Ethan's still alive on the side. The Seekers go out. Seekers wrap around the side. Oh, Asuna's working them really hard with that operator. Nice picks from Victor. Huge clutch now is on the cards if he's able to win this 1v2. Spike is going to go down, covered by the Seekers. That gives him the info as well. No Seekers went towards spawn. That tells him a lot.
Dan, look at that combo of utility.
That hurts.
The Killjoy Molly and the Gravity Well.
Let's see if he can pull this one off. Repositioning closer to the rafters. They don't know that he's here. There's a chance here now for Victor as he waits for this one. He has to be perfect to spray. The transfer's coming through, but Steel's quicker to it. And that's going to be 100 Thieves again, denying rounds from Envy. That was a good play.
That was a great reposition by Victor. He sees both gun barrels right above his head. That's such a difficult frag to get in these FPS games. The one straight above your head.
Yes, yes.
It's a very hard kill to get for Victor. Wow. He's so close to getting his ult again, though. I think he's at 3 orbs right now. Crazy shots from Asuna.
He's so confident. And also all the repositions around this B site is so deadly. Between Ethan and Asuna, the Seekers going out. It's looking like such a difficult map of Valorant so far for Envy.
Oh my goodness, look, Dan, again, 4 people on the site Envy is planning on going to right now. They're always guessing the right site. Remember we were saying the opposite for Envy?
Yes. On Haven, yes.
Yeah.
And it is just was 3 sheriffs, a phantom, and a ghost. That's what Envy's working with. Marv's found forward position. He might catch. Okay, Ethan with a quick little check there. It's going to keep himself safe with the flash. Is stuck here by Hell. He has support in Steel and Asuna also with the operator. I don't think that Envy wants to challenge this. Oh! I don't think he stopped at all there, Victor. Very, very nice shot. And the Vipers. Exactly. Okay, doesn't matter. Steel shuts it down. There's a chance here, though, if they can take down Nitro, but he's backside. He's taking down Ye.
One enemy remaining.
And the spray's going to just finish off the very weak remaining players. Ashes with the Ghost. We actually got some Asuna does not care. It's a repeat for days.
The confidence on this kid right now. Asuna's just obliterating this Envy lineup. And for the first time in this entire series, he's not dealing with Ye on a jet op himself. Yes. And I think it's just causing him to take over this game. There's just no one to keep him in check, and he knows it. He's just continuously aggressing in until he gets the frags. And again, he's in the right spot again. He's going to take the fight to market from in mid by that box, and Ye's going to have to make him miss.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. In terms of a power dynamic, I'd rather be Asuna and the... Oh! As I say that, Ye swings! He was baiting it all along. I was convinced that Ye was not going to come out the better there, but he has made it work, and he's created an opening.
Vanessa's lurked in B, Dan. Look what he's done with this.
Deep control.
I've got your trail.
Cosmic Divide is available, though, for Nitro. Ethan able to take down Marv. This is a big win, but Ye's all the way through to spawn, but that gets taken down by the stairs. Doesn't need much here.
Healing over
This
here.
post plant for Envy.
Regrowth gets FNS a little bit of health, but this is still, like you said, with that Asher wall, this site becomes so hard to hold.
Oh, that's actually a flash there, and would have take down Hiko at least. Crashies has the lineup around spawn, and the conversion comes through from Ethan eventually, but it's a 1 versus 1 after all is said and done, and it's Victor's as he takes out Ethan, and that's another round for Envy.
Last round.
Still much needed round.
Chance. You get
There's a
extra
chance.
round. Do you feel like there should be a lot more hope on the defense? Like, I mean, it feels like they just haven't found. It seems like their playbook is too shallow, and their initial like default and the way that they were approaching hasn't worked out, and they don't have a backup.
Yeah, I am also feeling that same way, but things get a lot easier when you have a Cypher on defense, when you have the Asher on defense, when you have the Viper on defense. So if Envy can get themselves this third round, that would be huge.
Yeah, and that flash did not do anything to Steel.
How does he get out?
I don't know, but we'll have to see if they can find a way to recover here. Ye able with that high ground position, able to just drop down Steel. Very good from Ye on the entry here in this round. Surgical stuff. And it actually looks like we haven't said this almost at all, that there's an advantage here for Envy. In fact, Asuna's just carelessly running through the wall there, doesn't care about anything. And Ye's going to pick up his quad kill. So there it is, there's that third round. So we have something. There's something on the board at least here, Sean.
We got something to work with. Man. I think Ye has come to life in this game. The last 2 rounds took out Asuna after we called him out. So they're going to need a lot more of that, though, this defensive half. I think we're going to have to see him playing aggressive mid, exactly like what we saw out of Asuna. And then we're going to have lockdowns on both sides with Cypher and Viper. So the comeback is possible, but we have a long road ahead of us.
Yeah, looks like 100 Thieves are definitely the better split team right now, but Envy, they can pull together with that grit and determination. Who knows how far they can go. We'll have to find out after this break. It is time to find out which of these two teams between Envy and 100 Thieves will be making their way to the finals against Sentinels for the Battle of North American Valorant Supremacy, as we've been calling it. And I think it's fair. These three teams are extremely strong, and 100 Thieves, they're frothing out their mouth, Sean, because they want revenge against Sentinels, and for Envy, they want to prove that they are that good.
Indeed. And this 0 point that Steel has lined up, this is what I was referring to last half. I don't even think this is breakable. We'll have to see. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that suppresses heaven. There's no sky flashes available. And Victor falls.
What a great setup there. That's a beautiful thing to see. It's great to see the idea. It's even better to see the idea actually working. And Steel's going to wrap around B Heaven and pick off Finesse. So they're just sniping off these Envy defenders so far. Envy need a pistol win here. I think it's fair to say. And
it's the B main plan. Oh, the smoke or molly on Hiko. Asuna adding into it. It's a 2-on-4.
What a flick there. And able to get the heal off of that as well. And, I mean, we know how good Marv is with the classic. 2 versus 3. Ethan's fairly low.
Oh, Hiko goes for one-way orb.
The flash will give away the position for Ethan. Hiko stuck behind in B main. Nitro at distance. That's not going to work out. Has to swap out for the Ghost. And that gives them time to actually deal with Hiko. 3 HP and 9 respectively for the 2 remaining players. Nitro at 34 himself. Everybody's so low right now. And that spike is starting to tick very, very quickly. Nitro with the jiggle. It's going to get taken down. Is there enough time here for Ye? There is not. We'll have to try to escape with the Ghost. That's the best that he can do. And that's the Red Bull clutch for 100 Thieves.
Wow. Wow. I can't believe those 2 players from Envy managed to bring it back that round. Marv and Ye with some insane heroics. That was a 2-on-5. 100 Thieves should be sweating after that round. They need to close out this game before these aimers on Envy come back into play.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goodness.
And what a great setup too. Just like we can see that you were talking about getting deep into these teams' map pools. So we're really seeing how that's paying off for 100 Thieves at this point. Having more answers, more tactical plays at their disposal.
The counter buy coming in from Envy, Dan. They're shoving. They're going all in right here. Ooh.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. They're so far behind, they need to get back immediately. Some more close range map as well.
Ooh, the cam inside ropes, but Steel is snuck by. That's actually a TSM feature, and when that cam sees anyone, there's usually a collapse in mid. This is actually a B play, and 100 Thieves has the sight, man.
Yeah, they've got a really quick entry in here. Looking pretty good. Finesse able to take down Asuna. That's a big win. Victor wrapping around the side here. That wall is preventing them from being able to get some of these kills. Ethan will get traded out here as the play comes towards the backside, but 100 Thieves are more than ready for that one. 11 rounds now, and that's the Envy force getting blown up. So that's a huge problem because now their next full buy will be against match and series point, finals point.
The sky flashes.
Forward.
Yeah, the sky flashes coming through that Viper wall from both teams. It was so random, I feel like. But Asuna's smokes saved the day. They saved the day. They stopped Victor from just slaughtering the whole team when he came through the wall.
Yeah, definitely.
Here we go. We're gonna, like you said, another buy. Envy's just gonna have to keep buying. They have no choice at this point.
Double judge, definitely nothing to shake a stick at. Very good on this map. Probably the best map for a judge. A lot of good, great spots for it. And 100 Thieves quickly taking some mid control. Steel in ropes. Split off. Push for the B side behind those Seekers. Finesse with that judge in that close range position. We force back behind the Viper screen and looking for a moment, looking for a chance to go in. But just the cursory spray from Ethan's going to deal with Finesse.
Oh, did Steel not see the second? He didn't.
It's a flash from Victor. Getting out of there, and it's just looking so difficult here for Envy. Everything that 100 Thieves is doing just seems stronger. That said, because of the gunplay, we know how good some of these players are. Ye is going to make his way forward. He goes looking for the next. There's no punish, though, from Ye just yet. It's Nitro. The nice peek, and that's going to be it. Match and finals point here for 100 Thieves.
Match point.
Wow, you can feel it now. That 100 Thieves is finally in this super comfy driver position in this series. I don't think so. They won the they won the second and third map. Yeah, so they're gonna. This is such an upset victory in my eyes that 100 Thieves is on the verge of taking Envy out and going to grand finals with Sentinels. This is such an insane play by them, using the KO. Only team, I think, in the playoffs to do it.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Oh, Marv, though, able to defend against Asna's dash up draft play. So actually, Envy finding some life here on this defense after all. And none of this brute force push is, I was about to say, is really working, at least not on the initial take. The second wave, though, does clear out the site. Nitro and Ethan are what's left, but a triple peak coming through from Envy very quickly. And there wasn't the position to even get the spike planted, so... Well, I mean, the road has to start somewhere. And I guess it's starting, but how far will they get?
How far will they get on the road? And I mean, what are they in? Are they walking down this road or in a car? Like
maybe that bullet train there.
It's not looking like a road I want to be on right now if I'm Envy.
Yeah, it's looking rough. I mean, we've got the sheriffs out as well, and like if you're in 100 Thieves' position, like you're going to be inspired to just take crazy peaks and like just one of these openings. One of these like opening sheriff headshots, if it goes the way of 100 Thieves, obviously is going to be very problematic. But you can see Envy playing pretty passive here to reduce the chance that 100 Thieves can get openings like that. But we have the Blade Storm baiting for Asuna to get his way across the angle. And there it is, the up drop dash, the right click misses. That's a big moment here for Envy. The worst is over, the spike is down.
One enemy remaining.
A case of cleaning up the rest now. Seekers were used as well. They do have a lot of ults, I have to say. Envy do have a really big ults. A lot of ults to use in this situation, but Nitro picking up the Vandal. Okay, it was looking like it was a foregone conclusion, but Nitro suddenly flipped the scripts on Envy here. To get his way across again. The spike is down under the rafters.
Wow, he used the recall to almost bait FNS into over-peaking right there.
30 seconds left.
Now he's flanking. They're both going to be screens, Dan. He can do this.
One enemy remaining.
There goes the smoke. There's Finesse out of the round as well. Nitro, surely he's not going to kick Envy out of this finals in this manner. He waits, and he's going to be forced to plant the spike here. I think that's a good play here from Marv, but Marv does not have any HP at all, so this is going to swing the advantage into the favor of Nitro. Marv trying to gain position whilst the plant goes down. Nitro didn't have vision, and it's a forward angle from Marv, and he's going to nail the headshot straight away. Oh, I mean, that would not be the way to go out of this final, Sean. What an epic play from Nitro.
That NT's all around right there for Nitro. That was incredible thinking by him. Using the way he used all those nebulas. Oh my goodness. I didn't think he was that good on Astra. That was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and Marv, making the perfect plays here on 20 HP. He knows that he has to win the first bullet there. He gets the advantage to be able to shoot the first bullet first. But if he whiffs that first bullet, doesn't get the headshot, he's probably dying. So,
yeah. I don't want to cut you off here, but you mentioned all these ults. Steel can take them all away from you right now. Here it is.
Okay, well here we'll have to see what Cratchys can do just with the gun in hand. He's going to get wrapped on. Able to take down Asuna at range with the Spectre. That's actually a pretty good result. Better than expected. Nitro takes down Ye. Big fine from him. Viper's Pit goes down as well. This is going to be really annoying for Envy now at this point as they try to make their way forward. Seeker's out there as well. That's going to delay things, and looks like Ethan wants to make an aggressive play with this. He's going to work his way towards spawn. Gets behind one player. No. It's absolutely crazy in the Viper's Pit right now. Finesse and Marv, all that is left here of Envy. All that remains. Marv now, the chances rest on his shoulders in the 1 versus 3. Getting eaten away by the Viper's Pit, and Hika's going to finish him off, and that's it. 100 Thieves are better than Envy today. It took 5 maps, but we got there. And 100 Thieves will be playing Sentinels in the finals.
Yeah, hats off to Envy. They made a run through the lower bracket to get to this point in the tournament. They're going to Berlin, so their spot's already secured, as is 100 Thieves, as is Sentinels. Oh my god, I think we're all winners today. I'm so happy we got a 5-map series. Congratulations to 100 Thieves for making the grand finals against Sentinels. Can't wait to see that tomorrow.
Definitely, and especially at this level, super deserved result, of course. Given the fact that you go towards the 5 maps, again, you were talking about it, we're getting really deep into the map pools of these teams, and Envy have done an amazing job with what they have, considering all of the changes to the lineup of late. They're doing a fantastic amount of work with that, and that's exciting for their future once they get to kind of revisit some of the weaknesses that they spotted across their map pool and tactically and otherwise. And for 100 Thieves here, they get rewarded for the fact that they've been hard at work as well. So again, as you say, everyone's a winner here, Sean. And with that said,
who the biggest winner is? Wait, Dan, the biggest winner is Van Silly, because he is a KO believer. He's our big winner of the day.
And you know what? We can put the spotlight right on him. It's time to throw it over to the analysts.
Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest winners next to Van Silly is definitely going to be 100 Thieves as they pull out with the big win.
Oh yeah, KO stocks, free stocks in Europe, Envy stocks, everything's up. Buy right now at Van Silly.
Yes, and there we go. We're going to break things down right here on the analyst desk. I'm Belly. Of course, that's Van Silly. And right here we have Mr. Baldman himself. We got Bach. But Bach, talking about this matchup, we went the distance. Sean was excited. You were ecstatic. What did you like about this matchup, this showcase of all of these talents on both of these rosters?
I do like that we did see a change-up of the agent composition from Envy. Actually, a pretty interesting one as well. Crashies went from Sky to Cypher. You've got Victor going from Raze to Sky. You've got Ye coming in, obviously replacing Mummy, but Mummy would play Jet on this map, decides to play Reyna, and then you have Marv going from Omen to Astra, which was the one piece that we were actually curious on, was Marv playing Astra. It doesn't really work out too well for them. 100 Thieves did seem to play so much better than they did against Sentinels. I love what we saw from 100 Thieves as well. We were talking about it coming into this map. The early round was there against Sentinels, but Sentinels just kind of beat them with the guns, so it didn't really matter. Here it seemed like 100 Thieves was able to go with their game plan a little bit more, but you did still see pretty heavy individual performance, Van Silly.
Yeah, there was definitely some question marks going into Envy, into this line, not basically on performance, but how this is going to gel in a new composition. Mark, you mentioned it, even Sean mentioned it. We haven't seen this lineup play since like early of July.
Yeah.
And now that you have this Reyna coming in, that was my question mark. How is that going to mesh in going against 100 Thieves? It was good that you might have Viper Walls and Nebulas to try to get into the site, but you don't have like a Raze or a Jet to like create space to get into the site. So you really have to move in as a unit. And to look just like face-to-face on paper being like, a fun admirer of KO is that if Steel is going to launch that 0 point into the site, yes, you could have angles to fight against your opponents, but then also as a Reyna, you don't have that much left. If you're actually suppressed to get a kill, the orb is actually going to disappear by the time you're not suppressed anymore, so you can't get away from your kit. So it's a nice little counter at the end of what you have from having a KO versus a Reyna here.
And taking a look at the MVP, the guy that we said we wanted to see on Astra, it was none other than Nitro, popping off with a 2.5 KDA, and of course, Big Boy pulled up with the 21 kills. But Van Silly, you and I was talking about it, and I think this is really important. Envy, they're no longer in the tournament. It's now Sentinels and 100 Thieves, right? Now, the thing is with Envy, this is a newer roster. Crashy said, yeah, we had less than a week of practice.
Yep.
This was essentially a high-level scrimmage for this roster, testing out this lineup on that map. Do you think that they might rock with this in the future, or they're going to continue to change things up when it comes to Berlin? I think it works out in their advantage either way.
Yeah. I think for all of these teams as well, I think there's going to be a few layers. Like I said, these last 3 matches going into Sunday at the same time, it's, okay, we are trying something new. We're testing it out. We're testing against the best in North America already. And if it doesn't work now, there's still some like ace under the sleeve to prepare against the European teams, the Korean teams, the Latinam teams, Brazilians, etc., i.e. the world. So I think there is going to be like some work in the lab for sure, and we're going to see some small changes. I'm assuming, like you said, maybe some more Astra coming out from 100 Thieves instead of an Omen.
Maybe. Now, talking about small changes, let's talk about big plays. Mark, you went crazy when you saw Asuna pop off on a pistol round in the second half. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
I mean, the pistol round there in the second half of that map, what made it actually really interesting to me was the same setup that we saw from them in their match against Sentinels.
Yeah.
But it seemed like it worked out so much better for them. And I think a large part of that was how they established mid control.
Yeah.
If you actually watch, they go for that 0 point. They throw the knife up into heaven. It's the same setup, except this time I think Sky was heaven. It's Victor. He eats that knife. So he has to fall back. They actually gain control of heaven. There's a Viper wall up in heaven as well. So they actually gained control of mid, and then they went for a cheeky play. They peeked out in from B main. They got a free kill, and then they fall back. The thing is, they have now free control of B if they want it. There's only one player there that they really have to fight. They actually could have gone through stairs into spawn and wrapped A. They had so much flexibility in that play because of how they easily gobbled up control of mid. I don't know if it was the knife or the aggressive play out in B. I think it was kind of a little bit of both column A, column B.
Yeah, I got to say, it's probably Asuna, too, because sometimes that's a surprise peek. He went through a toxic screen to get that peek and is able to dash away, right? Against Sentinels, maybe it might work, maybe it might not work, right? So you had to be on point with the shots, and at least Asuna was there for that series, too.
I mostly believe that it was a delayed knife along with Asuna getting in there for the kill. Now, when Asuna comes in immediately for that engagement, you're expecting an all-out push, but Asuna was able to secure the kill, go back in the garage while the misdirection happened, and we saw the mid control for the flawless execute. But, Bach, we actually have a Credit Karma Instant Karma clip, and you know all about it.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Instant Karma clip, we're going to be going back a little bit. It's actually going to be from a prior map, way back early in the series. This is over on the A site. Look at all this utility that comes out. So you have the dog that goes in through first, the Trailblazer. Then you have the Pulse come down on the site, and you've got a Nano Swarm. All of that utility dumped on that default spot to flush out those players, and they just fly into the site. It's really good team play coming out from NB was what helped secure that first map for them in the series. But this was just solid execute. Great way to get onto the site.
Teamwork makes the dream work. So, Van Silly, I heard your thoughts about Envy. Bach, any last words you want to say about Envy as they're now eliminated from the event, and we won't see them until they represent us overseas in Berlin?
I mean, honestly, you got to be impressed with what they did. Considering that they made the switch to bring Ye in, everyone's going to be like, oh, El Diablo, he's great. Yeah, but the team dynamic shifts. You lost Mummy, who's been on the roster since day one.
Very
so
valuable.
now everything changes, and you got to kind of juggle roles around a little bit. You're getting accustomed to how things work. The timing's not quite there. Apparently, Ye is even sick. The last 2 days, he's been feeling a little under the weather. How is that impacting his performance? Clearly didn't seem to matter there. He was the top performer for the team. But regardless, the fact that they were able to get to this point and get over that hurdle that we talked about all weekend long with a roster that's only been together practicing for like 7 days, that's pretty impressive.
I'm going to have to say it. Like, yeah, there's a lot of talk about El Diablo. Ye was popping off as Jet, definitely. But I feel like some of the MVP most of the time was definitely Marv. I mean, Marv coming in, we know him as the Omen when he was on FaZe. He's part of that Smeeg team doing his thing. He comes here as an Astra, and he's a game changer. How do you feel about the Astra play on this MB roster?
Yeah, I think not only do Astra play the Omen play, like everything that he does, I think Viper too, if I'm not mistaken. Like, if there's so much matches that we've been watching for me to remember how Marv has been playing. And I think that he plays that Viper on Breeze, right, earlier on today. So I think it's been a great addition to the team, at least for Envy. We needed somebody that was more consistent into an agent that could be a controller and also a clutch maker, or give the possibility even for something like Crashy, to get these clutches. So Marv, I think, has been a great addition to this team. And with 6 days of practice, I know we're going with that storyline too. It could even become a meme on Twitter at that point.
It's real.
So 6 days of practice overall with like Ye and Marv going into this. How does it mission? They now qualify for Berlin. They have an extra, 2-3 weeks before they make it now to Berlin. So we'll see what happens then.
Now, what we'll see at that point, too, is honeymoon phase. We hear that term all the time. Is this just the honeymoon period? We've got this new player in the roster. Is it maybe going to change as things develop? But I do got to give a shout-out, too, to the other side. Asuna and Ethan, the 1-2 punch. They both finished towards the top of the scoreboard across the entire series. Ethan really seems to be coming into his own, playing as the Sky, the setup man, but also the follow-up for Asuna. that combo is incredibly scary, could be very powerful when they inevitably place in the top 3 against European teams.
Well, speaking of Austin, we actually have him ready for the Verizon post-game interview. So, whenever you're ready to pull up that just dangerous Reyna on the screen. Austin, first off, hey, we didn't get to talk when you qualified, but I want to say congratulations nonetheless. But first things first, Vancilia had a really big question. He wanted to ask about the triple initiator comps for no Sentinels. What's really the mindset and the philosophy about that?
We mainly wanted to open up Steel a lot more because we felt like he was one of our most aggressive players, and he was forced to be held back in a way by his turret and his alarm bot because of the radius. And we wanted to create a lot more reactive plays, diversity. And with KO coming in, we didn't want to mess up like with Astra we did before. So we just wanted to give him a shot, and we loved him at the start and still do, obviously. And we'll see where we go with our comms from here and leading into Berlin. But that was like the main thought. And then I believe we moved Sage to Sky on Ethan on some maps, where like Ascent, for example. We just thought Sky was really strong after the update with the flashes and stuff. And at first Ethan didn't like it, but after a while he just enjoyed the agent, and he's pretty good on the agent, especially setting me up with this Jet Sky combo. And it really elevated our gameplay, I'd say.
I'm going to be honest. Speaking about Ethan, I think he is just absolutely disgusting. But, Asuna, you have been, you know what, I remember First Strike when I covered you guys with, you know, the crew on the desk, right? And I remember Hiko had you back, and he's like, listen, Asuna's the real deal. You guys need to watch out for him. And I've always felt like you've always been up there at the top. And recently, you've been putting on a clinic. Has there been anything about your gameplay or play style or even the team's play style that you think has helped you get to this point to be even more deadly? Because, you know, I'm thinking about that Icebox game right now.
Yeah, I think I'm just getting a lot more comfortable with the roles that we're giving me, and it's taken me a while to get used to going into this like single duelist composition. I've definitely just improved as a player, I believe, but also like my teammates stepped up a lot, and now with like this triple initiator, even though we're running one duelist, it feels like extremely easy to entry a site when we have like KO ult. They don't even have abilities. Like it's really simple. And then Sky, Flash, Dog, and then he can heal me after it. The Sky ult feels like whenever I'm entering a site, I know where the opponent is, and my teammates are like helping me out a lot in that way. And I think that's why I'm like performing a lot better.
Now, one last question. All right, I said earlier in the show, and I was talking to the boys earlier in the green room, I said, hey, I really think Nitro on Astra is going to be phenomenal. If he really just grinds her out, it's going to be a game changer for 100 Thieves. Lately, we've seen a lot of that, especially in recent matches. What is his thoughts on Astra? Because it's totally different than Omen, man. It's totally different than Counter-Strike. Is he having a fun time getting used to her, or little bumps there in the learning curve?
Well, he played Astra a lot when after we lost to Iceland, or after we got eliminated in the Iceland qualifier. So we were practicing a lot. He was playing it, and he enjoyed it a lot. And he was like getting used to the abilities. We were comboing stuff when I was playing Raze. Obviously, this is like behind the scenes, and it doesn't really matter now. But we were putting in a lot of work with Astra, and then the nerfs happened, and we thought, all right, let's move Nick back to Omen, because we thought that Astra wouldn't be as popular, but now we see that like. But overall, I think Nitro is really enjoying Astra, and you saw him playing in a split. I thought he was pretty good, and he plays fantastic. And I don't really know how big of a difference it is now, because he's been playing Valorant for a while, so I don't think any of the CS to Valorant stuff is still lingering. He's like fully accustomed to the game, so I don't think that's really a problem, like playing this RTS game in the sky. And it's really good for him because his comms are fantastic, and he's able to just like, I'm throwing down a suck right here, I'm smoking this, I'm stunning that. And it's really good whenever you have a person like him on Astra, when he's like also thinking of like strats and stuff. Like he's trying to find like creative ways to use the wall. Like that was like one of the parts where we were struggling with a lot. And he like helped out our retakes a lot when he brings stuff to theory and practice. So yeah.
All right, now I'm just going to leave this last segment up to you, man. Show the fans out there some love. I'm not going to lie. All of us on the desk even, we were rocking hard for you guys to make it as a top 3 to go to Berlin, and you guys are here. It's good to see you back on top. Anything you want to say to get us all ready for what you're about to do overseas?
I'm hoping that the top 3 is just all NA. No European
Hell yeah.
teams.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's my goal. Because if one NA team wins, all Envy, us, and Sentinels will qualify to champions, and I think that would be like the best chance we got. I want the grand finals to just be NA. That's my
Last
goal,
question.
at least.
Does Europe stand any chance against this?
From what I was watching, no, but I don't know if they can improve.
Damn right.
I was watching some of the games earlier this morning. It looked rough, but I mean, we'll see. Because I feel like there are definitely like Ascend is good, but I don't know like how it is. For all I know, they could be way better than us. But once I get there, I'll see. Scour the scene. But yeah.
Gotcha. Thank you so much, Austin. And by the way, man, keep popping off. You've been incredible lately. We all believe in Austin's supremacy. Hope you have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals, all right?
Thank you. We will try to put up more rounds.
Yeah. You take it easy, man.
Bye.
All right, fellas. Wow, I'm not going to front. Austin gave us a lot of information right there, talking about the triple initiator that you were questioning, and also the practice with Astra, them going back to a comfort pick and Omen, and then switching back as Astra becomes more of a meta here in North America.
Yeah, it just shows how much time they put into the lab to really try to figure out what comp is going to be the most comfortable for them. Sometimes you don't have enough time to practice, right? We talk about sometimes how the schedule is so hectic for some teams that qualify, moving into the next open qualifier. Sometimes it's only 2 weeks. Take it, for example, how Sentinels have to go through the gauntlet every single time. I know there's a lot more time these days for 100 Thieves, so I'm glad they're pulling it back on top. So I got to say, welcome back, 100 Thieves.
Yes. Now, also, while we're on you, Van Silly, we also have an AIM Lab Flick of the Day. You know all about it.
Oh, yeah, it's going to have to be. I mean, if we're going to talk about 100 Thieves, we're going to have to talk about Ethan at this point, too, right? When he had that 2K onto Ascent and the pistol. Yeah, look like there was a couple of body shots, but just look at it. It's aim lab, grip lock. There's going to be a couple of dots that popping up on these chests, and then he gets a right click on the one jumping down into the site to capitalize on a third kill. So you got to get some support there, some help from that Silva dart, but in the end, that right click right in the face. That's my aim lab for the day.
What's incredible, again, we were talking about it, Ethan, Asuna, everyone wants to praise Asuna, but Ethan takes a less than desirable role, sometimes playing as Guy, even often going to Omen for like those weird fringe maps. He actually ends up finishing just above Asuna across the entirety of the map. By a little bit more kills, but 1 ACS above. Like, they were literally toe-to-toe, hand-in-hand, just marching forward for 100 Thieves to find the victory. I think he's just as important as Asuna is, and you heard it as well in the interview. He said, I feel comfortable. Finally, like, I know where these guys are going to be. I know where the players are at. We got the intel. I got the flashes. I got the heal. It's all coming together.
And talking about coming together, the finals came together, and we're finally going to get it again. Sentinels versus 100 Thieves in the rematch of what we saw in the winter bracket finals. And I'm glad you know now, I can't wait. I feel like 100 Thieves are coming in with a chip on their shoulder because these two teams, they do not want to lose against each other, Van Silly.
I think in the past you talked about like this rivalry between TSM and Sentinels, and then suddenly you have 100 Thieves that won first strike, and it's okay, we have a new storyline now between 100 Thieves
the two
and then
champions
Sentinels.
of NA.
Exactly, and then now Sentinels, or should I say 100 Thieves and TSM kind of like disappeared in all of 2021, and now they're back. They're it's the third time they face against each other now between 100 Thieves and Sentinels in the last month.
Yeah.
So it shows now that this rivalry is brewing up again, and I love to see this.
And this time around, it's for a whole lot of money. These teams are playing not just for bragging rights, but to also get that cash, and we're going to see who the best in NA is going to be. Listen, things are going to heat up tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. Don't forget. But to close out this desk, any final thoughts so far? We came into this thing with 8 teams, fellas, and now we just have 2.
That's it. 2, it's going to be one interesting matchup for the grand finals tomorrow. But I think there's one more important note, too, that I think, Mark, you could bring it up.
Yeah, so for those of you that have been watching at home, we've got a great production crew that's been putting on VCT since day 1 here at Nerd Street. And we've got 2 observers that have been a big piece of that. One of them, it's their birthday. Happy birthday, Yeti. He's been our in-game director and third-person observer since basically the start of VCT. So hats off to you. Great work, as always, throughout the week. And I hope you have a wonderful rest of your birthday at HBD. We won't sing to you on camera, I promise.
We're not going to
you
sing,
like that.
no.
Yeah.
Not happening.
I don't want to make people jealous of my singing, you know? And also I don't want to get DMCA'd. That's the other thing.
Because your voice is so good, it's like song accurate.
They'll recognize it right away.
Instantly.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for the day. We're going to shut down the desk. But remember, tomorrow you want to catch us at twitch.tv/NerdStreet for the finals. It's going to be the 2 champions that we have only known in NA. Sentinels from Masters 1 to Masters Reykjavik, and also the first strike champions, 100 Thieves. I can't wait. We'll take you guys out tomorrow. We're about to have a lot of fun. So I wish all of you a good night, and we'll see you more for some Valorant action.